Right, okay, let's get it underway then. I am a partially broken man. Yesterday's DDR session, I crushed 82 songs, I believe it was, only to be defeated by some Konami tune. Okay, yeah, that is. Just get out of here. Anyway, despite all that, I somehow managed to wrestle myself out of bed today for this weekly one-shot number 354. The Roottrees are dead. And I'm not exactly mourning, but I think I'm going to be contracted to figure out what happened to them. Actually, I don't care what happened to them. The goal that we've been set by the Fox Tattoo, and a reminder, anybody can send in weekly one-shots, so if you have a good idea, just go for it. Link should be below the stream. My task is to find out who EC is, and I have 7 hours to do so. Everything else is superfluous. Just locate and identify this EC character. I am not allowed to cheat, and I assume by no cheating they mean don't use the in-game hint system and don't rely on chat. Well, the latter seems more like a... there's a word for it, but it seems like a bad thing. Right, let us start. New game. I will start the time we're going to have control, but I understand this starts with some kind of cutscene, so let's check it out. Liability, that's what chat is.
The plane that crashed last night just outside of Pittsburgh is now known to have been the private jet of the Roottrees Corporation. Local aviation authorities have speculated, based on the pilot's final communication, that the winter storm and heavy winds played a significant role in the crash. On board were multiple family members, including corporate president Carl Roottrees and his daughters, the Roottrees sisters, best known for their fashion lines and modeling careers. There were no survivors. Again, for those of you just joining us, the Roottrees are dead.
I know it's late, but I'm guessing you've seen the news. In addition to dealing with the grief, the Roottrees company's lawyers are scrambling. Everything's about to change. Anyone proven to be a blood relative is about to get much richer. I'm here to ensure everyone is accounted for. I've heard you're an expert at sorting out complicated family trees.
I am?
A genealogy genie, as it were.
I think you got the wrong house, lass.
I'm going to give you a quick test. Pass, and I can promise you the job of a lifetime.
Egads. Okay, this seems dangerously like gameplay, so our 7-hour timer begins now. Alright, let's examine the evidence, search the internet for clues, fill in names, occupations, photos, and probably something else. Let's get sleuthing. So on our desk we have information. It's a photo of these urchins. God, ugly, ugly children. Right, there's you. Okay, there's you. And there's you. I gotta click on the faces. I assume these are photos that we use as part of our little Beautiful Mind sketch up here. This is taken from a photo shoot of their ad for Got Milk. Da-da-da-da-da. You might recognize our faces from magazines you're reading, or our names from the candy bar you're eating. Being a Roottrees is a full-time job, but so is growing up. That's why the calcium found in milk is so important. You can't make chocolate without it. And celebrity worship is a cancer on the human condition. Anyway, these are the three that died, right? Jolly good. And I guess we put them in here. Put them in birth order. The oldest to the left, the youngest to the right. You look like the oldest. These two both look like they're about 5 years old. Maybe there's somewhere else I can get better information about them, like the internet. I hear there's all sorts of stuff on the internet these days. Right, the mysterious person has given me the family tree. Ooh, is this where the EC individual is? I don't see an EC. Man, this is one big family. Holy crap, that's a big family. These people need to learn how to stop. Okay. This is all we have. It seems that we're going to have a lot of evidence, given that it's given us sorting tools for it. I have a little journal here. Welcome to the notepad. On each page, other than this one, you can jot down important information. Really? It's true. Okay, now how do I get rid of this important information? Incredible. Right, names, family relationships, marital status, sibling count, anything else you'd like to remember. What if I don't want to remember anything? What if at the end of this I want to wipe all memory of this? Page titles can be renamed, make it easy, highlight text in your web browser. Add it to the notes. The entire contents of your notepad are saved. Even if you quit the game, don't forget to check them upon your return. Siblings are brothers and sisters. Cousins share the grandparents but not the same parents. Second and third is great and great grandparents. I actually didn't know that. Second cousins and third cousins is just not a term you'd come across, at least in the UK. American school terms. K-12 stands for kindergarten to 12th grade, which is 5 to 8. I'm glad they mentioned that, because I had no idea about that. And schools produce yearbooks. Albums of staged photos of the students. Yeah, I know that. Our school made us buy those. And I remember one year we got them really poorly bound. Like the glue didn't hold and the pages just went everywhere. I think they offered us a refund on that. There's an in-game hint system. There's Ducky here. Would you like a hint? I'm going to assume that Fox Tattoo meant this is cheating. They said no cheating allowed. So for once there is a rule against cheating. I often like to say there's no rule against it, but today there is. We're going to have to do this one by the book. What are these, though? The music. Can we not have this music anymore, please? Licensed. Oh, okay. I have a funny feeling that DMCA is going to crush this video, but whatever. I hope these things just play through themselves. And then there's options. Okay, very good. So do we have all the information? Not quite. We've not yet gone on the internet. Welcome to the information superhighway. You've got a Cashew PC with a 56k modem, a printer, a CD burner. Okay, let's get onto the internet. Handshaking, acknowledging, preparing. This is not my time. Now let's go on the internet and do the first thing I ever looked up online. Bollocks. Immersion has been ruined. What year is this meant to be? 1998? Yeah, that lines up. Okay, I am going to assume that what I need to do is look up these lasses online. Probably going to put myself in a list for this one to figure out their ages, right? Maybe I can look up the Got Milk ad. Series of advertisements for the milk funded by dairy farms with celebrities with milk mustaches. The Roottrees did an ad using a modified version. Oh, I can look up from here as well. So maybe I could just look up the Roottrees sisters. The ad mentions they are models on magazine companies and they're associated with the Rootree. Okay, can I make a note of this? So I've made a note here. Do I add the note of Roottrees? No, it's just Roottree. Roottrees sisters associated with this. Just this. No, that becomes a separate thing. Does that mean I can edit this? No, I can only delete it. So when you highlight something, you make a note of it. You gotta make different ones. Fair dues. So I guess that means I want to look up this Roottree candy company. You get away from me. Recent users played Crash. Lots of results for extremely popular things. Due to the traffic it's been receiving, history manages to work. The Roottree Candy Company was founded by ER, not quite EC. This seems useful. I might need to make note of this connection. For reasons that aren't explained on the page, it has no CEO, no stockholders, president. Votes, family, extensions. Every president has been a direct descendant of these. Alright, could be useful. The product that put them on the map were the 5 pieces, maple candies, 5 different flavors, crispy, crackly, okay, don't care. The sister company is Root. The primary models for Root are the Roottrees sisters. Okay, that could be useful. So let's go and look up this Root, shall we? Well, should I just keep this thing open permanently? I can still interact with this. Tell me about Root. Although search is not case sensitive, you're searching for something, keep an eye on how it's spelt and punctuating. Clothing company Root. Always has a period after it. Alright, here's your period. They make clothes for children, toddlers to teenagers. Their website is down. Oh, okay. You've spied the Roottrees sister looking hella fly on the catalogs. No, not really. Oh, and their names are Riley, Rose, and... What? What? Okay. Collectors, clothing, Root released 2 catalogs. Ariana's in almost all of them. Collector's items of children's clothing magazines. Finding out all sorts of things on the internet. Right, Brenda Roottree, the mother, is the head designer, holding her daughter in 1985. Her daughter has her birth name Carly Roottree. That seems to be important. So it's actually Carla Roottree that we're looking for. Wonder if there are any search results for her. Common trick questions. Okay, I don't know about you, but this music is still way too freaking loud. Get away. Oops. Ooh, no, not save and quit. I just wanted to save. Get me back. Get me back on the internet. Oh no, I lost it. Okay, I believe I was looking up Carly Roottree. I think I overcompensated a bit there. Wait, what? Whatever. Trivia page, common trick questions. What are the first names of the famous Roottree girls? Carly, Riley. Rose was originally born Carly Rose Roottree. They wanted a son, but they were only having a daughter. They got Carly. Sometime in the early 90s, now preteen Carly strongly expressed her dislike that her sisters had ugh. So she started going by her middle name. I have a feeling I need to make some kind of logical deduction about the ages here. The point is here that Carly... Hold on. The almonds are activating here. Second daughter, Carly. Carly. Alright, okay, hold on. We can do better than this. We can say that Rose equals Carly, who is the second daughter. Brilliant. Carly. Alright, we're getting somewhere now. But how do I know how old they are? This seems to indicate the order, but I can't take that for certain. Okay, maybe if I look up Man, I do not have the skin tone for these kinds of names. Right. There are a lot of obituaries that focus on the Roottrees' modeling careers. There's an unofficial Roottree fan site curated by a teenager with neon pink and purple that takes me back. Hard to read until you highlight the words. Yep. The most famous, she's the oldest. There we go. Raina equals oldest. Very good. Can I edit these? I would very much like to be. Okay, I can edit them. Good. I can't edit ones that I copy off of the internet. But this I can do. So that means that Riley is the youngest. Oh, I'm good. Can I reorder these? Oh, damn. I was hoping I could drag them. I got second, oldest, and youngest like that. Okay. You'd think they are rich just because they're models, but their dad is also president of the candy company, and their mum Brenda is fashion designing. They do modeling for her brand, Root. I eat their candy, maple crisps, dress in plaid, Root clothes. Riley dresses in plaid. So Dr. Wiley here dresses in plaid. Very good. Lost my train of thought here. Where did we just read that? I didn't just imagine that, did I? Ah, here we go. Dresses in plaid, Root clothes. Most in the posters. I want to get my ears pierced like Rose. Ear piercing. I before E, except after C, and when the sound is E. What a crap rule. Whatever, I'll know what I mean. And that just means that Raina will be the other one. Anyway, there's one that looks decidedly older than the others. Alright, perhaps we can use this incredible information on our beautiful minds board. Oh man, why can't I look at my notebook whilst looking at this? What if I make the screen bigger? No, I don't want to do that. Okay, I'm not good with short-term memory, so... Hold on, you're married? Okay. Why? Oh, why? I want to look at the whole picture. There's your plaid. Plaid. Riley, youngest, plaid. Gotcha. Youngest. Riley. And you are all models. Are they really all models? Maybe. Raina is the oldest. And then you are Carly. Figure out what's incorrect. What says anything's incorrect? I'm curious if you are still a model, or indeed if they're all models. Maybe I should read that a bit more. Yeah, they are some painful to look at pictures, aren't they? Remember, this is collector edition child modeling magazine stuff here. Right, what else do we have? Primary models. The 3 primary models for Root. Figure out what's incorrect. Yes, something's incorrect here. Hold on, maybe I should double check that piercing thing. Maybe American girls age in a particularly weird way. Oh, wow, Rose is the second daughter with the piercings. Huh, well, how about that? Right, we're gonna have you shift over. you're gonna go here. And oh! I didn't even get the spouse. These 3 entries are correct. They've been locked. Hey, it's just like Obra Dinn. You can't just fire from the hip and hope to be correct, unless you're incredibly lucky and can do it 3 at a time. You've unlocked the following entries. Nothing. Okay, great.
Sorry to test you, but I had to be sure you could use the internet. Some folks refuse to get with the times. Safe to say, you're hired. The reward for untangling the family tree is substantial. Life-changing, even. But here's the catch. The Roottrees go way, way back. The family tree's a bit daunting. Most people freak out the first time they see the whole thing. But I'm sure you'll be fine. The man who started it was particular about whom he considered family. For your purposes, you only need his direct blood relatives.
This is some really honky voice acting. I mean, it's more amateur than Nancy Drew.
Anyone related only by marriage is optional, but filling them in can lead to useful discoveries. Lastly, you now have access to some unique websites, plus a list of notable Roottrees. Notable people are easy to find via your search engine, and marked with stars on the family tree.
Stars.
I'm off for now. Carl Roottree had a lot in his office. I'll look for anything useful. I'll return once you identify 6 more blood relatives.
Oh, dear God. Oh, it's probably the police.
Sorry, one last thing. This might sound odd, but if anyone else claiming to represent the Roottrees reaches out, I'd appreciate you not mentioning I was here. Thank you, and good luck.
I don't even know who you are. She said something about stars, but I completely blanked on it. I need 3 more blood relatives before they will lock in. Before the person who hires you returned, every time you get 3 additional blood relatives, completely correct, then all will be well. What's this little question mark here? You don't have any portraits available to add to the family tree. Get your evidence go. Man, that music is just going up and down like a bleeding yo-yo. Betting is closed. 58-42. 5.4 million in the pool. Well, that's considerably better than DDR gets, but the odds not quite so juicy, huh? Could I just go through all of the males and maybe eventually lock in the right thing? If I put in male... No, it doesn't do that. I gotta go by these signs here. Maybe you're married to Sam. Linus. Oh, a Linus user, so to speak. Walter. Hudson. Guy. I'm not doing this for giggles. I'm curious if this stuff is ever brute forceable. Not that I plan on brute forcing for this. Jinx, we got 7 hours to actually do some deducing. But I feel like spending a minute or two seeing what can be done might be worth our time. Might be worth my time. See, it locks in the identities, but will it lock in this? Or maybe I need to uncover other names. What exactly do we mean by blood relative of the Roottrees, though? I guess we don't mean spouses, but we do mean children. Treat it like Crusader Kings. What a sandbox of a game. Alright, well, either we don't have the name or it doesn't lock in, so we actually didn't get any information there. So we'll just go that you are unknown. Took me 6.8 hours to 100% the game, says the Fox Tattoo. Whoa, this whole weekly one-shot was just for Fox Tattoo to come in with that flex. I understand. Alright, notable Roottrees. The sisters, there's Carl, Elias, Gwyneth, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Easy to find online. Good. What's this 35? You've been in this line of work for a long time, so long that you've developed a sixth sense for how useful evidence can be. Uh-huh. The higher the number, the more evidence there is to find. Notables, set off alarm bells. Pretty rare to get something that useful. Best take advantage of it. As you progress, the numbers will change. More evidence, lock in. Piece of evidence seems too good to be true. Take a closer look at the people or phrases it mentions. Satisfying revelation, thought of, fully explored, new perspectives. Evidence has such high value, it can lead to other things. Okay. If you say so, game. There's evidence to be found here as well. Can I zoom in on you? Yes, I can. The Roottrees 5 pieces. The inventors had 5 kids. Radical new flavors. It's no longer the 1920s. I guess so. This must be the 1930s. So someone in the 1930s had 5 kids. You're going to have to go away. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Look at that. Oh, well, this is Gwyneth and Elias. Once you verify this person, you'll be able to add bonus photos. Incredible. All right. What do you mean unknown name? Don't we know that your name is Elias Roottree? Oh, EC. Incredible. Perhaps we should turn to the internet here. The founder and first president of the Roottrees Candy Corporation Company. Propaganda site about him. Picture of him and his wife Gwyneth. Picture has been added to your evidence. Ooh, that seems useful. Can I just immediately slam that in? Hey, there we go. Chunk, chunk. Good lord. This game has some assets. Elias is probably the bloke, right? And Gwyneth will be the bloke with long hair. Just Gwyneth? But then why does there have to be a Gwyn? Maybe they don't actually go by that name. Possibly. Alright, what else does the internet have to say? Elias invented 5 pieces. He inherited a farm with maple syrup. Oh, maybe I should make note of the stuff here that I can get rid of here. I already have this information. Should I delete it? It sounds like it might be useful. Nah, no way. We already have this information on our board now. Delete. I might need to know something about the Anderson Maple Farm. Let's, what's a periodical? Let's consider that later. His time and energy cementing his reputation as a family man. Blood is thicker than syrup. Any child linked by blood to me shall be linked by blood to my legacy. Roottrees Legacy. This seems like a decent book to find out. By Bess! Ooh. Okay, this whole thing seems like it's worth making note of. Accomplishments this year. His great-grandson, Carl. Like his great-grandson, Carl, Elias was voted Watchman of the Year. So he has a great-grandson called Carl. Really? Great-grandson, right? Child, grandchild, great-grandchild. So there's a Carl around here. That doesn't really tell me much, but we can perhaps put that to use at some point. Can I, throw this away? I don't want to look at it anymore. Can I look at the back of this photo? That is a no. And it's just the faces that we click on, right? Aye. Quite difficult to find any site about Eliza Gwyneth that isn't accompanied by this picture. Notable root trees. Very good. What do we have here? I can't take the picture of the guy on the news. It's just a way to keep me up to date with the plot, no doubt. Alright, so can we look up this book here, The Family Man Roottree Legacy? Ooh, this probably takes me to the website as well. Oh, that's good stuff. And I can go back to where I was. Sure. Anyway, I want to look up this book. Family Man Roottree Legacy. Very poorly received book. That's funny. Alright, author born in the 1800s, outside of Miami. That is tragic. Family Man seems to have faded due to lack of interest, so it just seems like garbage. Okay, sadly you're not getting me anywhere. Can I unhighlight this? I guess the game is going to have dead ends like that. What can you tell me about Carl Elias? No, Carl Roottree. Carl Roottree. I'm going to be sick of typing the word Roottree by the end of this. He died in the plane crash along with his wife Brenda and their daughters, the Roottrees sisters. Alright, now we're getting somewhere. Carl Roottree, Brenda Roottree. We probably knew that from the start, but I also forgot that from the start, so we can still treat it like new information. Brenda. Why is it Brenda White? Why don't I have the name Brenda Roottree? Maybe I need to find her name in periodicals? What's a periodical? I don't know. You need to look for a magazine or newspaper name. What? Okay. President of the Roottree County Company, clothing company Root, co-founded with his wife. Short press release, Roottree County Company, released today. News organizations. Do I at least have Carl Roottree? Roottree Carl. What did it say his job was? He was the president of the Roottree Candy Company. President. First, second, third, fourth. We don't know that. Maybe it's shifted between brothers or something, but okay, I'll put a note in this. Note in my notebook at least. Maybe I should have a different page for notes that I write to myself. Phone notes and internets. Good enough. Carl Roottree was president of the candy company, but which number of president? 1 to 5. I won't put 1 to 5, that'll just confuse me. Yeah, I'm even taking memes from that far ago. Alright, what else do we have here? There's a short press release, Roottree Candy Company released today. Heavy heart, we mourn the loss of Carl, Brenda, the sisters, and the other employee. Oh yeah, there were other people there, but who cares, right? We only care about the rich. This is America. The entire Roottree family is in shock, requesting privacy. Head of our company, Carl was an incredible man, unmatched leader, absence, difficult, take time. Look back fondly on Carl and their achievements. Okay, tell us about them then. Some of his accomplishments, one of them seems highly relevant. Like his great-grandfather before him, Carl earned the highly prestigious Watchman of the Year. Yeah, we've heard that before, but let's go and see what it's all about. Business Watch. Oh, that's a periodical. Right. Fascinating. How do I find periodicals? This is periodicals, and this is a library. Business Watch magazine is a magazine for... Oh boy. I might fall asleep in the lake tonight. Business Watch magazine is a magazine focused on companies, CEOs, and the economy. 100 years, one form or another. Every year they offer prominent businessmen further afield, Watchman of the Year, searches, Roottrees, Elias, and Carl. Huzzah. Business Watch does not host any online archives, but that's why we have periodicals. Wow, you got nothing on Brenda? Alright, give me Carl. Look at that face. He's got astigmatism. Grabs life by the roots. Well, that's good. Well, I think whenever I have the opportunity to slam something on the board, it gets slammed. Otherwise, I will forget and forget fast. You were the first president of the Candy Corporation. You have to have been. You were the founder. But what did Gwyneth do? See, here's the thing. If I can get Gwyneth's occupation, I can just spam through all the president positions for the other dude. How in the world do I not have your name here? You must just be Elias. I need to go and look up a bit more about you in a moment. Oh, man. Thank you. Reading always makes me sleepy, makes me yawn. Too many words and my brain just goes, "What are you doing, Jake?" and decides to lull me into a sense of sleepiness. But that's okay, you know, it's 34 minutes into a 7-hour run. I'm sure I can power through. I was an avid reader when I was younger, but just... ain't got time for that these days. Carl was chosen not for his work, but rather his clothing company. Before they married, Carl's wife Brenda was a fashion consultant. So do you want our current or previous jobs? Well, what I should do is see if fashion consultant is... Oh, it doesn't care. But it did give me a name. Carl's wife, Brenda. Why can't I get a Brenda here? Brenda, huh? Brenda White? Maybe I should look up this Brenda White character. You stumble across an auction for black and blue dress, Brenda White original, vintage dress. Brenda became Brenda Roottrees and started designing clothes for Root. The white and gold dress, it says. Is this a reference to that dress that looks different colors depending on the lighting? Quite possibly. This music sounds like brown noise. Get out of here. Brenda's patterns were being copied by other brands, seeing the demand. Carl and his second cousin, Ernie Jr. Carl has a second cousin called Ernie Jr. Might be relevant. Carl Roottrees has a second cousin, Ernie Jr. Who was also a president. Yes, ASCII a president. Other blood relatives who have a say in the company's finances refused to fund anything other than candy, so he personally spent his entire inheritance to bankroll the clothing company. Profits came along, the family changed their tune, repaid his investment, a route exists. They all benefit, oh, do they now? The new clothes always debuted the way the first ones did. Catalog cover model, older kids, younger kids, baby clothes. Watchman of the Year for his gamble. Gambling is great when it pays off. Why don't we get to hear about the failure stories? Jake, how does it feel to create your own future reading? Yeah, I think some people, a lot of people even, have this ambition that they want to write a book. God, no. Sign me out of that one. Marketing, other things. So does it still say this has 3 bits of information? Okay, so maybe that doesn't go down as I find and use the information. But apparently there was a bit on this. Did I ever use this? The root tree 5 pieces. Well, I did get the 5 kids part out of it. The ad also mentions that their current 5 flavor is not the same as back then. Also, Teen Blast appears to be possibly a periodical that I could check. It's a magazine aimed at teenage girls. Their news section offers condolences for the loss of the Roottrees. Fashion line was covered by our magazine. Rootree first appeared in the cover on her 16th birthday. Does that mean I can look up that particular page? So if I go for Teen Blast and 16th birthday... Aw, boo. Okay, but... maybe you're actually going to have this one with her. Can I just Control C? That would be very nice. And Control V? Oh, technology. I'm definitely getting put on a list for printing out teenblast.jpg. Oh, jeez. Okay, well, sorry lads. Weekly one-shot number 354 is going to be the last one, it seems. Right. This is another photo, but don't we already have that? Also, why do they call it Sweet 16 in America? Doesn't 16 not get you any new rights? Right. TMS, what is he up to? I don't know. Brother Trouble gossip. How is he interested? Win a set to the new movie. She's eating that chocolate bar. Her nails look awful. Candy Girl gets serious about her inspirations and aspirations. Man, the assets in this game just... Oh. Okay. What am I meant to do with this photo, though? I thought I've already gotten Raina. Seems strange. Right, there's an article about her 1994, TMS, and Brother Trouble. Unless you're telling me there's another Raina, but I don't think you are. Because this is already locked in. How bizarre. Right. TMS and Brother Trouble. What is TMS? In an interview, she talks about her inspirations. This could be relevant. One important thing I learned from an early age is that dreams are not outside of our grasp. Of course someone ludicrously rich would say this. My grandpa was a college professor who taught lectures about history. Whoa. History was full of people from famous families who wasted their fame and fortune, taking it for granted. I should go and use my name to accomplish something. This could be relevant. Can't I just make a note of this somehow? It's highlight, of course. I don't want it on page 1, though. I want it on page 2. I want it on page 2. pet internets then. That doesn't tell me who, though. So I'll just say that is from... What a stupid name. There we go. Get my frustrations out there. He always told me history was full of people, blah, 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 blah. I have practiced that lecture a lot. People in my family have made Roottree name famous for things besides candy. His older sister wrote a book that some of my friends tell me they had to read in school. So we have an author. I may have practiced that lecture a lot because other people in my da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay. I took his advice. Now I work with my mom designing clothing. I help decide what colors and patterns I want to model. Then she designs the clothes of a team of amazing men and women. Grandpa passed away earlier this year. Grandma Laura tells me he was really proud of what we managed to accomplish. So Grandma and Grandpa will be up here. Well, actually, it would specifically be here. So we have a Laura. Laura Carlson? Well, she's the only Laura we've got. Could be wrong, though. What was that about Grandpa? There was something about being a lecturer or a university boffin or an author. Author. Where were we? There it was. Right, can you tell me about Granddaddy? No name of that book? No name of the grandpa? It says he was a college professor, not an author. There we go. Maybe if I look up Roottrees college professor, we can find out some information about him on the internet. Or maybe I need to look up, what do you call it when people are dead and they write about them for some reason? I've never had a look at the library. Oh, hello. Author name, Roottrees with 2 T's. Book title, I don't know yet. Oh, okay. It was worth a try. Nothing about author. All right. This search engine blows, man. Excuse me. What else can we get out of this? He taught lectures about history. History professor? Be nice if I had the book name here. Yeah, you mentioned so much about it, but you won't tell me the name of the bleeding book or the old coot. Other people in the family have made Roottrees name famous for something besides candy. His older sister wrote a book. It still doesn't say what book it was. Interesting that he has an older sister, though. So older is to the left. So somewhere around here, there's a lassie. Family trees use surname from birth, even if they changed it after marriage. Always use their most recent occupation. You can open this envelope after the whole family tree's been filled out. I don't care. I just need to find out who this EC fellow is. I don't know that. All right. You're a president, but I don't know which president. I had this idea that if I knew what Gwyneth did, all would be well. Maybe I should just look up the name Gwyneth Madsen. Gwyneth Madsen. I don't think I got the spelling right. Gwyneth. I'm almost using Alt-Tab here. Gwyneth. Gwyneth Madsen. Perhaps she'll be better known as a Roottrie. First Anderson Maple Farm. Before marrying Gwyneth Anderson, no brothers, oldest sister, inherit the farm. As long as she married. Syrup, candy. Decided to combine their maple. 5 pieces, still found. Expanded well-being. Okay. Before marrying, Gwyneth was going to inherit the farm. So does that make her an heiress? What kind of occupations do we have? Well, it's always their most recent profession, right? Gwyneth would have used as a housewife. What a layabout. Alright, now that I'm pretty confident that these two are filled in correctly, I can just say, yeah, you were president. Which president? Don't know, don't care. We'll just put them in, and surely one of them will be correct. Family tree, completely correct name, occupation, and portrait. They'll be locked in. Is it possible that Elias here has another name, like it's Elias C. Roottrees or something to that effect? That seems plausible, because I don't think anything else here could possibly be wrong. So let's say that you are Elias C. Roottrees. And then this guy would be other kinds of presidents. The 5th, the 4th, the 3rd, the 2nd. I found that unlikely. All right, in that case, perhaps you were Elias M. Roottrees. With the 4th or 3rd or 2nd. Oh, gosh. What is wrong here? You would have been the most recent president, so 5th makes sense here. Is it possible that you were not the first president? You must have been the first president. You were the founder. Unless you were Elias Jr., I find that quite unlikely. You're the big cheese. But clearly something is wrong, otherwise it would have locked in those 3. Unsure what to make of that. Are we going to find another thing that says that, you know, Elias was a cross-dresser and married a similar cross-dresser? Elias and Gwyneth Roottrees. Difficult to find any site about Elias or Gwyneth involved like this picture. Notable Roottrees. Well, of course, they're notable. Maybe I meant to look up this specific term. Modern technology has its limits. It is recommended to search only for one person's name. Yeah, okay. But I was just looking up Gwyneth. There's a 5 pieces. Farm inherited from wife. Syrup. Blood is thicker than syrup. I wonder if I can take this quote and search for it. No, okay. Have we found any redeeming qualities about anyone in the whole family yet? Yeah, they're dead. This family man thing was useless. Can we run with this quote? Maybe it wanted the period at the end. It mentioned that about the root thing earlier. No. What can we learn about the 5 pieces? That was the wrong thing to hit there. 5 pieces. Marketing materials, various candy site, 5 pieces, iconic candy. No longer the only popular product, they still sell well. Small, colorful, shell-coated maple candies. Maple. Pressed into the shape of the maple leaf. One looks like a berry. 5 flavors, shape, History of print advertising. Website that claims to have a 5-piece argument scanned from a book called The Sweet History of Candy Volume 2. Tell me more, tell me more. Oh, okay. Maybe that's a periodical. All their image things are broken. But it's not added here, huh? So what am I meant to get out of this? Maybe Charles Lee himself has some information. Maybe he does not. Not sure if this gives me anything useful. Yeah, this bottom spiel sounds good, but also useless. History of print advertising website claims to have a 5 pieces advertisement scan from a book called The Sweet History of Candy Volume 2. If I wanted to search the periodicals for that... No. Why do the periodicals not have this for me then? Can I just go and search it for Charles Lee himself? Absolutely not. Maybe I want the 5-piece candy. It's called 5 pieces. Maybe it's just from the Sweet History of Candy? Oh, man. Oh, hello. Getting a copy of Gwyn here. You find some information on a website about old films that are not yet available. Not yet on VHS, Crivens. Not well organized. The search is broken. The internet's dire right now. Gwyn Roottrees is a well-known actress who was active in the 1950s. Tabloids, highly publicized divorce. This is on internet, right? Yeah. Yes, it is. Okay. Her biggest role was in the minor hit movie Guys Like Us. She left after the flop of Christmas Mission. Circulated picture behind the scenes. Did you know she was the granddaughter of Elias Roottree, founder of Roottree Candy? Shouldn't have been named Roottree, but her father took her mother's famous name, quite rare in those days. 1953 film. 2 secretaries cut their hair short and pose like businessmen to get ahead in life. Hilarity ensues. What am I getting out of this? Other than a headache. Gwyn Roottrees is notable. I feel like I'm straying from what I was wanting to do here. You had a divorce though, Gwyn. I've already forgotten. What was your relation here? The granddaughter of the founder. So I'm looking for a granddaughter that is divorced. Children, grandchildren. Well, it could be here. That's a divorce. It's the only divorce amongst the grandchildren, so this must be Elias. So, what was her name? Gwyn Rootree. Alright, here you go, Gwyn. You were an actress. I'm guessing actor is fine. There you are. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Like I liked my steaks back when I had no taste. I'm well done. Now we get some entries. Booyah. If this is a patriarchal family, she shouldn't be on it, even if the father took his wife's surname. Unplayable. Well, it's a matriarchal family. It was what's-her-face that started the whole thing. It was Elias that married into the money of Gwyneth and enforced his name upon her. Took over the farm and made this company what it is. Alright, jolly good. Oh, maybe it means you can add additional photos of them, which is why we have that. Why would we do that? For what maybe it's just for people that get off on completionism. But that means that I got something wrong about you, Gwyneth Madsen. What did I get wrong about you? That is your photo. I have no reason to think that's not your name. You're a housewife. It mentioned so. Maybe you had another more recent occupation. Should we look up a bit more about what's-her-face? I've forgotten her name already. Well, that's why we can look at it here. Could I copy this? Make my life easier? No, okay. Gwyneth Madsen. Get off of history. But it wasn't the Madsen, it was the Roottrees, right? Housewife. Gwyneth Madsen, housewife. Is there something that tells us more about her later life? Maybe I need to look up the Maple Farm itself. Information, photos, famous picture. Gwyneth Addison, no brothers, married, taking over the farm, syrup, 5 pieces, store, sold, Roottrees Candy Company, well beyond the original farm, daily demonstrations. Still daily demonstrations and educational tours. Oh, is she a tour guide? Just, why would it say used as a housewife if her job is not housewife? We're digging deep today. Jake brought all the sandbags. I need filled with something. Media mogul. Does say housewife. It's clearly not right, though. We know that's her photo. It's famous, and that's her name. We just looked it up. And that is her pre-married name. Right? Gwyneth Anderson? How did I click on the wrong one? Okay, well now I'm all but certain we've got this one right, so we only need 2 more correct. How in the world did I click on the other one? I would have read Anderson and then clicked Madison. I guess they both end in son, right? Therefore, there is no fault of my own here. Okay, let's move on to another notable name then, shall we? These ain't done yet. Red Roottrees. Aloysius Herring Roottrees, also known as Red, was an appointed judge and a politician who earned his nickname ironically because he was the Ambassador to Ireland. Shortest term in history. Appointee. Disparaging position. Yeah, disparaging the Irish people. All right, Red, you're my kind of man. He tried to run for state senate, related to the candy company. Came out, his last name was merely a coincidence. He was defeated in a landslide. So you're telling me this Roottrees fellow is just a red herring? Too smart for you, game. Oh, okay, well, it acknowledges it. Right, Jimmy Roottrees. Why would the lassie give us this? Maybe she's just testing us still. Unfit to govern themselves, Ion Shicks. James Roottrees is a singer who sings a duo, Jim and Diamond. Oh, God, we gotta listen to things as well. Maybe not. Maybe we don't. We're rolling to the city. As seen in MMM. Only the great-grandson of Elias Roottrees could make disco this sweet. A great-grandson. Oh, man. Those are two beautiful people. Rolling Down was a barely top 20 hit. Oh, God. If you're not in the top 10, don't dig yourself down by saying you were top 20. According to the liner notes, it satirizes a part of society content to remain indifferent to the economic inflation and civil unrest in the Middle East, unless pop culture tricked them into caring. Listeners didn't pay attention to the lyrics. Okay, very good. It was a product of its time, doesn't get much play. Images from an auction for sealed copy. Could this name be relevant? Possibly. Music and lyrics by Jim Roottrees, vocals by Jim Roottrees, and Diamond LaRue. Punchy LaRue is here. All right, sweet. I gotta know about you. Jim Roottrees is notable. What is notable about a top 20? Right, the lyrics contain no clues. I'm going to believe you on that because I don't want to read these. I want to know about Punchy LaRue. Roottrees singer, sings in Jim Diamond, Punchy LaRue. Sources, one hit wonder, rollin'. Jim writes the majority of songs, plays the guitar, sings. Diamond is the lead singer. Never had another hit. It has its fans, the Diamond Dazzlers. Oh, we gotta look up the Diamond Dazzlers. Folksy, acoustic, 80s, 90s, Cherry Tree and the Sound of Laughter. Jim's a bit of a recluse. Oh, we got the Diamond Dazzlers in. Official fan club for Jim Diamond. Cool things you got in the mail. Jim still sends out Christmas cards. Oh, that is so cute. Accompanied by some pictures. History of the fan club. No longer available to join. Honor it personally. That's cool or pathetic. Pictures of Christmas cards over the year. Only one is relevant. Jim and Diamond's young son, Wolf. A note about his daughter. His daughter also has a band. Alright, there's a lot of things to look up here, including the Floozies. An all-female punk band operating out of New York. Oh, maybe Calden likes them. Mentioned in passing, online reviews, opening act for the band. Normally doesn't review the opening act. This one's unusual. Loud, fast, and repetitive. Not in a good way. Extremely cagey. Venue. Children of other famous musicians. Underground, no following. Expensive equipment. Selling CDs. They only cost $1. They were losing a fortune. Well, that's what love for the art is about. Although she bought a copy, she'd unlikely ever listen to it, except maybe the Beef Baby. Oh, could do with some baby back ribs now that you mention it. Song by the Floozies, can't find anything. Euphemism, newborn cow, grudge. If only you had time or resources. I got plenty of resources, but I do want to go swimming. They were selling the CD. Maybe we can get a picture of this. Just gives us the floozies here again, doesn't it? Alright, what did we get out of that? Well, a lot of things to chase up. There we go. That might not be the lassie, but she's meant to be the lead singer, right? Candy! Candy, Nikki, and drum. Well, we know that guitar and vocals is Candy, and there she is. One little bit of evidence, probably that. Interesting. We also got you. This is Jim, Diamond, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. His son, Wolf, listening to his parents' latest music. Why does it not say that there's a clue here? Seems like we could go down this particular rabbit hole. Whoever it was had a son and a daughter. So at least, right? So we're looking for at least 2. Unfortunately, there's 2, 2, 2. I hope I don't have to care about the dates here. Really hope I don't have to care about the dates here, but I probably do. Punchy LaRue, the Diamond Dazzlers. We also had some other albums like Cherry Tree. Cherry Tree album. An album by Jim and Diamond in 1995. Not professionally reviewed. You do find a short sample called Sun. Okay, very good. And then Sound of Laughter. Album. Can't find a picture. Doesn't seem to have been successful even among the fans. What else are we wanting to look up here? Oh, you were the great-grandson of Elias Roottree. Hold the phone. I was looking at grandchildren. Children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. How many of these great-grandchildren had at least 2 kids? You. What the hell does this mean? Illegitimacy? Possibly. I'm going to assume that there were only 2. They probably would have mentioned other children if they were. Oh, but what we do know about What's-His-Jub-Jubs is that he's a star individual. Star player of the Xanarkand Abes. That means it's you. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And you're Diamond. Oh, God, that is their name. Diamond LaRue. And this guy was called Jim? Jim? I thought it was Jim. Jim Roottree. But I don't have a Jim Roottree. He must have another real name then, because I got the whole list of the people here. And I don't see no Jimbo. However, maybe it's Jim short for James? Maybe we can search more information about him. Oh, it's James Roottree. Oh, man. My intuition has not let me down. And you were a singer, you were a star, you were a pop star, you were a vocalist, you were... Oh, jeez, what do you want from me, game? Singer. Didn't I try that as, like, the first one? Musician? There we go. Once you verify him, you can add bonus photos. Okay, well, you're just 1 down. And unfortunately, it's only the Roottrees themselves that count. But if I got you... Wait, do you even count as a Roottree? Who's to say? Anyway, you have children. I don't know who was born first, your son or your... I think the son was born last. So let's go and put his child there. I'm going to assume that's your daughter. Wasn't her name Candy? Candy Roottree. And then your name is Wolf Roottree. And you are another musician. And I'm too busy slaughtering my way through these. I can't even punch in all the information I have. Okay, whilst you enjoy me being praised by the game, I am going to enjoy a swift water break. So, well, what you can do is admire my Oh, I don't have time for this.
You're on a roll. I'll try to keep that momentum going. Carl's office was a mess, thanks to some burst pipes.
I can't believe that, punk rock Lee. Not even putting any points on the line, but saying that I'm in trouble here. Anyway, let's get timer going again. You're on a roll. Keep that momentum going.
But I unearthed a photo from a 1970s Rootree reunion. I also found some important-looking papers. You've traced 9 blood relatives so far. I'll have more to share after you find 9 more.
Maybe you can also share some better voicing. I shouldn't lay into it too much. It's not like I've done voice work, but it's amateur hour with you. Anyway, aren't you also a musician? I forget what was said about Wolf Roottree. Perhaps I should consult the internet. We got this from the Diamond Dazzlers. Let's work our way down there again. Picture of Jim and Diamond's young son, Wolf. But we got that. Did it give us anything relevant? Just says he's listening to it. We don't know what he does. It was only 2 years ago, and he looks like a little kid. Can we not just put occupation child? Unemployed? Yeah, he's just a kid. He's probably a college student. I mean, look at the guy. Alright, what other so-called evidence have we ended up with? Why does this have an exclamation mark on it? I guess it is new. It's just a story update, though. We have some pictures. To Carl and Brenda, sorry you weren't able to attend the funeral. Have it as soon as possible. Ernie knew how busy your job can be. Here's a candle. Identical to ours. Pay your respects. It's not expected. Ernie was a man full of love. He had an immense amount of pride in the work you three did together. Carl's taking over. Gratitude, panic, bliss. Oh, bills. We caught it too late to get him on the donors list. The company took care of us beyond our wildest expectations. On set at the time, Ernie and I knew it would have been Carl to go. Up until now, Ernie and I had to stay strong for Nicole's sake. We could never have done that without the two of you fighting for us. Much love, Debbie. I don't get it. What's it? Oh, God. That is a huge number of them. Every 20 or so years, the Roottrees would hold a big reunion, recreate an old family photo. This is from the 70s. Carl's the teenager in the middle. Sorry about the water damage. Burst pipe in the office. Childish print writing says November on the back. Large number of cursive signatures. Bonnie. Next president, Guy Hudson. Ernie Jr., Carlin, Gwyneth. Oh, I do not look forward to unearthing what this is all about. What's this? Here's a bonus. Pull the water damage picture. The Free Spirits. Who are the Free Spirits? We don't know and we don't care. Okay, very good. Couldn't make the reunion. Wishing you well from Paris. Gwyn and the boys. Boys? Oh, I guess these are the boys. It's hard to tell in the 19 whenevers this is. Her left hand has 6 fingers, says Floppy. What? On this? What kind of a hand is that? Best not look too much into these. Oh, and the candle image. Nah, maybe it's just the shading here making that look like another finger. It is kind of awful art, though. Really bad. There's no AI disclosure on this one, but you have to wonder. Oh, hold on. What we got here? Cherry Tree. Cherry Tree is an album. Yeah, we weren't able to get this. There's a song called Sun. Ooh, the website you found on it did not have a full version, but you managed to get a preview. Blaze, days, life unknown, she'd depart, and part of my heart will always be the son of. Are you telling me we can search some of these? In my heart I'll always be the son of. Maybe I just need to look up Cherry Tree Sun. Nada.
There blazed a spark of light that ever brightly shone from her starting days, imparting wisdom to conquer life unknown. Though someday she'd depart in part, I'd never be alone. In my heart I'll always be the son of.
I don't get it. I want to know about Jim and Punchy LaRue's son, Wolf. Whatever. Probably not relevant. Right, vote for these ones. Stephanie Jones, City Council, better for Butler County, if you say so. Flyer, candidate, local office, Stephanie Jones. Article about da-da-da. Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family, to say the least, but in her words, it was still full of love. 22 years later, baby due. Christmas message is, Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you could talk to your girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie, she could use the public... Ugh. I hate that kind of guilt talking. It's like, oh, you know, I know we don't agree, but hey, could you do this massive thing for me anyway? Yeah, bollocks to this. Right, where do we go with this one? Next generation, Stephanie, Carl. I don't really know how I'm meant to use any of this nonsense that we just got. Full overview. We haven't finished looking at all of these, though. We haven't looked up Lauren Roottrie. Perhaps we should do exactly that. An author, Lauren Roottree. Ooh, distant relative of the Roottree sisters, known for her book A Life Between Wars. How distant are we talking? These are the Roottree sisters. We can get pretty distant. Okay, tell me more, tell me more. According to a website about famous authors in 1960s, Lauren released a few romance novels. It still just says distant relative, not cousin or anything to that extent. Publisher learned she had been keeping diaries about her famous family. They insisted she release them under her original name, Lauren Roottree, to take advantage of the family's notoriety. Selection of diary entries, A Life Between Wars, spans untimely death of her husband in World War II. Coping with a post-war world as a young... Yeah, so tragic for you. Okay, she's a mother, so there are children. Perspectives, changing times, socialities, Vietnam. Tell me more about Vietnam. No, I don't want it highlighted here. I wonder how Vietnam gets phrased in American media these days. Do they just say they were all on vacation during that time? Yeah, note. Content is not considered particularly relevant to modern audiences. New life is an exercise in high school English classes. Oh, this came up before. Let me see if I can rack my own memory. You were talking about having somebody who was an author, and I'm sure I made note of it. Right, let's make our notes on the stuff that we have right now and then go back. And make a highlight of that and then see what we had. It was in Teen Blast, right? My grandfather was a college professor, and his older sister wrote a book. My grandpa... Hold on, the big ones are blood relatives of the Roottrees. The small ones are the useless spouses, which means the lassie is going to be the big one here. So there was a daughter here. Who was it? Hold on, brain. We can do this. We have the bravery. Right. My grandfather was a college professor. And his older sister wrote a book. Older is left. The only thing older than Grandpappy is this author. What's her name? Lauren Roottree. Lauren Roottree. Author. Alright, we need a picture of Lauren Roottree, and this one is good as gold. After the success of her diaries, her publisher re-released her romance novels under the name Lauren Roottree. Alright, one of these is bound to have a photo of her, right? So let's have a look at it. It's a book. Famous series of 3 books, often called the Court Jester series. Published romances, narrator. Return to court, new romance in court. They are not in high demand. That's one way to put it. Okay. Return to court and new romance in court. It's just giving us the same spiel, isn't it? How do I get a photo of this lassie? Maybe she was at one of the reunions. Wasn't there one that we said was in the 70s? So I probably have a picture of her. Get me away from here. This one's from the 70s. Who's an old divorced-looking lassie here? Oh, not divorced, the other one, widowed. Also, wasn't there mention of her spouse? I thought her husband died in World War II. I thought that was what we were just looking at. In the early 1960s, she released a few romance novels. Diary entries. Young widow. Okay, so she is young. And she has a child. Okay. Tough. Pretty tough. Oh, there's a number of women here. God knows which one it is. Be nice if I could get another photo of her. But didn't you have a child, Lauren Roottree? You took another name. But they're still a blood relative, which is why they're coming up here. And then they had the big D. That's divorce, I assume. Author Lauren Roottree. She was Lauren Rafferty. Just gives us the same spiel here. What if I go to the public library and I look up some of her books? Maybe I'll get some information to go on. Yes. Top, huh? So if I go here and say Romance in Court. Oh wait, that's author's name. This is for chumps. We have a copy and paste key for this. From one Roottrees. Ah, man. But hang on, she wasn't doing this under the name Roottrees, was she? She was giving these under her name... Lauren Rafferty. Yeah, her married name is what it went under. Oh, man. Nothing relevant. Oh, that's right, because that was released under her married name, but we could, her pre-married name, rather. So we can try Roottrees here. Hey, there we go. But I'm also curious about her other crappy books. I'll try Romance in Court. Under her other name... Rafferty. Out of print, no copies. Okay, but what about her other crappy books? The Court Jester series. Maybe that's just the name of the series and it has other books. Ah, yes, it's called New Romance in Court. It doesn't like that. And then finally, Return of the King. Doesn't want to give us that. However, we did just grab... Whoa, quite a bit of intel. Where did all this come from? World Between Wars. There's Roottrees. Alright, splendid. That black and whitey photo. Chunk. Alright, I think we can say that she is done and or dusted. Curious about her children, though. Why did he inverse the search to begin with? What? Don't know what you're talking about. The below are notes and observations made while skimming through her diary. She's in the notable Roottrees. She'll be marked with a star. Yes, I know. The book was published in 1965. Diary entries, most important today. Her thoughts revolve around the loss of her husband, Jacob. Do we have any Jacobs on the list? Jacob Edith? No, it would be Rafferty because he gave his name to her. What a selfless display. She was pregnant when he... Oh, yeah, of course. Left her to raise her son, Clark. Not remarried, so Clark will have the name Rafferty. Tell me more about this Clark individual. She was a granddaughter of Elias and Gwyneth on her family side. We already know that. We know that, right? Well, we know that this is a man. We should put the male symbol there so I don't have to read the word male. Or read words in general. This is why we have icons. She was a granddaughter of Elias and Gwyneth on her father's side. Her mother's family was called the Cossells, but she hardly ever mentions them. Do we have any Cossells? We only have one Sarah Cossell. We'll look her up later. Her father, who she always referred to as Pop, was the head lawyer of the candy company and helped write a legal document called That Is Stuff We're Gonna Need. Yes, please. But while we're at it, he's a lawman. The soundtrack is way too relaxed. Of course we're going to be relaxed. We've got 7 hours to solve this. I hope I only need about 4. I really want to go swimming today. It's clear from the context the Roottrees of internal shorthand names for different generations. Oh no, this is probably going to be relevant. First generation of children by the Gwyneth are the 5 pieces. And then there's the Lauren generation, and then there's the Free Spirits. This is probably relevant. It's going to come up later in some spiel. And I'm going to be like, I don't know which generation this is. And then I'll have that big brain moment where I go, wait a minute, Free Spirits. Wah, 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 wah. And it'll all come together. Anyway, that's good intel. Should we go down this rabbit hole right now? I think we will, whilst my brain is in this mode. Look up the Clancid Trust on the periodicals, please. What? Maybe it doesn't work that way. Perhaps I should just look it up here. It's a legal document, so... Yes, I know. I would like to copy this, please. The Clancid Trust, highly unusual corporate arrangement. After Clancy Edward Roottree. Ah, yes, of course. Wish we had a photo of the dude. Maybe we'll find one. Elias's son and the Roottree Candy Company's head lawyer. At the time. Due to its unique nature, brought up in online discussions about financial matters and inheritance, the company mandated a fixed percentage of its profit are split every quarter amongst bank accountants representing each of the direct relatives. The account is created for each blood relative at birth. The actual numbers have never been disclosed. Success, significance. Trust is essentially impossible to get around. Many checks and balances written into it. Family members have tried to forcibly remove another member from the trust. Pretty vague, though. The The only information you discover is from a university law school, which apparently had a guest lecture about the Rosettes versus RR, 1994. The 5-piece guarantee. Very few details about this particular... Before I go down this rabbit hole, let's just highlight this whole thing. Thank you, please. You find very few details about this particular incident with regards to the client's trust. Student that attended the lecture wrote about legal oddities. RR unsuccessfully tried to remove another thing from the trust. RR attended 2 arguments. The person in question was born out of wedlock. They committed a significant crime against a fellow family member. Ironclad wording, impossible to remove. So there's this RR. RR was against somebody who was born out of wedlock. Well, it's blood relatives. Doesn't matter if it's in or out of wedlock. Wedding is just an arrangement between you and the state. It's not even between 2 people. The 5-piece guarantee, however, catches my eye. Combination of the trust, attempt to get the Roottrees Company family business eternity. It's baffling. Yearly salary is always locked to the price of a single pack. Combined with the trust, makes a bit more sense. Ensures direct relatives could afford to be president. Passive income was tied to the profits of the company. I like that. I like that idea. Vested interests. Smart. Debated. Yeah, okay, great. But this doesn't seem relevant. Yeah, $4 for a pack of candy and daylight robbery. Alright, but we still have other things to pursue here. I'm curious about the Lawrence generation. Any mention of this online? Sadly not. Ooh, hey, the back and forward key work. And I no longer have that bound to muting my microphone because I have a really, really convenient mute button on the thing itself. It's not like a big clunk button on the Yeti. Right, do we know about the 5 pieces generation? Might give that a wee gander. Come on, come on. There we go. The 5-piece... No! Hey, Control Z works. Amazing. Sadly, it doesn't want to give us talk about the generation itself. And we already know about the candies themselves. What about the free spirits? Thought we looked that up already. Seems common enough. Right, well, we got a bit of information out of that. We want a picture of the old coot, though. I want to see... Oh, hold on. Oh, this is just... Wait a minute, what? Oh, I'm glad I noticed these little buttons here. Yeah, I've got stuff to read. Okay, complaints written specifically, notable Roottrees. Everyone has something to complain about. Being expected to watch after 3 younger brothers. Male. Fantastic. Didn't feel like a blessing, huh? Complained of loneliness. During the summer, where I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot. Huh? Lauren's family members, Gwyn. So, hold on, let me take this. This is not Lauren, this is from Gwyn, who stayed there. Auntie. Hold on, phrasing here. An entry titled Complaints from Lauren's Diary, written in 1953. This entry focuses specifically on one of Lauren's family members, Gwyn. It seems everyone has something to complain about. Gwyn is an only child. complained of loneliness. I told her that being expected to watch after 3 young brothers didn't feel like a blessing, but it fell on deaf ears. It's saying Lauren has 3 younger brothers and Gwyn is an only child. Gwyn, only child, only option. Your name is Gwyn. If it's a male, then you're going to be a Gwyn Rootree. Almost certainly. There was somebody that didn't keep the name, but let's go with Gwyn Rootree, that is. During the summer, where I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot, I'd hoped she'd be the sister I never had. And that I'd do the same... Why did I take the aunt part here? Maybe I'm off of my rocker thinking that this is Gwyn. Could be elsewhere. Oh, wait, it might be this Gwyn, the actress. Okay, let me kill that thought here. If it's specifically Gwyn, I've already got Gwyn, that'll be you. So these two were hanging out. Yeah, only child, right, that makes a lot of sense. So these two were hanging out. And they were talking about Aunt something or other. Get me back to this bleeding book. I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot. Aunt Margot. Wait, you're a Rootree? There was somebody that took their wife's name and I forgot who it was. Did I even make note of it? Wish I could search this. Ah, of course I didn't make note of it. Alright, but I'm starting to think this might be Aunt Margot. Because, you know, there's your cousin. That'll be the auntie. I'll go with this being Margot. Don't care who Margot married. I'd hoped she'd be the sister, and I even tried to dye my hair blonde to fit in with the two of them. Ah! She's blonde. Aunt Margot is blonde. That looks like Aunt Margot, then. Yeah. Almost certainly. I mean, maybe. Can I see where this came from? That's very conspicuously blonde. That must be you. What did Margolet Rootree do? I'm going to be so sick of typing the word Rootree by the end of this. Margolite. Margolite Rootree. Unknown, you say. Perhaps we'll glean more information as we go across here. Why does it keep kicking me out of this? She just complained to me that I was the lucky cousin. What a mess. Now she's living off the glamorous life. Yeah, glamorous pop star. I'm stuck here with Clark. I must admit, seeing her everywhere contributes to my unhappiness. Her visage stares at me from my coffee table. She gets to be in Starlet and tells tales of how gallivants around the world, kissing the likes of Harrison Lane and Wild Bill Williams. First Rootree woman to be anything other than a house. Oh, that is relevant. All the lassies are housewives. Alright, make a note of that. Feel confident that she is a housewife. Well, we already nailed it down, didn't we? You are also a housewife. Bada bing, bada boom. Does that mean that you were also a housewife? But it says you're an author. Dubious. So if I've got you and you, I could probably just guess at what your job is and we'd be okay. I wonder if the game accepts breaking through like that. So you're probably not a student. You're not a K-12 student either. You're a travel agent, a secretary, a screenwriter. You work in retail. Are you trying to be a musician like Daddy? No. I don't know. This is a pretty long list to attempt to brute force. Baby. A cashier. You're probably not a CEO. You look like a chef. I'm just so confident that my other things are correct that I am somewhat willing to blitz through this. Not a doctor, not a driver, not a farmer, not a firefighter, not a hairdresser. Before I go through this, I want to double check that I actually put these in. You are... I mean, I could have gotten the photo wrong, but there was talk of her gallivanting. That photo comes from... here, right? Yeah. Free Spirits, couldn't make it. Gwyn and the boys. Wait, Gwyn? Gwyn? I think I got the wrong Gwyn. Oh, wait, no, that is Gwyn. That is the other photo of Gwyn. I don't have a picture of Margolite. Was this her? Let me double check where that's from. Gwyn and the boys. Wait, who are the boys then? Why would Gwyn have the boys? Born out of wedlock or something. Is one of them conspicuously older than the other? You look a bit older than the other one. Let's have them in there for now. Right, I need to figure out a picture of Margolite, because that was wrong. If she's here, she's blonde. 70s here. I don't know, I think we need older than that. Gwyn Roottrees. Is this one of the older ones? This is the next generation. Any blondes here? Nothing looking conspicuously blonde. An attempt to recapture the spirit of the 5 pieces photo with our generation. For old time's sake, we gathered on the warehouse floor. Eli, all the way on the left. But I was outvoted by my brothers. The 4 of us stand together, so we clumped up in the middle, let everyone filter in behind and in front. The only one too good to make an appearance was Gwyn. Grandma insisted we include Sam, even if we didn't want to. None of us understood why, including Sam. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it fair Miracle made it in. She's technically a 5-piece. Inner child holds a grudge. Uh-huh. Gwyn is a 5-piece and here. No conspicuously blonde women here, though. But this should include this generation. It doesn't include the 5 pieces. Do we have a 5 pieces photo? Well, how about it? I think we've found our woman. Blondie here in black and white. That's what I get for not reviewing all the evidence ahead of time. Boom, housewife. Now let's get booming from the bottom to the top. But as we know, rising from the bottom to the top has got to stop. I still think you're just a kid, though. Oh, yeah! Too freaking good is my problem. Booyah. Alright, we're getting somewhere. We have to keep in mind that our goal is to find out who EC is. And I did ask, am I going to know when I'm finding out who EC is? Because that's such a vague thing. And I was told, yes, it will be very obvious that you have found who EC is. Of course, one person's obvious is another person's oblivious, but I will believe. Right, so. We have a picture of the 5 pieces. Perhaps we should put it to use. I still want to go through more of this, but could we work with what we have here? Pop had it framed. That's him on the left. If it's Pop, then that's... hold on, Lauren's diary. Lauren. Hold on. That's Lauren. Pop. Pop is Daddy. Give me the picture. That's him on the left. Stunning looking guy looking to his left, our right. The guy, I wish I could go to the picture that it's from. Short-term memory can't hold an image, let alone a few words. Yeah, that's probably him, right? Yeah, I can tell by the eyebrows. Okay, feeling vaguely confident that that is Clancy Edward Roottrees, the lawyer. What else do we know here? This was taken in 1935 to celebrate the move to the new warehouse that Eli Jr. designed. So that probably means that Eli Jr. is a 5-piece. I guess we'll look up Eli Jr. shortly. Keeps kicking me out of this. Right, Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo since Miracle was in it, and the three of us were all about the same age. We were told only the 5 pieces, which really didn't go over well, to say the least. Eventually, I suppose to stop the tantrums, they posed us in front of the camera with Mr. Modern. I found out years later they never even took a second photo. Oh, okay, very good. What about this guy? Yeah, looks a bit suspicious, doesn't he? Let's keep you in the back burner. You are clearly the youngest of the lot. Unless you're a midget. They prefer to be called little people. In any case, let's assume the little person is over here, sporting his trendy eye patch and blonde hair. What is your story, though? We don't know. Well, I don't know, at least. I'm curious about this Eli Jr. Roottrees. Ugh. What do you mean you don't know? What is the actual name that we have here for him? It's Elias Jr., of course. Oh. There we go. Elias Roottrees Jr.'s name is listed. Historical building in the Butler County is listed alongside old residence that has been preserved called the Hunchetop House. You attempt to find more information about the man, but you come up empty. Interesting. This might be relevant down the line. I've not really been referencing the notes that I've been taking, but I assume at some point I will. Okay, what else do we have here? Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendoline. Angie and I wanted to be in the photo since Miracle was in it, and the three of us were all about the same age. So Miracle must be you. Look at that smug grin. Okay, so what do we know about Miracle Roottrees? We found a website for the Miracle Network, production company run by Miracle Roottrees Estate, bare bones with following blurb. Survived so late in his mother's life, doctors swore he wouldn't survive. His mother, father, Gwyneth named him Miracle. They thought him impossible. He who was youngest than his brothers and sisters by over 14 years, birthed that late, final child, nearly torn in two, but still, with the power of God on his side, he persevered. He regained his sight, and he spread the healing word of Christ. 23 years later, Miracle Rootree Jr. arrived, becoming the second vessel. Now, hang on, which one's which here? We have the star names here, so is Rootree Jr. a star child or not? Get me out of here for a moment to give me the list here. Miracle Jr. is indeed a star child, so that makes life a little easier. Very good. What is it with calling your child yourself Junior? It seems a bit perverted. Right, very good. At 18, he unburdened himself from the Rootree name and took his father's testimony to a whole new level via the power of television. Miracle Jr. spread the gospel across the entirety of New England. He has since left the life of glamour to reach those in places that need it the most. The power of the Lord is coming. Oh, God. Tell me more about the junior one. Hey, witness the power of the Lord. World famous Miracle Jr., the Miracle Brother. But what are we even calling him? World famous, top billing, notable Rootree, be marked. Special appearance. So what do we even call him? Miracle Third and his wife Nicole, who are said to be the youth posters. Is Miracle Third meant to be his child? Do we have any more miracles? Oh God, I suppose so. In that case, is that you there, Miracle Man? Maybe that's the younger kid. Looks smart. So do we call you a youth pastor? What the heck do you even call this, dare I say, profession? The world-famous Miracle Jr. We've got any Americans here that can weigh in on what the hell you call these kinds of proselytizing evangelists? Kind of got that out of our system in Europe a few centuries ago. World famous, top billing, notable what? All right, we can go for preaching. Oh, preacher is a thing. All right, very good. Con artist. All right, we got the attractive line of the Roottrees done.
You're listening to WRTG.
It's time for your headlines. Once an hour, every hour, on the 45. It's a bizarre development to an already tragic tale. In the wake of the accident that took his life, some of Carl Roottree's belongings have apparently gone missing. Most notably, a framed photo of the Rootree family from the mid-1970s that Carl had on his office wall. We interviewed a local psychologist about who would do such a thing and why. For that article, search online for WRTD News. Again, that's WRTD.
Aiding and abetting. All right, tell me more WRTD News. Investigative jazz radio station. 45 minutes on the hour. Plane crash. Psychologist. There wasn't a break-in. Someone with a key took the picture, discovering burst pipes in a storm room close to the... Oh! Aware of the photo's history, wanted to save it. Psychologist goes on to pose the culprit. Alternative agenda. Nobody has come forward to say they have it. Don't believe their lies. Just another instance of the Rosette curse. Tell me more about the Rootree curse, rather. I bet you Carl was murdered. There's a wrong, rambling conspiracy website. Very small, very red text on black background. They're cursed. Carl and Brenda and their girls. That makes 5 new deaths. Not only that, but 3 of the 5 presidents of the Roottrees Company have died mysteriously. Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver. Nobody arrested. Ernie Madison Jr. stepped down. Poisoned. Could be relevant. Don't listen to people when they write things off as conspiracies. Plenty of conspiracies have been very real. Conspiracy just means that people are conspiring, and they do that all the time. There's another entry that claims if you connect the dots in the pattern of the 5 pieces wrapper, it creates a Mayan ruby skull, a secret message to subliminally scare people away. Well, what do we know about that? This isn't on the wrapping, is it, though? No. What a shame. Post before that has a link to a site that talks about how Earth has 4 corners, 4 time cubes. A few months ago, the owner of the site received an email from one Chris Raff, asking him to take down his site with faked proof that Ernie Madison Jr. actually had a heart condition and wasn't poisoned. The proof looks quite credible. The proof was fake, because he's an expert. Can I actually look up this email address? Damn right I can. What? Please don't install stuff. A bunch of gifts under construction. Go Tartans. Me and my fiance Lulu. Can we come back to this? Blurry picture of the Roottrees family company, taken by the website's author. Fence. It seems like Operation RT29 is real. L is real. More conspiracy websites. Changing the recipe, more and more chemicals. Cooperation with the government. Loophole in the calendar. Get away with nearly any crime on a leap day. No. Conspiring, poisoning our children. They contain polyglycerol, an ingredient in the candy wasn't there when it was first made. Addict people to them. Sell pills to counteract the effect for children eaten in the past. Seems to be an emulsifier in chocolates approved by the FDA. Yeah. People try to make you think that scary names of ingredients are somehow poison or whatnot. I witnessed a helicopter land. Yes, okay, very good. All images and ideas by Thomas Overwood. Who is this con man? A few different sites about mysterious deaths, the Roottree curse, the truth behind Spirit Gola. It's a carbonated drink in the southern US. I try to avoid drinking US carbonated drinks. Satan's plagues returning. Stock markets and the devil's numbers. Multiply stock price by 666. Current year, add those two. You'll always end up with 666. Yeah, this game is pretty fun. I'm actually enjoying myself in spite of the large amounts of reading here, because it really gets the noggin jogging. I would highly recommend that if you think this looks interesting, just stop watching right now and throw the game onto your endless backlog, because I wouldn't want to deprive you of the enjoyment, and I'll take any opportunity to convince people not to tune into my stream. Right, but we were looking at something prior to all this. Was it Overwood himself? No. Crumbs. I don't know what it was I was looking at before I said, let's check something else first. It was this. There's an odd collage called Cousins, made up of 3 scrambled images. Statement, we need to create a piece of art about our family, extended family, cousins, pictures. A few of them got back to me. Teacher said I wasn't allowed to use pictures of the sisters, so I had to... Why? I had to get creative and use only my 3rd cousins. Probably because it was a school thing, right? And the 3 sisters here are everywhere. creative. Use my third cousins. Davy, spoons for Yukon. Bethany's yearbook picture. So this seems relevant, but I'm going to have to read it and parse it, and I don't want to do any of that. Chris's artwork has been added to your evidence, but the cousin's photo will need to be unscrambled. You've downloaded a new application, Pixpop, and we will edit the photos. Aha. Right, hold on. Who is this even? This is Chris Rafty. What? Completely lost the ball of where I'm meant to be here. Where is Chris in all of this? Oh, there's adoption going on. I don't know. We had to create pieces of art about our family. I asked many of my extended family of cousins for their pictures. Some I've never met. Only a few of them got back to me. My teacher said I wasn't allowed to use pictures of Rihanna. So this is somebody who's a cousin with your cousins. Cousins? Maybe we're drifting way over to this side. Because there'd be cousins. There'd be second cousins and third cousin. Whatever, we're probably over here at this point. Yeah, the Oberdeen concept to prevent powering through is pretty good. You know, I never finished looking over Lauren Roottrees' book. I should continue that right now. We were able to ascertain stuff about Gwen. But I'm off topic. A girl with all the luck in the world was jealous of me, and now I have been undoubtedly burdened by a terrible tragedy. I'm also lucky to be born into a family that can support me for yeah, no kidding. I can raise a child without worry, unlike countless other widows. If any of them were to hear me complaining, they'd rightfully scoff at me. A level of introspection unbecoming of you, Lauren. Right, Dynasty. Day her grandfather Elias announced he would step down as the president. I wish I had been a fly on the wall today. Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. Grandad was furious none of his sons would take over as president, but that's what he gets for holding on to it for so long. Architects, preachers, and lawyers, no one's got time for candy. So with the 5 pieces refusing to step up, it was down to us next gen. That is relevant in case I need to fill in some blanks about who does what. Pop argued at length that the company should stay with our branch of the family, since we still have the Roottree name. I'm not even sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he's the one who volunteered. Instead, it ended up going to Zach. Even though his surname doesn't match the candy, he's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. Thank you for such incredibly useful stuff. Firstborn son, that does not mean firstborn. So it's probably over here. It's probably misdirection. I bet you are Zachary. That was one of them. That means this is a woman. Almost certainly, although not certainly. I think we've already had one of them taking the woman. No, hold on. No, that's Lassie takes. Yeah, the man took the woman's name, and that's bound to be unusual. So there's no way it's happening twice here. So I'm assuming that that's Zach Wilson. And that means he's the second president. And that also means he's going to be in the photo with the Lauren's generation. Why is it called Lauren's generation anyway? I'll need to get to the bottom of that. I wonder if it has anything to do with Lauren Roottree. Oh, who's to say? In that case, I should probably look up Zach Wilson, if he's that relevant. What do you mean there's no Zach Wilson? Impossible. Perhaps it is the other Zach. Zachariah Morden. Zachariah. I'm hitting Alt-Tab again. Zachariah. What was it? Morden. Zachariah Morden. Zachariah Morden. But we don't know a Zachariah Morden. How can this be? Tell me more about Zach. Even though his surname doesn't match the candy, I'm sure he's the first person... how that's relevant. Grandad has always been very particular views when it came to his bloodline. Clancy. Did it ever come up that a woman could take over? After all, Angie is older than Zach. Hey there, Angie. Morden. Oh, yeah. Alright, and that means that this female married somebody else called Morden. A male, James Morden. Alright, we're getting somewhere now. I don't suppose James Morden is on here. What about Roottrees and Morden? Nah, nothing. Ho-hum then. Give me back the story. He just laughed. I'll never forget the cuss words Pop used when he told Ma it wouldn't go to us. Mother, ever the quick-witted, countered back, maybe. They wanted it to go to the only member of the family who looks like he samples the product. Okay, right. What does that tell us about old Zachy here? Okay, there we go. Right, that means in that picture there's also going to be... I hate to constantly break myself away from the Life Between Wars book. What else can we gather here? Another wee tyke down there. Since you're very clearly the youngest here, that means I can very easily say that you belong... Oh, wait, no, I can't. I can't. I mean, you could be here, you could be there. You could even be here, depending on how late... No, there's no way that... No way it went down that way. No, it's gotta be the little tyke here. There you are. Chings even looks like him, right? There you go. Alright, maybe getting somewhere now. Right. Eli all the way on the left, but he didn't go on the left. Gwyn is not in the picture. The four of us stand together. Is that these four? I'm not sure. It probably is, actually. Yeah, these four are standing together. With that fancy tie, that's got to be another photo of you. But I haven't verified you. What the heck did this guy do? He looks like he was also a preacher. I didn't go with that. He's wearing the fancy tie after all. Wonder what you ended up doing, though. You're not another miracle. You're something else. We include Sam. Nobody understood why including Sam. I don't think it's fair. Miracle made it. I also don't think it's fair that Miracle made it in. He's technically a 5-piece. Oh, wait. Hold on. Miracle... Miracle's a 5p. So Miracle... Yeah, Miracle's in there, right? That is Miracle. Yeah. He just looks young enough to blend in because he was such a late arrival. So that's Miracle again, and that's Miracle's child. But did we ever find more information about his child? His second child? Not that I can see. Maybe we'll find more information about him from his other contemporaries. Although, you know, I'm fairly certain I've got you right. And I'm fairly certain I've got you right, so... that means we could actually take the opportunity to grind another character. Although, I don't know about that. We don't have any more miracles to give out to you. Anyway, Chunky LeChung here. Wasn't I going down a rabbit hole regarding you? I can always refer back to this when I'm trying to piece together the Lawrence generation. Sam, 1963. Elias Roottrees had given in to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was going to be included in the family gatherings. Obscure relative. Why Sam? I have many distant relatives that I've never met. After all, Granny had sisters and Grandad had a brother or two, but I was told trim their branches from the family tree. Why is Sam special? Angie summoned all the next gens to a secret meeting in Zachary's office. Gwyn's in Paris, but the rest of us, including the Miracle Boys, spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. Didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding. Who was Sam? It's complicated. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands. EC and John when he used to drive past. I bet he's that guy that we clicked on in the background. Zach, check the records, managed to confirm all three are on the books. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother. Miracle's youngest, Eli. Gotcha. You little punk. His name is Eli. You're probably not Eli's junior. I have a funny feeling that one of these two is Eli Jr. So you'll be another kind of Eli. Don't know which kind of Eli. Probably M, and the M is probably short for Miracle. But what does he do? When he was riding his mini bike alongside the farm, Sam gave him some old tools and taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. None of us think proper multitude of reasons. That Eli certainly seems thrilled. At the end of the day, nothing explains why an outsider is cozied into family affairs. When he works on the farm of all places, whatever happened to blood is thicker than syrup. Granddad makes an exception now. How do we fit Sam into all of this? Sam was in one of the photos, and it was considered a bit blasphemous. It was this photo, right? Grandma insisted we include Sam even if we didn't want to. Is Sam a boy or a girl? This is already a bit questionable, isn't it? It's such an ambiguous name. That could be Sam or that could be Sam. She's probably the redhead in the background, right? But we don't know where Sam would fit into all of this, do we? There is this top secret thing. So I have a funny feeling that Sam is here. Samantha? But the whole mention of it is that Sam is... not one with the family? Sam, an obscure relative. Why Sam? Granny had sisters and Grandad had a brother or two. But I was told trim their branches. Why is Sam special? Sam was working alongside the farmhands when he used to drive. Still no mention of the gender, but it seems weird that Sam would be a female farmhand. Could happen, I suppose. Riding his mini bike, Sam gave him some old tools, taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. None of us think that's proper for a multitude of reasons. Probably because Sam is a woman. Eli seems thrilled. Of course he would be, eh? Put your sister to the test and all that. Okay, I am relatively... well, maybe not certain, but I'm convinced that this is some flavor of Sam. And if there's a question about her being distant, then maybe she is a Catrial, or Catral, which would mean that this is a woman, which would mean this is like Eli Jr., the male. I'm not sure, though. Hard to say. And I think this spouse is an unknown farmhand, but we don't have enough information to make anything solid about these assertions. Right, what's next? Maybe I should make note of this Sam stuff. I'll keep that in our little notebook that we never refer to, and check out the final page of this memoir thing. Snaddy wonders what WS is. WOS is my weekly one-shot, which I have done every week for a long time now, like maybe 10 years. One of the final entries is Clark. Clark's getting married, in my opinion, far too young. He's barely 18. Openly confronting them would make me a hypocrite. I married at 60. Is Lauren just freaking... the mouth on this woman. Okay. Clark is getting married, da-da-da-da-da. Clark, like the rest of his generation, is a free spirit. What else do you call a group of kids growing up with more money than any one person can spend? They all aspire to musicians, artists, dancers. The only one who has any discipline is Carl. Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Maybe I'm getting old, but our generation was never so bad. My brothers all seem to pursue paths of knowledge. Brothers all knowledgeable, right? So, professor, some kind of professor, and some other kind of professor. Well, it doesn't have to be professor, right? Maybe there's teacher. Maybe there's researcher. Okay, maybe it's all just professor. I shouldn't put that in because I also don't know the other person who I'm certain is a professor. I don't know what his name or face or any of that is. I'll look into it though. The most rebellious thing any of us did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Pop seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. As for me, my first published book, Swashbuckle My Heart, is based on the pirate stories I used to invent with Jacob when we were walking in the woods after school. He'd be proud that Clark and I are carrying his name. Cousins are doing well. Zach's not a bad president after all. His sister is doing a good job raising her twins. Gwyn is Gwyn. She came out of the divorce with her head held high. So, Zach's sister has twins. Well, there's bound to be mention of an older and younger twin. I should really see if I can shove in Angelica here. Is she another housewife? Yeah, most of them probably are. There was mention of that. You'd think she'd be close to Chunky LeChung in the photo. It would make sense if she was on the other side, and siblings to frame the whole thing. Sure, why not? I mean, it's probably wrong, but it could be right. In fact, if it was right, then this would be clicking in because I've put in quite a few people here. It's not having any of it. The in-game hints, I believe that's what the person meant by no cheating. Alright, so I'm definitely wrong on some of this stuff. I might be wrong on the whole Sam thing altogether, but I'm trying. I feel like there's something I could do with this. The free spirits in any other family, they'd all end up on the streets. Even Clark. Uh-huh. Right, so what's this? Pot? My brothers seem to pursue paths of knowledge. The most rebellious thing any of us did was bring home someone who'd be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. This is probably some kind of racially related thing. Americans love to shoehorn that into every story they tell. A significant amount of their lobes are committed to thinking about melanin 24/7. So, was that mention of a sibling? My brothers all da-da-da-da, any of us did, so one of you brought home somebody... Right, didn't we have a photo pertaining to that? Get me away from here, there was something about vote for da-da-da. Here we are. Vote for Stephanie Jones. I don't know about this. But you're probably involved in all this other stuff. This is relatively recent, right? Did I take your photos here? I did. But there's no space for the photos. I got everybody else right, apparently. But I said this is a male. It's all brothers, right? Unconventional, full of love. Stephanie Jones. Carl left in his inbox. Seems personal. Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company. Talk to your girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie. Use the publicity. Carl. I don't know. I don't feel like I can draw enough of a conclusion here to slam it in. Stephanie Jones. But they're all males, right? She's only ever referenced having brothers, and she mentioned having a sister that she'd never had, right? So, I think... but where does the surname Jones come from? If they're all males, they should all have the Roottrees name. They should all be giving the Roottrees name over, unless for some reason you married a Jones, Patricia Jones, and then gave that name to your offspring, Stephanie Jones. But hang on, do we not have maybe I should look up Stephanie Jones. Let's get some information. Electoral results. Stephanie Jones, a candidate for City Council, won her campaign. No mention of the Roottrees. Very bare bones website. Simply a picture of her campaign mailer. Be sure to read the full article in the Butler County Times. Alright, I will. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Roottree candy. Small farm, Butler Times, local paper, articles, family. A video game called The Roottrees Are Dead was once set in Butler County. Turns out the creator never lived there or had any connection. Fascinating. What did we just get from that, though? What is this now? Ah, now we're talking. An art piece. Self-portrait of me and my fiancée, Lulu. Chris Rafferty. Oh, yeah. I've got you now, Chris. Your lassie was Lulu, right? I'm not saying that's the worst taste you could possibly have in Final Fantasy X. What photo did we just have? There you go. What was it you did? Apparently it was something scholarly. And why can't I find the name Lulu? What do we think he did? And I'm going to assume that one of Iddle and Diddle are the offspring. But which one do we think? I'm going to go with this guy. But I don't know anything about this guy, do I? No. I just saw his picture here. And there's also no mention of marriage going on. Maybe those two aren't an item, but why do I get his photo then? Perhaps he's another red herring. Also, yeah, I did take their photos. Stephanie may have grown full of love. Baby Dew. Carl, we don't see eye to eye. Your girls should put out a statement. She could use the publicity your daughters bring from CM. CM? CM? Hold on, why did I put Rafferty down here? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, wait, hold on. I think I'm going off the deep end here. This art piece was found in the portfolio of college student Chris Rafferty. Self-portrait of me and my fiancée. Wait, where did I even come from? You're not the person I'm looking for. Get out of here. Unknown male. Chris Rafferty. What other Raffertys do we have? LaRue? What could it all mean? I feel like I've tripped over myself here. Now let's take it back. The most rebellious thing any of us ever did was bring home someone who'd be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Pop's gotten over it because Eduardo is set to take over the department once he retires. I'm guessing Edward is the one that was outlandish. Tell me about Edward. Edward Roottrees. Could be any of them though, right? And what was that about? This art piece was found on the portfolio of college student Chris Rafferty. Self-portrait of me and my fiancée Lulu. Where else Chris Rafferty? I don't know. I still don't really know where the Stephanie Jones thing comes in. Roottrees family, adjacency. Likely articles have been added to our periodical search interface. So maybe if I go to the periodical of the Butler County Times and look up this lass, whose name I've already forgotten. Stephanie Jones? Stephanie Jones. Might get some intel off of you. Hold on, I can specifically check the periodicals for you. Most recent mention is a small report detailing the election results. She won. Full version of the newspaper clipping on the back of the mailer. Unimportant, but we find the following. Stephanie Jones, born Stephanie Landon, until marrying Brian Jones. Stephanie grew up in a home without a father. With my mother and her partner, I essentially had an entirely female influence. She is a distant cousin of the Roottrees. Her mother, Caroline, a local artist, has often come out opposed to the corporation's policies regarding deforestation of indigenous trees to expand their maple farms. Unlike my mother, I am not a fighter. I want to bring love to the world. Right, Stephanie Jones, and we always go by the born name, Stephanie Landon. Landon. Have we had the name Landon here before? How distant a cousin to these are you? Apparently there's a Clark Rafferty here. Yeah, because there's Rafferty. Divorced again, but with a lassie. It could be that you're here. You did mention being cousins, right? No father. Stephanie Jones, no father. Well, there's no father here. And you eventually did marry. Alright, let's go with this. Because I can put in a photo for you. So I'm going to say that you are Stephanie Landon, and you are a politician. Is politician the right way to put it? Election results. Was it for any specific kind? Council? Maybe councillor is something we can put in. Comedian? Construction? No, it's all politics. Alright, Stephanie Landon with your man who is... who? Jones. Some kind of Jones. Well, you're the only male Jones we got. I'm okay with that. Sure. Who did Clark eventually marry, and where can I get a picture of Clark? He'll be in a photo with the Free Spirits. And we also don't know what he did, so nuts to that for now. I've put in a few things, and not one of them has ended up being right. How unfortunate. However, oh my goodness, I'm pretty sure this is correct, unless he broke away from being a preacher. I feel quite good about that. I feel pretty good about Chubby here being the second president. Maybe you weren't a housewife, but I am shocked that something here isn't right. Samples the product. Stephanie Landon. You talked about being cousins with these ones. There is, I suppose, a possibility that this guy just died off or something? And that maybe you're over here instead, but that seems even less likely. No, I'm pretty sure that's Stephanie Landon. I'm pretty sure Chunky LeChung is there, so... is it quite possible that he was not a preacher, Miracle Roottree? We had some stuff about him. By this point, I could have just looked up Miracle Roottree again. Miracle Roottree, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, with a birth that late, still power of God, he persevered, triumphed, spreads the word. So he is a preacher. Well, something about Tower Television, Gospel. How would he not be a preacher? Just like you. Just like you. There's no way he wasn't a preacher. We even saw him later on with that glamorous-looking tie thing. I could put in the other photo of him. There was another later photo of him wearing his fancy tie in one of the pictures. It wasn't here, though. Or was it? I haven't really looked into these characters. There's too bloody many on the picture. This was the one. Look at him there. His shades and his fancy glasses. Let's see if we can go with the shades on this guy. How you like that? I still think he's a preacher, though. I'll stick with a baby picture, though. Seems befitting for the generation. He's enjoying the reading. That's a bad sign for the lose lobby. Yeah, and I've still got like 4 hours to go to unearth this mystery. Although it probably gets harder, not easier. I am flummoxed, though. I've put in a few things that I think are correct, and the game is not saying that I'm bang on the money. That is a touch concerning. Is it possible that Morden is older? No, we already covered that Morden is younger. Although that was an assumption I made. It could be that he's over here. Zachariah Morden. Why would he be Morden anyway? I guess you took the name here. Tough, very tough. But there's other information that we haven't yet used. Ignore that for now. Oh god, something's on Scramble. This is Chris Rafferty's cousin's art. Said to include pictures of Davy, Bethany, and Stephanie. Stephanie, the only child. Right, Chris Rafferty and cousins. Cousins share a grandparent. That's a little awkward, though. Because your cousins are these and these. Ah, wait, maybe one of these is Chris Rafferty. It's possible. Because then you are cousins, and he said he wasn't allowed to use them, so one of these could be Chris Rafferty. Mentions a fiancé, but not a wedding. Unless this is Chris Rafferty. Possible. Very possible. No, because there's a marriage. Stephanie Jones did marry, and there's no other marriage going on here, so this has to be Stephanie Jones, surely. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. It's entirely possible that I've completely misplaced you, and in fact, that's not you. This is the lad, who I think I placed somewhere else, because I can't see his picture here. Where did I place him? I couldn't have placed him far down. Maybe I just didn't see his picture here. I should try harder. Where's his picture? The self-portrait. Here, this, you. Where have I put that mug? It's probably staring me right in the face, but that doesn't change the fact that I don't see it. Oh, poor monk getting baited. Well and truly baited. Wait, this is only showing you women, isn't it? If I kill off the woman, suddenly the men are here. Let's try this then. We'll keep you with your love here. And this is Chris Raffrey. And what does he do? I don't know, maybe he's an artist. Didn't we have note on Chris Rafferty? Her mother, Caroline, a local artist. Maybe I should look up Caroline Jones on the Butler County Times. Wait, what? There we go. Oh. Hey, it accepts Control Y as well. That's very cool. What do you mean nothing relevant? You just said she was in this. Maybe under her original name, but I don't know what that is. Okay, well, there is this that I haven't unscrambled yet. Perhaps I should do that. Do I actually unscramble it? Oh, we need to use the program on the computer. Pixie Pops. Okay, what is this? All different zoom levels? Looking promising. Okay. Oh gosh, this could be anything, huh? Nah, that'll do. That looks right. You're telling me something isn't right here? Ooh, I can mouse wheel it. This should be there. I think we could have made do without that, but there we go. Sliced cousins. Oh my, there's a lot of flesh going on here. Ah, but didn't they mention one of them was a swimmer or a diver or something to that effect? Oh, golly gosh, they move up as well. There's a happy man here, but it's not me. Alright, well, I've got a fairly completed part of his body there. Is that his nipple? That is his nipple. Alright, then. That also seems to be part of his bod right there. Good. Also fine. I think that belongs on him there. Good enough. Surely this is a good enough picture of him. Oh dear. We're going to want that hand over. Let's see those hands. But the hand belongs on you, huh? Alright, let's save that. You get away. That's the hint duck. We do not subscribe to the hint duck. Alright, that means these two bits go here. That's probably on top. So, donk, 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 donk. Done like dinner. Alright, we got the pictures now. You've reassembled this one. This is one of Chris Rafferty's cousins, but it's a distant cousin and it's a redhead. Red hair doesn't just come out of nowhere. Are you really an artist, though? I don't know. Yeah, possibly. Okay, steady now. I'm a redhead. Chris's art project, huh? You're not a redhead. Where does black hair come from? Wait. Where do those vaguely Asian aesthetics come from? You get the sharp eyes, the big lips, no chest. We need to go digging here. And then kind of goldeny blondie. Be nice if you gave us some names here, Chris. Is it possible that that lassie is over here? There's no man, but there is a guardian. Adoption or otherwise. But there was mention of a partner. No, it can't be that. Born with no man. Well, no man in the picture. That's why I still think she's here. But he must be... Hold on, there is... jeez. The only reason I'm not putting him over here is because he's got his fiancée. But maybe they aren't married, but also you're the one that has the picture slot, so... Must be something going on there. Yeah, where the heck is Steph Jones meant to go? Where is there no father involved? Because there is here. Child. They split up. And then this other lassie might have come out of nowhere. But the implication is that you then became the guardian. But there is also a picture here, so maybe this is Stephanie. I can give it a go, right? Yay for Stephanie. Yay for Stephanie's... Where are you at? There you are. Well, let's give this a go. This could be Stephanie. Stephanie Landon. And you're into politics? Oh, baby, I'm good. Perhaps even too good. These 3 entries are correct. And he was a preacher. Booyah.
So, you may have heard the news. Some of Carl's things have gone missing. That includes the pictures and mail I brought you earlier. I promise I didn't steal it, but I did borrow it. I'll return it once we're done. Let me deal with my family in the meantime. Oh, I guess that means I've officially confessed. I'm a root tree. I assure you I have a reasonable explanation for the secrecy. I'm about to do something big the family doesn't approve of.
What is it with Americans that once they become wealthy, they try to sound British?
If you could just wait a little bit longer, I'll tell you more.
They
in
fail,
person. I'll return after 15 more blood relatives.
but it's so jarring. Right, what's also jarring is that I need to take another water break. What can I say? It was a hell of a DDR session last night. Whilst you stare at my beautiful mind picture here, I'll be back in just a minute. Oh, that was always the goal, Fox Tattoo. I beat 82 of the songs. Song 83 was Konami Remix, and there was nothing left in the tanks to even struggle through it. Okay, continue on. No, I'm not thinking about much. I'm not thinking about nothing, though. Right, did we ever find Landon Stephanie's lad's name? Unconventional Love. CM. Do I care about this lad? I don't think so, because it's only the main Roottrees that we care about. But that means this was wrong. She's probably not a housewife. She probably has an actual profession. But I don't think we've seen anything to tell us what it is. Sam probably also did something, right? There was mention of some woman being the first to break the mold of being a housewife. And I think it was Gwyn, actually. Which means we should be expecting housewife, everything to the left and above of her. Probably. Still don't know what Elias M. Roottree is about. Could we look him up? We even tried that. Elias M. Roottree. I got nothing. And try a period after M. The game very early told us that punctuation matters, but no. How about Preacher Roottree? No. Don't know. Let's get rid of Pixpop. Still something here that we haven't fiddled around with. Oh, that's just the note about the note. Alright. These are just pictures, though. For more information about the photo, inspect Chris's art project. His art project, huh? Are we calling it a photo item? Oh, this is the art project, right? Ah, here we go. Davy swims for UCONN. Davy Kellogg IV is on the swim team. The Huskies. He also came in second in his most recent competition. Doesn't seem relevant. Okay, well, is the Huskies something I can look at? No. University of Connecticut, perhaps? What do you mean there's no website for the University of Connecticut? I guess that's what Yukon is. I hope I don't have to care about which states they're in. I might have to, though. Right, but there's really no David Kellogg out there. Not even David Kellogg IV. Okay, but I do know that's him. And I know that you're a distant cousin. Where would the name Kellogg have come from, though? It could be anything going on around here. For example, you might have married Mr. Kellogg's himself. There's a David III and a David IV Kellogg's. That's probably getting down there. Have we looked up Angelica Morden? Angelica Morden. That's a no-go. Again, though, I'm supposedly wrong about you. Am I wrong about the person, the photo, or... Well, I could be very wrong with the picture here, because I just assumed that it was you. There were other women in that photo. Oh god, I hope it's not you. I've forgotten who was in that photo with the candle as well. I still do think it is you, but let's have another look at that photo. You get out of here. I'll look at the other ones later. Yeah, because here it is. Here's tons of fun. This is the lassie and her 3 brothers. Actually, the little kid here is remarkably younger looking than the others, and this guy's remarkably older looking than the others. So I think I can actually just wham those faces in. So, oldest dude had the tash. And remember, they are males. Youngest kid looked very young. Short-term memory's already dead. I wish I could look at the pictures themselves. Let's see. Were those the 3? I think so. Tash, young and stunning, middling and middling. Yeah, that all seems about right. So with them in there, and I'm all but certain it's those 3. Then we can focus... Right, here's Preacher and Little Preacher. That is probably the wild card redhead. So that still says that you are... her. Angelica Morden. Why did I think her name was Angelica Morden? Where the heck that name come from? I think it's because it's because Morden is here. So are you the only other Morden? Who's a female, that is. You could be Caroline Morden. Well, it's possible. But then... the other Mordens could be down here. We don't know. Balton tax? No, my stream is going A-okay. I suspect I got it from... I haven't checked my notes at all. I keep making notes but not checking them. There was a lot that came out of this. Why Sam? Distant relatives. Trim the branches. Angie summoned all the next gens to a secret... Hold on, some of them couldn't make it, right? Gwyn was in Paris. Did I ever slam Gwyn's boys in here? Yeah, I did. There's Gwyn and Gwyn's boys. They were not in the photo. Still think that's her, though, but the name, we're not sure. It's some kind of Morden. I shouldn't put the name in there if I don't know that that's it. But I could try if I think I have other ones that are correct. Now I'm quite certain that this is correct. Chris Rafferty. Which means... Oh, and... did we ever get the name of Lauren's brothers? I can't believe Lauren never mentioned her brothers. He certainly looks the oldest of the bunch, right? But what would his name be? It would be Roottrees something. Unfortunately, there are a lot of Roottrees. Oh, but... okay, I thought maybe it would mention, like, doctor or professor, but no. Did she really not mention her brothers in her book here? Her mother's family was called the Cassells. Ever check that? Yeah, we got Cassell, but there's no real mention of that. Elias and Gwyneth, right. Her father was Pop, head lawyer. 5 pieces, next gen, free spirits, we know all that. Notable Roottrees. 3 younger brothers. Aunt Margot, we got you in there. Starlet. I think we've looked up Starlet, but we could always look it up again. Oh! Tabloid with a focus on famous actors and actresses. Didn't go into any other aspects of filmmaking or Hollywood news, but now I can look up what's her face on Starlet. Although we've already got information on her. Maybe it has some more saucy information. That's Gwyn Roottree. Maybe we can just look up Roottree. Many Roottree advertisements. Gwyn Roottree. Time of her divorce from Wild Bill Williams. Wow. Wild Bill Williams. You gonna give me the name here? Why don't I get Bill Williams here? Poor Bill. Yeah, what a shame. Have you tried searching DDR Jake? Yeah, no, let's not do that. Might scare me off. The gossip is speculative, focuses on the fact that she announced her divorce. She also announced that she was pregnant again. Wild Bill had multiple affairs, left her heartbroken. Her last name, she answered, "The power of my name is undeniable. My grandfather preached the importance of family names, honoring them. Blessed me with a famous name. Nothing wrong with Cornwall, but Roottree has power. My husband, similarly, goes by Wild Bill. That's an infamous name he repurposed for himself. Didn't have the benefit of being born with a famous one. Wild, compared to the ultimate Williams, is fairly memorable." So you're saying that Cornwall was his actual name? Linus Cornwall. What a crappy name. I bet he's awkward just like his operating system. We've relocated to Paris. Readers love to keep up with my husband. An exclusive. We have a child on the way and we're sticking with Roottree, not Williams. We also plan to lean into alliteration. It's how we'll honor both our family names for the next generation. Alliteration. Alliteration. This seems relevant. I'll highlight it on my list of notes that I never look back on. Alright, I feel like I'm starting to approach some dead ends, so we need some new angles here. Still looking for the name of Lauren's brothers. An entity named Dynasty from the diary. Grandfather, fly on the wall, got heated. Architects, preachers, and lawyers. Nobody's got time for candy. Architects, preachers, and lawyers. We have preacher. We have lawyer. One of you is an architect. And I think this is a female housewife. So I think this is a male architect. Why would I think that this is Sam Cattrall? Where the heck did that come from? Oh, because I think this is Sam. I still think this is Sam. Hey, who's this red-headed young up-and-comer? Did I migrate Sam somewhere? Hold on. Sam is a boy. I've been completely on the wrong end of particular sticks. Wait, that can't be right. In the photo, it mentioned a woman. Right, hold on there. Sam. I have many distant relatives I've met after Gran. Why is that? Next gens. All the next gens to a secret meeting. It's complicated. Am I off my rocker, or is that not Sam? Maybe it's a different photo. Maybe Sam's like one of these? I don't know. Bonnie, next president, Ernie Jr., Carolyn, Gwyneth, Miracle Jr., Jim Roottree, Clark Carl, and Eli M. But that's not all of them, is it? Nope. Sam is here, and that is almost certainly Sam. So why is Sam male? Maybe he is a crow. Maybe that's Sam. I thought we got Chunky LeChung done right, though. We did, okay. So why is Sam there? And why is Sam... Oh, Samantha! That's the female, and this is Eli Jr. He's an architect, he has a spouse, I don't really care who. And that means he'll be one of the last black and whiteys in the main picture. It's probably him, right? You know, he's got the shining grin. He's right there in the forefront. It's got to be you, right? Unless that's him. Well, it's not unthinkable, huh? Curiously, I don't have any extra photos for people at that stage, so I don't know what he's going to be part of. Maybe he's in this top secret thing. Are you telling me that's not right? Maybe it's... No, I don't think so. I think it is telling me that's not right, though, because it's still not liking what I've put in. I do think that's him, though. Elias Jr. Oh, hang on. That's Pops there. Lauren's diary. That's Lauren's father. And we've already put him in. That's Clancy. I do think that's the dude. So one of these two will be the one. One of them's looking kind of blonde, though. That would be you, which means this last one here is you. Got an older elegance about you. What is your name? Do we have all the names of the children of the first big cheese? Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo. Since Miracle's in it. No, but no, not happening. Mr. Morden. With Aunt Gwendoline. Aunt Gwendoline. Gwendoline. Aunt Gwendoline. Yeah, that would be Aunt Gwendoline. I'm shocked that I am once again not getting confirmation on doing multiple correct ones. I'm certain that's... Well, maybe it's not Elias Roottree Jr. Just that feels like that would be the name given to the first son of Elias Roottree. And she can't be an architect because apparently you were the first to break the mold and not be a female housewife. So I do think that's right. I do think that's right. What will lead to winning points? Jake's inability to read or inherent misogyny? That's anyone's guess. Shocking that these aren't right, though. James Morden. Oh, I got the James Morden one right. I wonder why that became golden. Those don't count towards this, at least not as far as I'm aware. I got you at least. And this isn't right? This must be right. Like, this is correct. So there's no way that's not him, but is it possible that Chris Rafferty is not an artist? Should we look up more information about Chris Rafferty? Rafferty Chris. And I have your picture here. Chris Rafferty's cousin's art project. Davy and Davy's younger sister plus only child. Well, either of these could be the only child. So that's not helpful. There's also this. You wouldn't count, because these are all cousins. Troubling. There was something else about him, though. Where was it? I'm having a hard time seeing it. There's a picture of him and his lass. The self-portrait thing. There we go, staring right at it. Chris Rafferty, self-portrait me and my fiancée Lulu. Art piece in the portfolio of college student Chris Rafferty. College student? So he's not an artist, of course. He's just a student. One day the student will be the master, but for now, ain't happening. Thought he was a bit more grown up. Oh, yeah. There's the booyah. The 5 pieces are all set in stone now. Brilliant. Only liberal art degree professions allowed. Okay, we need to find a new angle here because I feel like I've exhausted much of the intel that I have. It's also worth noting that this is incorrect. Maybe her name isn't Carolyn Morden. However, there are... Well, there's Angelica Morden. But it'll be one of these. It'll be Morden something. You know what? Since we don't know, let's not assume that we know. The only thing we can be quite certain of is that she's a housewife. Because she precedes the mold-breaking Gwyn, probably. Have we ever looked up Gwynedine Roottree? Do I have a way of easily copying your name? No. Gwendoline. Gwendoline. Was there two N's? No. Gwendolyn Roottrees. Gwendoline Roottrees. Nout. James Morden, perhaps? How did I ever know about him and her and James Morden? Don't know. Don't remember. How many people have you solved now? According to the list here, 21 out of, I don't know how many's total. Do I have other pictures of this this dude? Matter's not right. I need to find a new angle, and I need to find one fast. Knowing that about you, can I actually lock in any of your cousins? I have a feeling that knowing the state is going to be relevant. We've done all of the root trees here. Easy to find online, huh? Red root tree. How could you do that to me? I feel like I went over Davy a little bit too fast here. Davy Kellogg IV is on the swim team in the University of Connecticut. No clue. Sure, there's so much time left, and you just brute force the rest. No, I want to figure it out. It's actually rather enjoyable. I wonder if there's stuff in my home I haven't been paying attention to. Like my family doku. I don't think I want to look at that. My Game Boy? You are dead, okay. Let's not have that doing that, please. It's my Etch-a-Sketch. Rubik's Cubes, no thank you. I can't make phone calls, I can't go out. Comics, lines, Riot Girl. Weird noises. Davy and Davy's younger sister Stephanie. Sorry, Davy and Bethany. Perhaps I should get their surnames. So Davy is Kellogg. Bethany is also Kellogg, only Kellogg's. So who married into the Kellogg's? They're over here, but I need something to go on. Maybe I could get more out of Zachariah Morden. He was the president, right? Zachariah Morden. I thought I looked him up already. How in the world does he not have... Zachariah Morden. Do I have to look him up under root tree? But he never was a root tree. In terms of name, at least. Alright, I'm going to consult my notebook. What loose ends do I not have here? Alliteration for your family. Okay, true enough, I don't know what you mean by that. Obviously, I know what alliteration is. It's the lowest form of wit in terms of writing, but... what does that mean about your children? We plan to lean into alliteration. We'll honor both of our family names for the next generation. Let me take a closer look at who she is. You kept Rootree, and that's Linus. I don't see the alliteration here. Gwyn Rootree, Cornwall, Linus, but also Wild Bill. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who these Chuckle Brothers names are. It could also be that your siblings are these two over here. That's also, I think, third cousining. Or is this second cousining? I don't know. Don't keep track of these things. Anyway, don't know what to make of that. Why Sam? Zach's office. Angie summoned all of us to all of the next gens to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Gwyn's in Paris, the rest of us, including Miracle's boys. Spent ages to unravel the mystery. I didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding, Patsy. At the reception, when I asked who Sam was, Pop shushed me and said it's complicated. Okay. Yeah. Samantha. What are you up to, Elias? Architects, lawyers, nobody's time for candy. Right, this we figured out. Boom. Important update. Carl and Brenda and their girls. 5 new deaths. 3 of the 5 presidents of the Rootree Company have died mysteriously. Guy's car. There was a President Guy. Ernie Madison. Madison. Where did the Madison name come from? James Madison? He never had a son, but he fought the War of 1812. Madison. I think that's over on the far left. Gotta look into that. Elias Roottrees Jr.'s name is listed on a website on historical buildings of Butler County. An old residence reserved called the Hutchtop House. No more information about the man and the building came up. Historical buildings in Butler's County. Yeah, but I wasn't able to find any more information about the Hutchtop House. Can I look up the Hutchtop House in the periodicals of the Butler County Times? A small feature details a building that the architect worked on, Hutchtop House, also Elias' oldest son. I know that. Hutchtop House seems unrelated to the rooftop. Sure. Anything on the Business Watch about it? Or the Starlet? Could Teen Blast possibly be mentioning this? There was mention that Starlet has covered a bunch of Roottrees. Many Roottree advertisements, including 5 pieces. They flood the results. Okay, but could I have those results? No, okay. Living a glamorous life, I'm stuck here with Clark. We have covered you and Clark, right? Yeah, here's Clark. Yeah, Clark wasn't one of these ones. Starlet, Gallivants, kissing the likes of Harrison Lane. Did we ever look up Harrison Lane? Where did you come from? Old films not available on DHS. He is a television actor, major role in Guys Like Us. Oh yeah, we covered this one, didn't we? Studio brought Lane back to play the villain's twin brother as a hero. Western Frontiers has no connection to the Roottrees. Harrison Lane seems to be a dead end. Oh, how cute. Okay, but couldn't I perhaps figure out who Rafferty Clark is? He's probably going to be standing somewhat on his lonesome in the wild what's-its photo. That's not this one. It's Laura's generation. Here we go. These are the free spirits. That red hair, man. These must be siblings following the red hair. And since the lassie is pregnant, she'll be the one that had kids. Unfortunately, both of them had kids, and I'm all but certain the red hair came out from here. And even if I could, I don't know their names. Yeah, teeny tiny one down there. Blatantly the youngest of the generation. You must have come out of Elias M. Roottrees. There's no other possibility. That skin tone and hairstyle doesn't come out of nowhere, Elias. Well, everyone's got to have a hobby. No information about you, but I'm fairly certain that's where you came from. There's nothing else that really matches the timeline. This guy's good for the age differences in the photos. But this red hair. It's hard to tell who looks older or younger here. But these ones are getting up to something. We don't have any later photos, do we? Not that I can tell. There's the 5 pieces, the Laura's generation, and the... Oh, I suppose this counts as the latest photo, right? Well, they're all dead. Hey, there's some of that red hair. Did we ever follow up on Manchin here? Elias and Gwyneth Roottrees. Oh, of course, they started it, so I guess that's a sleeper hit on the red hair. Grabs life by the root. Before they married, Carl's wife Brenda was a fashion consultant. We covered that with you? Yeah. I think we've exhausted this one a bit. No mention of your father? Carl? Brenda's parents' patterns, rather, being copied by other brands. Seeing the man Carl and his second cousin Ernie Jr. spearheaded Root. Second cousin Ernie Jr. Could be one of yous. So that's cousin. There's no real telling where about this Ernie Jr. is, though. But I should make note of that. Other blood relatives who have a say in the company finances refused to fund anything. Carl personally spent his inheritance. Profits appeared, yes. New clothes always debuted. Ariana became their catalog's cover model as she grew the product line. Older kids, younger sisters, baby clothes, Watchman of the Year. Did we ever look up the Watchman of the Year? Because there was another one, wasn't there? Elias and Carl. Yeah, Elias being the big cheese from the very start. With half the time gone, do you feel halfway done? No, I actually feel a bit stumped. I feel like there's a big jump that I'm meant to make to open up the left-hand path of all of this. Because too many unknowns here. I'm scouring through things that I read early on now with my new information. We've finished Jim and Punchy LaRue, right? Be honest, I've forgotten where they were to begin with. It was you. And yes, we have uncovered all there is probably worth uncovering here. I think we got you in already. Yeah, there's gold to be had there. We've uncovered these ones, unless this means anything. Dichutamai? Dichutamai. Oh, sure. And here's red-headed swim guy. Hold on. Red. Red-headed? Who was the only child here? Stephanie is an only child, but Davy and Bethany, double red hair. But Bethany didn't have red hair, did she? Davy swims. Bethany has a yearbook picture. And Stephanie is an only child. No mention of which one's which, right? This looks like a yearbook photo, but then again... This one's right in front of the school, so... You'd think maybe this one is as well. I don't know. I don't feel like I should be going too deep down this red hair rabbit hole. We've already covered you, Gwyn. Plenty of time, Jake. Have some confidence in yourself, says Ninjin, who's happily sitting in the loo's lobby. Right, it still just refers to this as the boys. I don't know which one's which. Film school? That could be relevant. Could be. Still never understood this thing. Carl and Brenda. You were unable to attend the funeral. Who were Carl and Brenda? Ernie bricked it, and then there was this big funeral thing. Maybe I should look up this Ernie Heckle-Rock fellow. See if I can find information about his funeral. And then Carl took over. And then there's something about Nicole. I need to piece this together. Right, Ernie. Was Ernie a root tree? Not Arnie. Ernie. Also, is his name Ernie, or is it something like Ernest? Ernest. And there was an Ernest Jr. as well. And it's Ernest Madsen. Right, that could be relevant. Because we know where the Madsens are. Unfortunately, it could be anywhere here. But one should check. Ernest Madsen. Is it Madsen? Madison? That's Morden, you fool. Where are the Madsens? I have a growing suspicion they're over here. The name had to have come from somewhere. And it's unlikely it came over here. So I'm going to assume you married some kind of Madsen. And then Ernie popped out somewhere around here. To Carl and Brenda. Sorry you were unable to attend the funeral. It's traditional to have it as soon as possible. And Ernie knew how busy you can be. Who the hell are Carl and Brenda? Maybe it's these two? Alright. So I am of the impression that Ernie is over here somewhere. Madsen. So there's some kind of Madsen that you married. Oh, this gets complicated now, doesn't it? Somebody took a female name and I need to figure out where it was. And that went on somewhere over here. Maybe the kids were down there. Ernie was a man full of love, not only for his family, but the legacy, immense amount of pride for the work you three did together. As well as how Carl has carried on for him after taking over. Who the heck are Carl and Brenda? Oh, I think they got removed from here if I've already used the names. There's Carly. There's Carl. Well, there's a Carl, I suppose. Might be another one like a Brenda over here, I don't know. There's too many things to keep in my head at one time in this, so naturally I'm struggling. That includes a Shiva candle, identical to ours. If you'd like to pay your respects, it's not expected for to the faith. Ernie, a man full of love. Maybe I can look up Shiva candles. Wait. Up to the end, Ernie and I had to stay strong, especially for Nicole's sake. So I reckon there's Ernie and Debbie, who have a child called Nicole. Makes it sound like there's one child. So maybe maybe you're called Ernie. And then you had your own child, Nicole. But then why would there be an Ernest Jr.? Maybe because this guy is Ernest? And that would make you the fourth president. Or maybe the third or something. I think I'm off the deep end here. It's possible that you're over here, and I could try that. But I think I am going way off the deep end. Because I've already made a lot of jumps in my assumptions here, not least of all following the red hair, starting from me thinking that that's Samantha. Let's assume you're a little bit younger then. Let's assume that you are Ernest, and that means that you are the president, the fourth one. And then let's maybe assume that you're Ernest Jr. Yeah, it's not happening, is it? I need to make some actual deductions here, and it's not coming. Back to the drawing board. Actually, we're on the desk here. I feel like I've done Jim and Diamond. Is there anything else I needed to get out of Teen Blast? My grandpa was a college professor. Yeah, we've covered that, haven't we? Or have we? We never got his name. And I'm just assuming that's his picture. History is full of people from famous families. Lectured a lot. There was something about how... You know what? We still have this thing. See, that's 7. I wonder if that means there are still clues to be had. Or if it fades away once you've grabbed it all. I haven't noticed if the number's gone down. This one... See, this one's gone down to 3... Oh, it's per page, huh? Tells me this thing is full of stuff. Maybe I should consider more about this. That's right. I assumed that your youngest brother was called Clark. And I never pursued that thought. Clark's getting married and he's too young. He's 18. Daniel isn't much older. Jacob and I got married. Ah. Isn't Danielle a girl's name? Right, so... What I'm pulling from that is that your name is Clark. I gotta stop closing this, right? Jump right over to this. Your name is Clark. Well, I thought it was. You tell me I've already put in Clark somewhere? Oh, that's Clark Rafferty. Clark's getting married. Clark, like the rest of his generation, is a free spirit. Oh, no, of course, you're talking about one of the younger ones. Yeah. That was Clark Rafferty down here. But can I place him? Free spirit. Carl's the only one with any discipline, because he went to the academy. My brothers all pursued. Someone brought back someone scandalous. Edward is set to take over the department. So was Edward one of the presidents? Possibly, but I don't know which one Edward is. Right, if your son is one of the Roottrees, you'll be in this bleeding photo. Did I ever look up Swashbuckle My Heart? Maybe in the library. And what was your name again? Lauren Roottree. However, she may have penned it under her original name. Her married name, which is Lauren Rafferty, double F. Out of print. Re-released as X Marks the Spot. Did she re-release it under her new name? Here we go. Soft cover, fiction, romance. Buried Treasure by Lauren Roottree, from the author of the Court series. Keep an eye out for Lauren Roottree's next book, Revisiting the Diary, 10 years later. Isn't that the one that we were just reading through right now? No, that's A Life Between Wars. You had another book out. Now we're talking. Unlike the original diary, it contains no pictures, but many new passages that reflect on her thoughts. One major event happened between the release. The death of Elias. Alright, whoa, that printed out a whole bunch. Based on the pirate stories I used to invent with Jacob when we were walking in the woods after school. He'd be proud that Clark and I are carrying on his name. Jacob. Clark. Right. Yeah, but you were a bit of a player, huh? I want to see if you're in that photo. You'll be a photo of the wild bunch. Yeah, the free spirits. Yeah, it's really hard to tell who is who here. Those damn redheads. Well, I know Clark is male. But outside of that, what do we really have to go on? Not a whole lot. This guy seems kind of isolated. Maybe that's Clark. Yeah, a winning smile he has as well. Looks like a bit of a Clark. Occupation super seducer. Alright, I'm gonna kill the photo. I don't like to make a jump like that. Right. Loads of reading, my favorite. New diary opens with an explosive incident. Re-release decade between this. Elias Roottree has died. Elias Roottree was you. I mean, I'm not surprised. You're an old coot by now. Elias Roottree has died. During the reading of his will, there was an audible gasp when a certain name was read. Samantha Roottree. Sam and her children were not meant to receive monetary inheritance. He had a stipulation that she retain the right to run the farm and any and all decisions related to it. It was then that the scandalous secret comes out. None of the 5 pieces were surprised, but it was quite a shock to everyone else, including Sam. She'd been told her parents died. Apparently, Sam was the illegitimate child of Elias Jr. and Patricia What's her face? Got a name here. But hang on, you say they married, and yet you say this is illegitimate? I don't know about that. Patricia, the daughter of a local steel mogul, and Eli Jr. harbored a secret romance at 16. She became pregnant, gave birth. Father refused to let Eli Jr. there ever again. Hold on. Am I getting everything right here? Eli Jr. Married? Okay. Maybe she was born before the wedlock and therefore just cast aside when they got married anyway. Who knows? Patricia was married off to a much older man and sent away, and that was almost the end. But none of the next gens had ever met or heard of Patricia until she unexpectedly reappeared, going by Patsy. Patsy's husband died. She reunited with Eli. They married in their 50s. There we go. Hold on, are we looking for a Patsy instead? No, still Patricia. Eli Jr. had never taken another lover. Aw. Lauren, ever the romantic, quite appreciates this. Aw. So I wonder if the one here means there's one bit of information, but I already deduced Samantha Roottrees with my giant brains. Additional notes. Clearly, I did not know our true family history when I wrote this. I didn't even know Sam was a Roottrees. All my doubts were ill-founded. She's a fine woman. She grew up with us. Had she grown up with us, she would have been a sister figure. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her. Ernie and the kids. Ernie and the kids. So I guess her spouse is Ernie. I don't know about that. Although maybe. Wouldn't it make sense that you would be Ernest and then the bloke here would be Ernest Jr. like I thought he was? I just don't know which one comes first, so let's read on. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her. Her children... Ernie and the kids, but then saying her children. Doesn't sound like the kids are the same as her children. Whatever. Helping the family in their own way. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach. Hold on. Take me back to Zach. Who was Zach in all this? I thought Zach was tons of fun. Quite possibly. Tell me more. Long time, Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother. I'm most ashamed of is not figuring it out. Sam's spitting image of Patsy. Jet black hair and green eyes. Hold on, was that really Samantha? Jet black hair? Let's try again. What I'm most ashamed of is not figuring it all out myself. Sam is a spitting image of Patsy with her jet black hair. Patsy is... Patricia here. But Patricia's the one with the jet black hair, right? How would she not have figured that out? Well, I'm not figuring it out. Sam's a spitting image of Patsy with her jet black hair and green eyes. Skips a generation. Her children have that covered. This seems very relevant. I need to read it through and try my best to understand it. We don't see her, but we're told that Sam has jet black hair, but Sam was also meant to be in the photo. Let me get back to that photo. Here's the photo. There's no way that's not Sam. Why are we mentioning... Wait a minute. Maybe I've mixed these two up. that would explain why you were never correct. Jet black hair. And that means I'm making a huge wild assertion by assuming the redheads are down here. Okay. Sam's a spitting image of Patsy. Jet black hair and green eyes. Were those eyes green? Looks green to me. But not the bespectacles. Get me back to that. Her children have the thick glasses covered. So your two kids from the wild kids generation thing have thick black glasses, or thick glasses in general. Only two of them have glasses, so it's you two. Mustachio and girl with a phone receiver for her hair. Alright, Mustachio, get in. Other lassie, get in. Where is she? There we go. Don't know if that age is correct, but hey ho. Alright, in that case I can bin that, because I've already figured it out. Probably. It's hard to explain from the look on Pop's face when they read that the farm's operations would pass to Samantha Roottrees for as long as she was willing. I got flashbacks to when Zach was made president. My mother refrained it a bit to calm him down. Sam wouldn't receive any candy money, after all, and was essentially inheriting the right to rule over the peasants for eternity. All these people just wanting money out of dead people. They're shameful. Companion piece to the entry about her son, Clark. This is Lauren's son, Clark, right? Maybe this is going to talk about his scandalous ways. One can only hope. Regarding this back... Oh, reading this back, I got deja vu. As I write the addendum, Clark's gotten married again. No Roottrees ever remarried. I lost Jacob and Gwyn divorced. What do you mean you lost Jacob? Oh, Jacob kicked it, I suppose. And, Gwynner, the winner over there, did indeed divorce. Just before her second. Not that I blame her, I've seen what he gets up to. Neither of us ever took a second husband. With the way the world is moving, I guess it's inevitable someone does remarry. I just wish it wasn't my son. I can only wonder if Clark's apparent disrespect for marriage is due to the lack of a real father. I did what I could, and Lord knows if Eli C. stepped up and helped. Oh, Lord knows Eli C. stepped up and helped. I did what I could, and Eli C. stepped up. Who the heck's Eli C.? Your brother? Who knows? More than I can say for Clancy or Edward. Ah. Clancy and Edward. So I'm going to assume that you're Eli C. then. Yeah. Clancy... Wait, I think they always give the Clancy Jr. name to the firstborn son. It's a recurring thing here. Eli and what was the other one? Clancy. So Eli C. Clancy or Edward. Clancy, Edward. Don't know what their jobs are though. I mean, they might be professors. We don't know. Apparently they were all big boffins. We don't know how big or how boffiny though. Eli C. practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers wherever he could. What? Eli's marriage seems fine, and Jim's marriage seems solid as a rock. Who knows what causes these things? You've lost me. I might have gotten the wrong information out of this. I'm assuming you're talking about your brothers here. Eli C. practically raised Clark. Clark's disrespect. Oh, that's right. Didn't Jacob go and die in the war? Yeah, that's right. So it stands to reason your brother would help, or your brothers might help. Eli's fine. Jim. Jim? Where's this Jim character coming out of? Maybe you mean James. Ah, I get it. Jim is James, which is the son of you. Eli C is you. Jim, Clark, raising them as brothers. Gotcha. Eli's marriage seems fine. Are you referring to Eli and Eli C as different people? Where's my Eli M? I assumed that was Eli M. Now I'm not so sure. Well, I know that you're Eli C. That's got to be good enough. So you're probably just saying Eli here. Eli is fine. Jim's marriage seems solid as a rock. Yeah, rock star. Who knows what causes these things? I suspect that he's marrying Jane to keep her from running out on the band. Jane LaRue? Sure. Without her, he'd be a third wheel, and I imagine it wouldn't last long as a trio. I don't think a marriage on such a shaky foundation can last, and Lord knows I was right last time. Fairly certain I've gotten this right. However, I don't know about their careers. I've been told they're all big brain people, but it might not be professor. It might be something else. All right, you got anything here about your names? Only a couple here. The biggest complaint I got after publishing my diary is how similar the names are, and I get it. There are 4 Elis for Pete's sake, but that's how it is. Someone would say, I saw Eli in town, and I wouldn't know which one. Brother? Uncle? Cousin? That's why they became Uncle Jr. Or Miracle's Eli or Eli C. Uncle Jr. Miracle's Eli or Eli C. Miracle had an Eli. There's Eli C. And then there's Uncle Eli Jr. We got all those correct already. Family names are always unusual. Grandpa was a believer in using names for each generation to honor those in the last. Father, Grandma, Gwyneth, Father, Main, Edward, and Clancy. So Pop's names came from there. Yeah, but we've already got all of those correct. One thing that's always been consistent in our family name is anytime someone's a junior, they're always the firstborn son. I already intuited that, you see. Miracle, Eli, even Clancy. Miracle Jr., Eli Jr., yeah, we're good. I think Gwendolyn got her name from some combination like Gwyneth and Caroline. Who was Gwendolyn again? I think that was you, right? Yeah, Gwendolyn. What? Heavens knows. Oh, Elias's mother. Women names get mixed up. Generations go on. No female equivalent of junior. So if you're reading in Sweden, they just go with son anyway. If you're reading my diary and confused, you're not alone. Even the government had problems. I remember once receiving certified mail from Edward Clancy Roottrees. He had to break the news. He got my father's name backwards. Government mail. My father's name is Clancy Edward Roottrees, but we already know that, don't we? Roottrees Clancy Edward, yeah, of course. This is just reiterating things we already know, and this final page apparently has nothing new. Huh. Let's see, fun bonus. First thing she found she ever wrote was a school assignment about anger, based on her teacher's name. Must have been the 3rd grade, don't remember. I got angry when I met a new girl who I do not like. She was dirty and didn't have a pretty dress. Walked home in town, she hugged him, that was my pop, she pushed me. Your pop is my dad. Lying is not nice, I pushed her away, got in trouble, pop took her away. Don't worry. Glad she's gone. Okay, what was this? Oh, God knows. Heavens knows, who cares. Frustratingly, that didn't give me much to work with. I thought it would be a big break, but it just really gave me your son's promiscuity. You did mention band, though, so you're probably a musician. Does anybody look like a musician in the freeloader generation? I would say Mustachio, but it won't be you. This guy kind of looks like he's got the pizzazz, but it also looks like he's knocked up his sister. Oh, what about you? I think I assumed it was you previously. Maybe we can go back to that assumption. If it's not you, do we have any other males that we could possibly throw in there? No, it's rather frustrating it's not liking any of them. Still think it could be you. He just looks like the type. Wonder what this one got up to. Certainly need to do some investigation on him. Where to go from here, though? I really felt like that would be my big break, but it didn't feel like it broke much out. Or Chris Rafferty's distant cousins. There was mention of the eyesight skipping a generation, but don't know about this. Starting to feel the pressure of that timer now because my progress has slowed down immeasurably. But not only that, I feel like I don't have any more leads to go on here. We've got you completely correct. Apparently 10 hints on this. From CM, huh? I don't know about that. My grandpa was a college professor. He taught lectures about history. Well, professor is something we can put in, and Wait, I'm not certain the pictures are right. That's something worth noting. I just assumed that this was the guy, but it might not be. What if I got their pictures wrong? What if the bespectacled one was the middle brother, and then you were the elder one? Hard to say, right? There's no way that's not the youngest one. Oh, look at him. I feel like there's so much to be dragged out of the first book here. Wrong one. This is indeed the first one. I do think this is remaining clues to be gotten, because I seem to recall the number being a lot higher earlier. Sam, how could it be? Eli, Miracle's youngest, chimed in. Clark's getting married, far too young, 18. Danielle is who he's marrying. Daniel Franks. Is LaRue split up, huh? Maybe this is the wrong LaRue. Maybe it was the second one. Which one? I think it was Jane. I hope it was Jane, because that's what I'm putting in. So does that mean I could look up Clark Rafferty and find his music? Yeah, okay. Right, C and J and D, a single called These Times. Somebody with the username Die Hard Dazzler. Scanned the cover, noted it cost him over $200 at auction. Jim Roottrees and Diamond LaRue's first song together. Wait, what? Also mentions it was performed with Jim's cousin and Diamond's sister. Oh, there we go. Similar to Jim and Diamond's work. Can't find anything else. The band or the single. All it's left to do is add the scan to your evidence after a blazing 35-minute download. Rockin' fast. Welcome to These Times. C and J and D. The lyrics contain no clues. Okay, but it's 4 because I got 4 things to punch onto my board. Of course, they had to obscure their faces here, didn't they? But first one would be to get the faces in. Facial hair. Sounds good enough for me. Blonde flowing locks. Good enough for me. And then that means the picture I have for you is that. And then there's that. How does that still not lock it in, though? You can play the songs as well. I wonder if it's going to be DCMA issues. One can only hope not.
Life is life, love shall be. Me for you, and you for me. Someday will come, though, that this tree will be the last of what was.
Too lyrical. It's breaking up my concentration. In addition to not being very good. It's still possible that these need to be switched around. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is right, and I'm quite certain this is right. There's a small chance that I somehow mixed up the faces here. Let's have a closer look over at him. The star. That does look like the same guy, right? Awfully similar, but what if that is him? Fuller hair. I'm gonna try switching them and switching these guys. Nah, the facial hair's got to go with the facial hair, right? It wouldn't not. But I'm all the more shocked that I haven't gotten these right. Oh, that's right. The whole thing was that your name was... no, not Samantha. Morden. Still bothersome that that's not correct. Gwendolyn? Gwendolyn? These are the only Mordens we have. And there's Zachary and whatnot. Yeah, I've correctly identified 21 of the buggers, but there are many more to identify. How is Samantha Rootree housewife not correct here? I'm actually shocked that some of this isn't correct. It feels very correct. Here's the thought. Or maybe it only counts if it's been locked in. Otherwise you could use that as a way to check to see if you're right or not. Yeah. Because, for example, this will still say 4 hints, right? Because none of them are locked in. Fascinating. Alright, anything else on my notes that I haven't really been going through enough of? Zach's office, Carl Brenda and the girls, 5 deaths, Rootree Company. Gus's car was hit by a drunk driver. Nobody was arrested. Then Ernie Madison Jr. stepped down. Don't know enough about that. Elias Rootree Jr.'s name is listed on a website about historical buildings in Butler County alongside a residence of Hutchinson House. We tried to find what... Yeah, we already tried that. We couldn't find anything, though. I think we already got this, right? We looked up Bill Williams. We got him nailed. Housewife, single, visage. Yeah, I think we've figured out all of that. University Law School had a guest lecture talk about the Roottrees versus RR in 1994. Let's have a look back on the 5-piece guarantee, see if it named any people. Not that I can tell. Clancy Trust. And then there's a Roottrees versus RR. Whoever RR is. Maybe our red herring is back. It's clear from the context the Roottrees have internal shorthand for their names. Yeah, we've already cleared this. I think I've internalized this. The generation after Lauren's, including her son. Yeah. Oh, it's called the next generation. I've been calling it Laura's generation. Anyway, we know this. Her father was Pop, head lawyer. He helped write a legal document called the Clancy Trust, which we've got access to. Untimely death of her husband in World War II, coping with post-war world, perspective, changing times, Vietnam. It has found a new life as an exercise in high school English classes. Yeah, there was mention of somebody whose books were used in school. Oh yeah, I think so as well. The monk. Maybe my swim has to wait till tomorrow. Peter Janowitz. Have we ever looked you up? A music critic mentioned a fan website unrelated. He used to work for Modern Music Monthly. Well, maybe we can do some probing here. Because that might have information about our mystery heartbreaker. High competition for much more major publications. Alright. Periodicals from Modern Music Monthly. Please tell me about... What was his face? Clark Rafferty. Clark Rafferty. Oh yeah. A section of the magazine called Skip It or Flip It. Short, pithy blurbs, new records. Skip It. Oh, that's a Skip It column, so I doubt that's going to get me anything here. These Times, new single, da-da-da-da-da, and two LaRue sisters. Amateurish folk-style songwriting, catchy, but doesn't do anything new. Clark, Rafferty, Jim, Roottree, and the two LaRue sisters. That doesn't tell me anything I don't already know, though. Maybe we have some more Skip It or Flip It intel? No. Do you have any information about Jim Roottree? Not that I think I need any more about him. A reluctant hitmaker. Jim goes into his first band. I mean, what am I missing about Jim, if anything? Nout. But maybe it will reveal something, who's to say? Till a few years ago, Diamond and I were in da-da-da with my cousin and his ex. Okay, that's what I need. Clark never knew his father, so our grandpop insisted he spend time with my dad and me. As a result, Clark and I grew up like brothers. Diamond and Jane, on the other hand, are actually sisters. The four of us had a cutesy family band thing. Not our finest hour, but when Diamond walked in on Clark in bed with her younger sister, everything exploded. Diamond walked in on Clark with her younger sister, huh? The only thing Clark and I had in common was music. We never agreed on what it should be. Catchy tunes, something you hum a week later. I've been told Rollin' is like that. I'll look up Rollin' momentarily. That wasn't my goal. When he called me and said he liked it, I took it as a sign I was going in the wrong direction musically. I don't mind saying any of this because he'd agree. Most of the decade he was a mess, a lot happier now. He started Raffer Tunes. Okay, I need to look into that. He's a much better jingle writer than songwriter. One of the benefits of our famous family is a massive company willing to be a client. Ooh. My father was connected to the Roottrees. After all, his old ad campaigns were hung on the walls over the record player. I was never interested. I went straight for the music. I guess Clark was paying more attention. Alright, so what's Raffer Tunes then? There we go. Oh, Raffer Tunes, Clark Rafferty LaRue's advertising firm. There's an about page. The inspiration for the famous Super Bowl ad campaign. Is that what I just took out, or what? No. Before that is more detail. Clark was in a department store getting a family portrait with his wife and children when his wife was trying to get his youngest, Katrina, to calm down. Katrina. Gotcha. And they're called the Raffly LaRues. So that must be Jessica. Was Jessica or Katrina part of the photos that we had earlier? You get out of here. Davy, Bethany, and Stephanie. That is a no. But I'm going to assume that at this point they are K-12 students. And then hopefully we'll get some pictures of them. That came out wrong. Right, does that mean that these might not be the right ones? Because if it is LaRue, then maybe you did marry LaRue and had these kids. That explains the LaRue name. All right, so maybe I got you wrong there, Jane. Maybe Jane LaRue is here. And I think that was the one we had, right? No, the blondie was over here. The brunette. Brunette. Anyway, you're over here probably. Right, give me the pictures. Oh God, he's bald. All right, the moody little tyke goes here. The less moody little tyke goes here. Oh. Gotcha. Got one of the brothers at last. Booyah. All right, but I was wrong about Lorraine. Really? How? How is this not right? And another question is, when do they lock in? I mean, that's right. Okay. Was there another LaRue? There was mention of another younger LaRue. Ah, I see now. That's Kim. That's Jane. Jane is in the picture here. And Kim is in the portrait or painting or whatever that we were just looking at. Surely I can find it again. It's possible. There she is. The woman looks dead on the inside because she knows her man is bald. Just trying to commit that picture to memory. Then I have to find it again. You. Those are optional, but they do get rid of them from my list. All right, what's baffling is that I didn't get his picture correct here. Or any of his intel correct here. Let's put old Baldy in there. How is that not right, though? Maybe there are just not enough other right ones. Don't know what order it checks for them in. All right. Well, we got something going here. The Rafferty LaRues. And then there's you that I've got as well, Wonderbar. Okay. It's a reference to Punchy LaRue, JJ Nitro, one of Nancy Drew's alter egos. Okay, I feel good-ish about that. Wasn't there more information that we were running on here? Inspiration for famous ad campaign. His wife was trying to get Katrina the youngest to calm down for the Super Bowl ad. Very good. Where else was I at before that? I believe I was looking up the Raffer tunes, wasn't I? We can kill that. Raffer tunes, advertising label, the about. Yeah, we saw that. I'm happy enough with this information. Oh, maybe I can look up the Roottrees Super Bowl ad. Super Bowl commercial from 1994. Family bickering in a department store. Father bites into a Roottree maple crisp. Time stops. Jingle plays. He dances down the aisle. As he does, different things in the department store becomes candy. A bed that the father collapses into becomes a giant chocolate bar. The jingle Need the Rest went on to be featured in other commercials. Famous jingle. When you're surrounded by madness and mayhem, reach for the best. There's enough here to share, but let's face it, you need the rest. How cute. Can I look up that jingle? Absolutely not. The Roottrees Maple Super Bowl. No, it's the Super Bowl commercial. Could I look up the Roottree Maple Crisp? Oh, man. My stomach started rumbling when I said Maple Crisp there. Right, what about Rollin'? No, we don't like Rollin'. Okay. I mean, that was good, but I still feel like it came to a horrible end. I wanted it to keep going. We still don't know what these boffins are doing. I still think that I should, for now, put them in as professor. Because there was mention about them just being big-brained individuals. I need to reread that. Maybe I was glimpsing over something a bit more important than reflecting on the size of their lobes. I may be reading it a bit too fast, but there was definitely something about her brothers just being big-brained individuals. And I'm pretty sure that's different from the one about, you know, the architects, preachers, and whatever is about the 5 pieces. This is all about Sam. No. Clark's getting married. Yeah, I know. Our generation was never so bad. My brothers all seemed to pursue paths of knowledge. The most rebellious thing any of us did was... My brothers all seemed to pursue the path of knowledge. I don't know about that Edward part. Edward taking over the department. Who's Edward? I can only assume that you brought back somebody a little bit unacceptable for the family. So let's see if we can narrow something down there. And maybe you had a child called Edward? Who's to say? In that case, these would be the children. Anyone here looking a bit racially questionable for the age? Because you're the one that stands out. The trouble is, I really thought you would be the offspring of this little munchkin. But maybe not. Maybe it was you. But even so, that wouldn't tell us anything about the lassie there, would it? And in that case, there'd still be another child that belongs there, and that child would have to be pretty bloody young. And I don't see anybody anywhere near young enough to fill those particularly tiny shoes. Might have been the Irish look for the redheads. No, given the age difference, it's gotta be you that had this. Yeah, look at that cheeky grin. You just know. Still, though. Maybe it was a cripple? I don't know. What would Americans say no to at this time? My brothers all seemed to pursue paths of knowledge. The most rebellious thing any of us ever did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. I'm assuming that means excessive melanin. That does place her there, though. Wait, maybe Asians are... I don't know about that. It's tough. I need more information. So that means you weren't right either? No, I'm not buying it. No, I do think. I mean, that red hair doesn't come out of nowhere. I just don't like the fact that the housewife thing might not be right there. Because you certainly look like Samantha Roottrees as well. So what have I not gotten right here? I would have thought these three are correct. Right, you, and you. There are no other Mordans. There are 2 other Mordans. But it's not having any of those. I'm certain you're a housewife because... Just as I'm certain you're a housewife. Because there were no non-housewives until you broke the mold. And you must be Samantha. Maybe instead of musician, you're actually something else. Do we have a songwriter or jingle writer or something else that fits you other than musician? Screenwriter? No, that wouldn't be right. Media mogul? No, he didn't quite become a mogul, did he? Housewife, hairdresser, farmer, doctor, director, dancer, comedian. You're an artist of sort. Advertising. I still think musician's the right one, right? Because musicians do jingles as well. Can't be a musician with that hairstyle. He grew into it. Probably wears a toupee too. I'm baffled though that one of these is wrong. Morden is right, so that's Zach is right, so that's got to be Morden and, well, one of the Mordens, God knows which one. But we've already tried them all. You must be Samantha. We just had this big thing about Samantha. That was even talking about how she looks. Yeah, because we know you, we know you, we know you, we know these four. And then you are the lady with the jet black hair and the green eyes. So I'm certain that's Samantha. In she goes. There's her name. There's her freaking spouse, correct? Are you telling me she was anything other than a housewife? Maybe she went on to do something else. Most recent occupation. So maybe after a while she became something else. Hang on, she inherited, didn't she? Oh, let's consider that for a moment. The farm's operations would pass to her as long as she was willing. So does that mean she's CEO or owner or president? I guess she's the third president? You can certainly try that and then try all the different names here. If it's not third president, then what do we have? Do we have owner? Director? I guess director makes a bit of sense, unless it's like media director. Well, if you're not the president, then CEO? Huh. Where's DDR streamer? Don't you start. I don't know. Be none of these. You're not the second president either. That was Zach. What can we discern from this? She's a fine woman, grew up with us, sister figure, eager to help. Ernie Jr.'s been learning day to day from Zach. It's been a long, long time since any real Roottrie was excited and interested in actual candy as Ernie. Have we even referenced much about Ernie? Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her. Does that mean that you're going to be Ernie Jr.? Ernest Jr. Madison. Hold on, weren't you the president? Like the third or fourth president? That was mentioned in a conspiracy thing. Ernie Madison Jr. stepped down. And before that, it was Guy. So Ernie Madison Jr. was the president, and this was him here. However, he could be here, he could be here. I don't know who's older. Let's just switch him over and on this assumption. President number 4. It worries me that, again, that did not cause any bang you're correct things. Ernie Madison. Yeah, I know that timer's really chugging on. I feel really backed against the wall here. There's not a lot to go on. I guess it's telling me all the things that I haven't put in, right? Campaign mailer. What's a campaign mailer? Apparently there's a lot I haven't taken out of this yet. Really? I looked up Stephanie Jones quite a bit. Can I get the Love Is Our Future looked at? Nope. Carl, don't let a conflict spread. Support Stephanie. I don't want to support Stephanie. I think we already did quite a lot of looking up of Stephanie Jones. And we already looked her up in the Butler County Times. Stephanie Landon. Brian Jones is a local business owner. Oh, I never got you here. With my mother. Yeah, where did you come from again? Heavens knows whatever's going on here didn't work out. With my mother and her partner, I had an entirely female influence. Distant cousin. Her mother, Caroline, a local artist. Ah, how did I skip past that, Caroline? Caroline the artist. Okay, well, yeah, gotta be one of these. Oh, it's not having any of that. I think those are the only unused faces from that generation. Her mother, Caroline, a local artist who has appeared in the front page of the Butler. Oh, I need to look up Caroline on the Times. Opposed to the corporation's policies on deforestation. Right, so I need to check out Carolyn Jones? Carolyn Morden. Oh, you must have married a Jones. Where did Landon come from then? Stephanie Landon. Oh, because you married... wait, James Bryan? Brian Jones. Jones Bryan. Okay. Anyway, Carolyn Morden. I need to look you up here. Caroline Morden. Ah, how did I miss this for so long? And not even give us a picture of the quine? Boom. Shakalaka. There's more to be had here, but we'll take this for now. That is concerning. It tells me a bunch of my other things are wrong, including Baldy here. Well, likely including Baldy here. I can try switching Madison Ernest Jr. again. Because I'm fairly certain I'm right. I'm just not certain about which age group he's in. But he was the 4th president. Damn, how is it not right? Anyway, you find a cover story about local art installations when Carolyn Morden Isn't much about her as a person. Listing of art. Top billing, you say? An image of her standing beside a large metal sculpture of a mermaid. Carolyn standing next to her sculpture. Atlantis Burden. Atlantis's Burden. The sculpture is one of many works featured in an upcoming book, Self-Portrait, Art and the Beauty of Women. I suppose I could look her up for that book. It's not periodicals, it's the public library that I would like that for, please. Control C and Control V. And what was her name again? Carolyn Morden, wasn't it? Good enough. I don't want to read any of this. Get me back to where I was. According to a quote further down, Atlantis Burden is meant to symbolize a society split by indecision over whether women should be equals or something to protect. A picture on the front page has been added to your evidence. Thank you. 1987, dedicated to Eloise and Stephanie. There's Stephanie, but who's Eloise? I'm gonna assume it's you. Just some Eloise. Yeah, because you had Stephanie Landon with, one can only assume, a man. A man called Landon, for what it's worth. Mark Landon. Okay, so we put their birth names in here. Mostly black and white pictures of her art centerpiecing series of color nude self-portraits at different ages. They have not been added to your evidence. In the intro, she talks about influences. She was one of the youngest in her generation, late teens, betrayed when her sister Gwendoline and cousin Bonnie gave up on their dreams to settle for boring men. You have a sister Gwendoline and a cousin Bonnie. Gwendoline Morden. Not some other Gwendoline. Or rather, some of her Morden. Really? Angelica? What about Carolyn? Where was I using Carolyn? Oh, you were Carolyn. We need to get you locked in, lassie. Alright, so we have the Mordens. Caroline, Gwendoline, and Angelica. Roger Dodger. What was the rest of that? Oh, you have a cousin called Bonnie. What's cousin in this context? One of these is called Bonnie. God knows which one. I guess just slamming the name Bonnie here somewhere. Hudson. Bonnie Hudson. Oh, and that means you married someone called Hudson. Could be either of these, though. So let's not make assumptions. They gave up on their dreams to settle for boring men. Their marriages led her down. Okay, so that probably means that you were a boring housewife. And that means I can probably just guess as to which of the boring ladies you are. Boring, 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 boring. Hey! Alright, got the housewife, got the artist, got the other housewife. Punchy LaRue is confirmed, and that also tells me ones that I think are correct are wrong. And that includes Super Bald Man. For some reason, Ultra Baldy here is not a musician. Why? There's only one Rafferty, and that is Clark, so that's you. Are you somehow not considered a musician? What else would he be? He makes music. don't know, but that's something I'm going to have to force through when I have two other things that I'm very convinced are correct. Your wig model. Good Sue got all this other stuff correct as well. I'm getting distracted, though. I was reading about this. Their marriages led her to double down on her passion, art, and the environment. She married a man who was the opposite of boring, which was an overcorrection. Strongly against the Roottrees company's effect on the local environment. I was not able to convince her father, Zach, to make changes to policy. Yeah, there's Zachary. She also explains her marriage to Mark led to the most volatile movements in her life, all of them negative. And the only good thing he ever gave her was a daughter. Leaving them all behind for good has pushed her to pursue her true love's art and the beauty of women. Well, we've actually just completely completed this chain, unless I want to look at another picture of her, which I certainly do not. What about your sister? Rather frustratingly, that comes to a swift end, doesn't it? Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty good line, but it is coming to an end. So is my timer, by the way. Just over 2 hours remaining. I once again find myself a little short on... on leads. Was this 6 before? I thought it was 10 before. You're telling me I still have stuff to look here? I forget. Did we look up Atlantis Burden? So it seems. Hold on. She especially dislikes that her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson. He's completely bogus. Brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson. Could be any of these Wilsons, but it probably means that these are Wilsons. Wait, really? This is Morden talking, right? So her brother-in-law will be her sister's husband, Dr. Wilson. Maybe I need to look up Dr. Wilson. Oh, here we go. Dr. Stephen Wilson, the pediatrician. Stephen Wilson. One Stephen Wilson, please. That'll be him. Chunk. A ravishing looking fellow. In you go. Wait, you don't like him? Pediatrician of the stars, huh? The only evidence for this is that he was apparently a doctor for the Roottrees sisters, huh? People always trying to use your name. Mention of Pittsburgh. Again, I hope I don't have to care where these places are. A lot of Stephen Wilson's, Dr. Wilson's found his way to the game, the search results. There's a picture of him on the website, picture of 3 children. They look as though the photographer was holding them hostages. There's a quote that, although credited to his child, you might suspect not be written by a 10-year-old. My dad is the best dad in the entire world. He treats every patient with world-class care. He'll treat your children like he would me, my big brother, or my sister. Alright, perhaps we can use this information to... It really just looks like an AI picture that's been airbrushed, doesn't it? I have my doubts. Right, show me the children. No, Nikki, not like that. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I think it's a little bit obvious who's who here. My dad is the best dad in the world. 2 years ago, so I think it shouldn't be too hard to ascertain what most of them are doing. College, maybe college, K-12. No, you're not Hudson Hudson Bonnie is the not so bonny you. And I think you are a college student by now. It's pretty obvious that the little runt is going to be a K-12er. What was his name? Well, there's not much to go on, is there? There are only going to be so many Hudson Softs out there. There's going to be Guy and Christopher. Wait, Jason. The quote below is credited to Jason. So, the little runt here is Jason. Jason Wilson? Oh, right, it's Dr. Wilson. Wait, why is this Bonnie Hudson? Didn't you mention someone here? Isn't it Jem Wilson? There must be some other cousin Bonnie. Ooh, but I don't like the look of that. Anyway, if I'm convinced that these two are correct, then before I go for the other one, I should try and see if I can figure out what Baldo is up to here. He's not a musician. Do I just go through everything? Is he a travel agent? Is he a student? A secretary? A screenwriter? He might be a screenwriter. That could be one way to put it. I'm having a hard time figuring out what... Oh, principal. Principal is a learning thingamajigger. I don't know about this. The musician's the only thing that fits here. I don't know how to nail down Baldo. He's a brute enforcer. It could be considered that he's in advertising, which I suppose to a degree he is. But it's concerning that none of these are popping up. Maybe I should try the big brother as well. The big brother is almost certainly a college student. I mean, this could be a K-12er. It says it goes up to 18, and I can't really tell her age here. You'll be the other Wilson. Zach Wilson. Ah, bollocks. I wanted to go through Baldo. But no, we get Kid, and Kid. Oh, it was Baldy! And he is in advertising. Okay. Booyah indeed. All right, and now I feel like we have a free K-12 on Jem Wilson. Okay, might be able to be going somewhere. We finally started to fill out the left branch of the family as well. Still quite some unknowns out there. We still don't really know what this EC thing is, but maybe I need to get the next 3 for us to get a lead on who EC could be. Right, that said, where can we even go from here? Apparently there's one thing I haven't checked out on the notable Roottrees yet. They're easy to find online, and apparently I haven't looked up everything regarding them. Jim, Lauren, Miracle Jr. I don't know about that. Maybe Miracle Jr. is meant to be talking a little bit about his brother somewhere, and I never looked that up. Let me look more into you, Miracle Man. T-Evangelist is part of the Miracle Network. We have looked that up. Clergy Watch. He was exposed and subsequently charged with conspiracy to defraud the public. He healed someone in a wheelchair. It was his wife Edith's sister in a... How have I never seen this? His wife Edith. Edith Jacobson? Perhaps. That's the only Edith we have. The author mentions that Edith had a bit of a checkered past herself, but doesn't clarify. He's lost his television show, goes on tour across the southern US. He was not well known before his scandal. Alright, Clergy Watch, you got anything for us? Miracle Jr. doesn't go by his full name. Promotional. Okay, it's just the same thing. And I think we already looked up the Miracle Network. Production company, witness of testimonies, Miracle Roottree. Arrived so late. Yes, that's why we're the miracle. We've heard all this. He was younger than his brothers and sisters by 14 years. Power of God, he persevered. He unburdened himself from the Roottrees name. I mean, he's still using the Roottrees name. What could it mean? I still think he's up to some cheeky business, but we haven't heard much of anything about Elias M. Maybe that's not what we haven't checked out. There's something I've been missing about the 5 pieces ad, and something about this newspaper clipping I still haven't checked out. One of the many works, The Beautiful Women. But I've got your photo. I've used your photo. I checked it out in the Butler County Times. I checked out Atlantis Burden, nothing there. And I looked up this book. There must be some little thing I've missed, but it's only 1 point, so maybe it's not a big deal. I've missed something about this. The lyrics contain no clues. Rolling on down to the city. Did I look this up in particular? Yeah, we've already covered this. This was something we got very early. Maybe, well, I think I reread this already, but we can always reread it. Fashion consultant. We don't care about spouses' jobs, though. Sewing machine, clothes. Here we go. Carl and his second cousin, Ernie Jr., spearheaded Root. Have we looked up enough about Root? Their website is down. There are retail sites attempting to advertise their clothes. Used by the Roottrees sisters looking hella fly. That's one way to put it. Not my way, though. Come across a website from a collector of clothing catalogs. 2 catalogs per year every year. Rye now is on almost all of them. There's only one that the webmaster considers a collector's item enough to mention. The Roottrees sisters' mother and Root's head designer appeared on one cover, holding her daughter Rose in 1985. Right. I would like that, I think, because then I can get... I thought maybe I could get Ernie Jr. that way, but no. Let me reread that. Carl and his second cousin, Ernie Jr., president of Roottrees. Second cousin. Could be one of these buggers. Not you. Probably not you. So could one of these be Ernie Jr.? Or... Well, I thought this was Ernie Jr. I could be wrong. Could very much be wrong. And then there's also whatever this could be. I'm unconvinced about this one. I'm just gonna peel you off. I need to figure out more about Samantha Roottree. Was there ever any information about her online? Right, can I get this? Catalogs. Is there a like periodical for root? Do I have a way of getting this? Brenda Roottrees was the head designer. Have we searched her out? You stumble across an auction for a black and blue dress that's the Brenda White original. No. Can I look up Route 1985? No. What if I look up Carly Roottrees? I think we did this ages ago. It's a shame, but there is still some stuff that I have a lot of information apparently not picked up on. Apparently Teen Blast. There's a ton here that I haven't actually put to use. Let's try it again then. Rania Roottrees 1994, TMS and Brother Trouble. Hey, why would this be relevant? Can I look up Brother Trouble? Oh god, I can! A sitcom about two 16-year-old brothers, the same age, played by da-da-da-da-da. Single mother, Penelope. Navigate her job. Lestrong, So Strength, Season 1. Sheridan, Baker, Stardom. Cancelled. Do we care about any of this? Tommy Mark Sheridan? TMS. 90s teen heartthrob. Time marches onward. Starring role in the sitcom. He had a relationship with Rania. Okay. Alright. Tommy Mark Sheridan goes there. Not relevant, sadly. But I could... Wait, what? There we go. Mark Sheridan hitching up with you. Time marches onwards, credited role, 7 years, 22 years, TMS. Appeared as Carson. Character went away to camp. His parents learned of his off-screen death. Partial amnesia, drug runners. Smuggled him across, child labor, escaping. Fascinating as all of this is, it seems none of it's related to the Roottrees. That's what I'm guessing. Okay, what about Dustin Christopher Baker? DCB, Teenage Fans, Brother Trouble. Doesn't seem to be associated. Okay, well, we got a little bit of something out of that. This all doesn't seem useful to me, though. One important thing I learned, my grandpa was a college professor. He taught lectures about history. He told me that history is full of people from famous families, wasted fame and fortune. He may have practiced that lecture a lot. I have other people in the family that have also made the Roottrees name famous for something behind his candy. His older sister wrote a book. Yeah, we've covered that. I took his advice. Now I work with Mom designing clothing, colors and patterns. Amazing. Grandpa passed away earlier. Grandma Laura. Yeah. Well, you're telling me there's still 6 things I haven't learned from this, though? I do not know what 6 things I could possibly still pick up from this. And then there's the campaign mailer. What 6 things are still to be had there? Lots of the other things are apparently dealt with by now. Am I looking up the MMM? Modern Music Monthly. Yeah, we covered Modern Music Monthly, although potentially not enough. And apparently there's something I haven't caught up with on this advertisement for the Roottrees 5 pieces. Power Plum, Bad Blue Raspberry, Awesome Apple, Cool Chocolate. Ooh, I don't think those flavors would go together very well. 5 flavors because the original inventors had 5 kids. Radical flavors. It's no longer the 1920s. The 5 flavors are not the same as back then. There's also a history of print advertising website. You tell me I can look this up? No. Did I ever look up the Sweet History of Candy Volume 2? Hold on, did I ever look this up properly? I need to look up this by Charles Lee. In the public library. Wrong thing to look up, but good job trying. Oh god, it does not want to copy this. Come on. Copy. Go to the public library and tell me what Charles Lee can do for me. This is part of a book of all things candy in the modern world. 1925 continues onward, the rise of mass production, global distribution. Book ends at 1985 with a hindsight. They got pretty much everything wrong. Okay. We get an old thing from 5 pieces, and I think that cleared this. Did it? Yeah, that got rid of the final thing that I could get out of it. Now we have this, which has nothing in it. Interesting. Charles Lee, 6 years after the debut of 5 pieces. Flavors inspired by children, including elderberry cinnamon extract. Okay. Contains 5 different things. Proud Family. GECEM. GECEMM. Maybe that's for their children. GECEMM. Okay. Easy to infer. Miracle Berry. That's kind of nice. Sweet, but that's information we already had. How is there still information about Sam that I have not managed to get a grip on? Nothing adds up. Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year at the reception. Sam. Miracle's boys. A secret meeting in Zach's office. The rest of us spent ages to unravel the mystery. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands. EC and John. He used to drive past the old Anderson farm. Can I look up the Anderson farm? First Anderson farm. Yeah, but we already heard this, haven't we? Yeah, stuff about it being a well-preserved tourist attraction. Is there anything here that I haven't further looked into? Gwyneth Anderson, No Brothers, The Maple Farm. Syrup, candy, 5 pieces. Nothing I think I can use here. Let's go right back to the basics here. It has no CEO and no stockholders, just a president. Every president has been a direct descendant. Yeah, but we knew that, didn't we? The production... the product they put them was 5 pieces. Yeah, we got that. Sister company Root, we've got that. It's tricky. I feel like I'm at a dead end. I need to get some kind of new lead. But I feel like I've grabbed a lead and the lead just very quickly comes to a dead end. Every time I've managed to get something. Eli is Miracle's youngest. We know that. He chimed in. Riding his mini bike. Da-da-da-da-da. Well, we know that, but we don't know what Eli does. Eli... he was riding his mini bike alongside the farm. Sam gave him some old tools, taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. Am I meant to try and look up Elias M. Roottrees? I could try, I suppose. I think I've tried this before, though. You are a mystery man. And it feels really difficult to get intel on you. Yeah. What do you know about Simon's homebrew? Wish I knew a bit more about Lauren's brothers, right? We got the professor. We got these two, but we don't know what they do. We just know that they have big-brained things. So, you might be a principal. You might be also a principal. James Roottrees didn't seem to mention his father much. What if I asked about one James Roottrees? It's the same stuff, isn't it? There hasn't been anything else to solve on Pixie Pop. This is the same stuff we've seen before. You'd think go for the ones that... Okay, this one's a bit too much for me. Get away. You'd think go for the one that has the most apparent things that I haven't filled in, but I've got both the faces here. I've got Stephanie Jones down. I got whatever his name was. Jones? Yeah, good enough. Excerpt from a newspaper article in the Butler County Times about her campaign. We've looked up the Butler County Times, though, plenty of times. Presumably a local paper there. Articles over the years about the Roottrees family and those adjacent to them. Yeah, we've already got this as a search thing. Maybe I just need to look up general Roottrees family in the Butler County Times. Many Roottrees advertisements over the years, including it. They flood the results. Maybe I need to ask that particular thing about other Roottrees. Like, I don't know, Elias M. Roottrees? I have no reason to think he'd be in there, though. No. I could be there forever looking up stuff. Oh, this goes all the way back now, doesn't it? Where's there to go? Yeah, Ninja is surprised I like it. The detective work is good because you're actually detecting. You're not just rubbing point-and-click adventure game items on other point-and-click adventure game items. You gotta read, think, put it together. It feels good. Having a hard time figuring this one out, though. 6 clues here, and I'm not even seeing one. Still full of love, 22 years later, baby due. Love our future. Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you could talk to your girls, something CM. But who is EC? Bothers me that I never got to the bottom of Gwyn Roottrees. I need to look up more about her. Maybe she mentions her sons. Why are they in this square here? I don't understand. Right, Gwyn Roottrees. Let's find out more about you. Granddaughter of Elias Roottrees, the candy company. She shouldn't have been named Roottrees, but her father took her mother's famous name. That was when it was from. That's the one time. Right, I'm going to make a note of that. Yeah, of course. Did it say who the father was? I guess it doesn't really matter. He's not a direct descendant, and direct descendants are always really all we really care about. Maybe I need to look up Gwyn Roottrees on some periodicals. Been around a long time. Ads for local movie theaters showing her Guys Like Us. Yeah, we know about that though. Business Watch. Modern Music. Nada. Starlet, surely. Yeah, we had this stuff here. Power of a Name. Blessing with a famous name. Nothing wrong with Cornwall, but Roottrees has power. Yeah, I was wondering what was up with Cornwall, so I assumed that that was you, but this hasn't been linked in. So I actually think instead of that being Cornwall Linus, this was Cornwall Linus. Doesn't change what's going on here, though. My husband similarly goes by Wild Bill. He repurposed for himself because he didn't have the benefit of being born with a famous one, but Wild, compared with the alliteration Williams, is incredibly memorable. Yeah, but is his name actually Williams? Because I don't have a Williams here. Or a Bill. Maybe I need to look the man up himself, right? There's got to be a Wild Bill out there that I can look up. Wild Bill's mentioned many times. Gossip, who he's seen with. His real name was Walter Forsyth. Now we're getting somewhere. Walter Forsyth. Did you take the name Forsyth? No, looks like you kept the name Roottrees. Right. He doesn't mention her by name. You determine from context he's talking about Gwyn. An apology to all the ladies. I'm actually taken. I did a friend a favor. He was directing a war movie, asked me to play a small part. Wouldn't you know it? That SOB cut me from the picture. Studio didn't want to pay for a star of my caliber. I met someone who was crying. She was incredible through the tears. The third is a rumor that his divorce from Gwyn was due to multiple affairs with another actress. Vacation, Paris, Wild Bill arguing, holding a baby, visibly pregnant. Right. Can we ascertain more about the children, which is what I'm here for? I got his name, great, but... Maybe I can look up Walter Forsyth? I don't think so, but I could try. Walter Forsyth is in Gal in the Gang, which was directed by Bruce Throckmorton. Low-budget comedy. No other information about it anywhere else online. He died on set. He was camp. Signature flourishes, silly messages a minute or two after a minute. That's good. Always have stuff after your movies are done. Cut from home videos. Fans track them down. Fascinating but unrelated. What about Gal in the Gong? Note. Well, that's fine and all, but where the hell are the children? You got anything with a wild billionaire? Well, yeah, the stuff that I just had. Multiple affairs. Paris, arguing, baby, pregnant. So the two children are pretty close in age, which makes sense. That's how they look. And we know these are them, but we don't know their names or what they do for a living, or what the married one is doing being married. Very frustrating. And I can only assume that they are keeping the family name Roottrees, because there's no other Forsyths to be had. But how do I find more information about them when there's so little to go on when it comes to what's-her-face? Perhaps I need to take a step back and look at my stuff regarding her. Lauren spoke quite a lot about Gwyn, but it was before any of that. I think Gwendoline got her name from a combination of Gwyneth and Caroline, who was Eli's mother. Ah, yes, of course. Who is EC? Yeah, we're still trying to figure out who EC is, or how we even come to wondering who EC is. Our family's names are always unusual. Grandpa, da 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 da. Bad-mouthing your own son in a publication, that's just not right. Still don't see anything new to be looking at here. Well, I suppose I could look up Jane. Not Jane. Who were you marrying? Kim LaRue, but the marriage survived. His hairline did not. I really need to dig into Samantha Roottree. Did I ever actually just do a search for her? Maybe if I spell her name right. Samantha Roottree. Not having anything out of you. What if we just drop the antha? Oh dear. I need a lead, and I need it soon. I'm getting stuck here and it's not looking good. At least if I get the next 3 done, I can get another story progression, which may be useful, but it may not. I already looked up Angelica Morden. I really think you had the 2 red-headed kids, though. That doesn't give me much to go on, sadly. With stunning red hair as your own, surely. These 2 were yours, but I don't know what they do. I think I've got one right with you. I've, for the longest time, thought that I had Samantha Roottree right with Housewife, but I could be dead wrong. But if I find someone else that I think I've got right, then I can fire off lots of different ones there. You're not young enough to be K-12 or any... Wait, actually, maybe you're young enough to still be in college? No, maybe, surely, maybe? Well, I don't know your name, so that doesn't help out. Still some stuff about Sam here. This page of additional notes and context from the 1975 10-year anniversary re-release, companion piece to the entry about Sam. I didn't know about true family history when I wrote this. Didn't even know Sam was a Rootree. All my doubts were ill-founded. She's a fine woman. She grew up with us. Sam might have been a sister figure. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her. There's Sam. There's Ernie. Here are the kids. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach. That is why I believe that this is Ernie Jr. He learns the day-to-day from Zach. Wait, didn't Ernie Jr. become the next CEO? There was something here about... conspiracy. Ernie Madison Jr. stepped down. He was poisoned. He was the 4th CEO. So I think that's him there. He might be here, but I need to figure out what Samantha's actual bleeding job was. And again, I'm all but certain I'm right about Jem Wilson. Although she might be in college. She might be. Right, what are you then? There's no CEO, not a housewife. You're not a secretary, are you? Because this must be Samantha. And it's her current or her most recent profession. She wasn't a president, but you know, if I'm going to be forcing my way through, might as well try them all. I doubt you're a preacher. I doubt you're into politics. Again, it's frustrating because Madison might be the younger child here rather than the older, so I think I'm going to be going through all this again. There are some ones that make a lot more sense than this. I mean, I've got no reason to think she's a mechanic. Then again, she did fix up somebody's bike. I still think it's housewife, but what you gonna do? If I can just get this and get the next story progression, maybe that'll give me a hint as to what I'm even looking for here. Yeah, we dancer. A lot of options here, though. Not nearly as many as the Obradine. I don't think I could do this kind of grinding in the Obradine. It is an unknown occupation, right? Did we do all the bottom ones? I think we did. So what I could do, if I'm so certain that I'm correct here, because I think I had you here as a college student when I got this one right, is what I can do is I can switch Madison over here, assuming he's the younger sibling. What is he? There he is, with a mustachio. He sure is mad. And he sure is President the 4th. And then we can try this again. And again, we're sure you're not just housewife. Ah, jeez. Travel agent, student, college, secretary, screenwriter. If I'm wrong about this, I'm going to switch the younger lassie to be a college student instead of a K-12. And then we'll see. And if I'm still not right, then God knows what it is, because he was the 4th president. And he is the child of Samantha. So if that isn't it, what in the world could it be? farmer? What? Oh, you're free to take over it, but you're still just farmer. Okay, great. Oh, Jesus. She took over the farm. If I'm owning the farm, I don't want to be called the farmer.
On the phone, I said I owed you an explanation. But I can't reveal everything. Not yet.
Can you tell me who EC is?
I'm sure this all seems like deception for deception's sake. So I'll try to explain why. It's true, I'm working with lawyers. But not the candy company lawyers. My publisher's lawyers. I'm on the verge of releasing a book. And it's not kind to the Roottrees. Especially Elias and the Five Pieces. The truth often isn't. But with the plane crash, the publisher is rightfully worried it'll look like I'm making things up to exploit a tragedy. So they're doing their due diligence. That's why you're here. To be sure there's enough evidence for an expert to unearth the whole story. If I tell you the whole story now, we can't prove that. I hope you understand. That said, I can say that the work you're doing is very personal to me. To my story, one spot on the tree is more important than the rest. You've likely noticed it. It's locked for now. I'll return one final time, after you fill it in. Also, there are fewer Roottrees left. In a sense, that makes it easier. Use process of elimination. It's also harder to verify when you're right. You'll need 4 blood relatives before they lock from here on out. I don't have any more evidence for you, but trust your intuition.
Bollocks.
If something has a high number, it's not a mistake. You're getting closer and closer to the truth. I look forward to seeing you soon.
Oh, damn. Oh, damn, oh, damn, oh, damn. Maybe I've been thwarted then. You say I've got something new, but it's just a story thing. Well, this is troublesome. I already felt like I was at the end of my tether with that one, and now I'm absolutely at the end. However, I do know that you are the glasses girl. Which glasses girl, though? Well, she's wearing glasses. And how many Madisons do we have? Gwyneth and Nicole. I'm going to assume, well, if one was male, that'd make it a little easier. Maybe 2 easier. I think we'd heard Nicole being mentioned before. I'll shove you in, but you certainly weren't the president. You've got all the information you need. Evidently, but I'm not sure I can squeeze out enough deduction in the next hour and 25. Considering that I've already done all the deducing that's come to mind, and this is as far as we get. Troublesome. I mean, how in the world do I still need to squeeze out 6 more bits of information from Teen Blast? Have I actually looked up Teen Blast itself? Was Teen Blast something I can get a periodical for? It was. Okay. Have we done enough looking for characters in Teen Blast? Perhaps I should look up some of the other girls. Ranya Roottree. Well, Ranya Roottree is the one that we have here, but maybe there are others. Ranya... Oh, these names are going to be the end of me. R-H-A-Y-N-A. R-H-A-Y-N-A. I get bothered by that when you try and click on something and it says, oh, do you mean highlight the whole thing? No, I do not. If I wanted to highlight the whole thing, I would have double-clicked. Right, we already have this here. Do you have any intel on Carly? Carly goes by other names, doesn't she? I forget her names that she liked to use. Where were the 3 urchins? There they are. Ah, but it doesn't mention the names there. Crumbs, I've forgotten what the old names were. Very much forgotten. Where did we even find that information in the first place about her changing her name? I could maybe slam in the swimmer and stuff later on. I passed that by a long time ago, and I never sussed out what this was about. Was it in the notes you made? Capital idea. I made notes about these things. Riley, Rose, and Rania. Rose with an H. Here we go. Oh, it just gets flooded. Riley and Rose seem mentioned by name less than their older sister, so I'm going to get the same for Riley here, right? Okay. Any other teens getting blasted, though? I mean, maybe Candy Roottrees is in there. Kind of name is Candy. Nada. What about just Roottrees in general in Teen Blast? Yeah, we got that 5 pieces thing in there. What about stuff about just Root? Clothes, they mentioned Brenda, the daughters are here. You found a small bit of an ad. Be sure to look for our upcoming article about Rania's Inspires for Root clothing. Okay. You gonna give me that article, or is that the one I already had? Be sure to look for our upcoming article about Rania's inspirations. Well, that's what I want. I don't think that interview had much about what she was saying there. Anything on my own notes? Carl Roottree has a second cousin, Ernie Jr., who was also president. I'm pretty sure I've already covered that. Or have I? Yeah, that's Ernie Jr., and he was a president, and we know this. Goodbye. Carl Roottree was president, but which number of president? He was the most recent president. There was Guy. We don't know much about Guy or where he is. But if Guy preceded Madison Ernest... let's think, because here's first president. Second president was you. Fourth president was you. So who's the third president? Possible. Also possible. Elias M. Go back to that thing about dying presidents. No, it's Guy. Guy was the third president, but we don't know where Guy is. Let's find out about Guy. Guy is a Hudson. Hudson. Where were the Hudsons again? Hudsons. There's a Bonnie, Christopher, and Guy. Well, we know where we've heard Bonnie before, don't we? Well, somebody does. I don't. Don't remember it. You. No, somebody mentioned having a Bonnie. Somebody had a Bonnie. I remember hearing the name, but now I need to try and remember where it was from. Davy, Bethany, and Stephanie. Hold on, maybe we've eliminated enough to be able to check in on this. So, Chris Rafferty, that's this lad, is doing stuff that includes his second and third cousins. Possibly here. But possibly over here. And actually, two of them were related, right? Davy and Bethany. Kellogg? It's possible we went the Kellogg's route here. And that would mean we'd have something like you being David the Third Kellogg. Where's that red hair coming from? Was that it? Davy swims. Hey, red hair. Oh, red hair galore. Who was the other lassie? I think that was you, right? Bethany is Davy's younger sister, and Stephanie the only child. That's really hard to tell which one is Stephanie and which one is Bethany. Because it says yearbook picture, and one of them is very clearly in front of the school. So it's either you or it's you. They both got those narrow eyes. I think somebody took a liking to the Asian persuasion, and I think that somebody is Kellogg David III. And if you've got the name Kellogg, then you must have shacked up with a Kellogg. Oh, but then it stops working out, doesn't it? Could it work out over here instead? No, because we got Roottrees going on over here. And where did the name Kellogg come from? Can I look up Kellogg? Well, I could probably assume that you're K-12 and that you are a college student. What is Kellogg David III doing, and when does he ever get mentioned? This is a bit frustrating because where does the name Kellogg come from? Is it also possible that I'm misidentifying here and instead you go somewhere else? There's also the other lassie with the very blonde hair. You there. One of your cousins. Hang on. There was mention of this somewhere. Let me check it out in the PC history. What do you mean by go tartans? Me and my fiancée Lulu, a painting I did for my first year of college. I plan to give her when we get married in May. Go tartans. Odd collage called Cousins, made of 3 scrambled images. We had to create a piece of art about our family. I asked many of my extended family, cousins, pictures. Only a few of them got back to me. Teacher said I wasn't allowed to use pictures of the trio. So I had to get creative and use only my 3rd cousins. Davy, Bethany's yearbook, and Stephanie, the only child. But there could be any number of only children. Actually, there's you, but you're not a cousin. So one of these 2 is the other lassie. What was her name? Stephanie. Stephanie Catriel. It makes sense if it's you. And that means you married somebody called Catriel. And I don't know what you are. I'm going to assume you're a college student as well. Can I look you up, Stephanie Catriel? Nada. Can't wait till we get to the 30-minute left mark and indulge in dartboard tactics. It won't work. You need 4 correct to have your delusions confirmed, and there are so many options. I get that right? Stephanie Catriel. Beautiful. What about Sam Catriel? Oh, it's not looking good. We found all the presidents yet? We haven't found Guy yet. We found all but Guy. But he came before Madison Ernest Jr. and after Chunky LeChung here. That doesn't leave a ton of options. What we know about Guy is that he's a Hudson. I feel like we've been dealing with the Hudsons, but Bonnie Hudson came up somewhere. Where was she? Right, we know this. Primary models for Roottrees, yeah, we know that. Every descendant has been a direct... every president has been a direct descendant. We know that. Was founded after he married Gwyneth. Yeah, we know that. Brenda Roottree, the Roottree sisters' mother and Roots head designer, appeared on one cover holding her daughter. This is the only time her daughter was ever listed with her birth name, Carly. Yeah, but we didn't get that photo. And there's no prompt to get the photo. I'll keep that there regardless. We know about Watchman of the Year. My grandpa was a college professor. Yes, he was. We put that in. Thank you, Teen Blast. Let's get rid of you. Gwyn Roottree is a somewhat well-known actress. Yeah, we've covered Gwyn. She often appeared in tabloids, especially around the time of her highly publicized divorce. We've been reading through all of that. This image is from an auction for a sealed copy. A sticker that says, only great-grandson, da-da-da-da-da. Yep, we have checked that out. That was on our search to understand the raucous life of Jim Roottree, I believe. Although this photo of Jim was not the right photo. Interesting. I mean, that is the right photo of him? Alright, then I'll switch the photos, despite the fact that surely he would have the facial hair. Music and lyrics by Jim Roottrees, vocals by Jim Roottrees and Diamond LaRue. We've covered Diamond LaRue and you. Away you go. The selection of diary entries, released in 1965, life between war spans, the untimely death of her husband, World War II, coping, and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Content is not continually relevant to modern audiences. New life is an exercise in high school English classes, showing evolution in writing style. But haven't we covered that already? We know that you wrote the books. Don't know what we're meant to do with that intel. By the way, on that, we already have your pictures here, and it's the same pictures here. Okay, so nothing new. I was really hoping for some new information to catapult me forward here. And Lassie having the audacity to tell me that it only gets easier now. I don't think I can ascertain more out of this. Away you go. The only information you discover is from a university law school. Apparently had a guest lecture talk about the Roottrees versus RR 1994. We haven't really uncovered more about this so-called crime that was done against each other. RR attempted to unsuccessfully remove fellow family members from the trust. Who is RR in this, though? Roottree Robert? Roottree Ronald? Could be either of those. And we look up the Legal Oddities website. Nah. RR unsuccessfully tried. The person in question was born out of wedlock. Born out of wedlock. That would be you there, Chris Rafferty. Well, possibly. Aren't there other out of wedlock births? What does this square here mean, though? Still haven't sussed that one out. I think you were born in wedlock. Unsure, though. Could it have been Randy Random? There's ironclad wording in the Clancy Trust. Impossible to remove any direct descendants without completely dissolving the trust. Clues in the name there, trust. We already looked up the Clancy Trust. The lawyer wrote it. We already know about Clancy Edward Roottree. That was this fellow here. Still haven't figured out his sons, though. Maybe I should look him up directly. It might be some more information about you. Ooh. Head lawyer. Fixed percentage. Tried to forcibly remove. Yeah, but we already know about the 5-piece guarantee. University Law School, Roottrees versus RR. Yeah, we've covered that. I was just looking at that. Checks and balances. Blood relatives reaching 18. I can't really garner more there. Elias Roottree Jr.'s name is listed in a website of historical buildings of Butler County. I tried to figure out more about the Hunched-Top House, but we can't find any information about it. Unless the Hunched-Top House is featured in one of these periodicals that I've managed to miss. Yeah, again. Elias Jr. was Elias's oldest son. Hunched-Top House seems unrelated to the Roottrees. Elias Jr. was Elias's oldest son, we already know that. Starlet wouldn't have covered it, and I doubt Teen Blast would either. So, unknown what can be done with that. Carl and Brenda and their girls, that makes 5 new deaths. 3 of the 5 presidents have died mysteriously. Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver. Surely there'd be a news article about this. So let's look up Guy's name. His name is Guy Hudson. Guy Hudson Soft. There we go. This could be what we were looking for. Fancy flavors. Fancy flavors. Only for less than a year. It was Guy Hudson's first and most cited move. Cater towards the average person. He looked at his own wealth. Decided to tap into the idea that they added fancy flavors. He could live like the wealthy. Philosophy led to mimicking caviar. Sold less than a year than it had any other year. Very quickly announced that caviar was meant to be a limited flavor. Would go back to normal as soon as possible. Sure. Is there anything to get out of here, apart from the fact that Guy Hudson is a wealthy dude? Game, I was just looking at Guy Hudson. What do you mean you won't go back to him? Oh wait, this is just the same thing, isn't it? Couldn't you give me more information about Guy Hudson himself? Why are you just giving me his 5-piece nonsense? Could it be that Guy Hudson himself was somebody that was mentioned in any periodicals? Does not archive their obituaries. Front page story, 1982, Guy Hudson and his wife in a car accident. You were married to Patricia. Light on relevant details, the recency of the accident. Police report the crash was caused by an unidentified driver, swerved in front of the car, they brake and they veer off. Guy was a controversial president, foul play is not suspected, witnesses report vehicle investigated, swerving, cutting off. Could have been any one of us who eventually ran off the road, the aggressor fled. Make and model. He had his wife and no children. Does that mean you were here? I thought all the presidents were direct descendants. But that's the only marriage with no kids that I'm seeing. Why was he president when he wasn't the direct bloodline? Oh, well. Guy Hudson. And that means you were married to Patricia. His wife, Patricia. Oh, really? Patricia Jones? That doesn't seem right. We've already seen the name Jones elsewhere. Yeah, maybe he was just a great guy. It's possible. He's kind of related here. Alright, and what are you, another housewife? I don't like the way this is going. Not least of all, this might be Guy Hudson. And this is Kellogg. I prefer that line of thinking much more. Let's try you being Patricia Jones. You being Guy Hudson. Yeah, sure. You are the third the third or fourth? That's the fourth over here, so you'd be the third. And that means that the red-headed lassie is over here. This will make up for my lack of Kellogg names as well. Red-headed lass. Red-headed lass. And I believe you married David Kellogg III and had David Kellogg IV. And that means that you are another Hudson. You'll be Bonnie Hudson. Is that the only Hudson that works here? Bonnie Hudson, sure. Did you like being a housewife? Doesn't matter. That's what I'm making you now. And that's still in line? No, that's not in line. You could be doing something else with your life. Unsure. Am I really the kind of guy you would trust as president? I don't know about that. Why no pictures? Oh, hold on. No obituaries, but I'm already looking at the periodical here, and you didn't print anything out for me. Trying to get more out of this ain't happening. That explains how the Asian genes come in out of nowhere. Hudson Bonnie was the one with the yellow fever. But that explains it's not the same as that is correct. I have quite a few of them plugged in and they don't seem to be right. Did I have another Madison here? There's Gwyneth and Nicole. Unknown occupation. Well, when in doubt, just say housewife. Ernest, Samantha. Could be anything there. Still have nothing going for Gwyn Roottrees' kids, though. Still stuff I haven't covered about Clark for some reason. Jacob, Gwyn divorced Wild Bill, had her second. There was the one born out of wedlock, by the way. Gwyn divorced Wild Bill and then had her second child. So you are born out of wedlock. Well, whichever one of these two it is. This one looks younger. How many Roottrees do I still have, anyway? I got Jack, Robert, and Ronald. If I had to guess, RR wanted to get the other one out. Wait, it's the Roottrees versus RR, right? So you might be Ronald or Robert Roottree, but I don't know what you do. There's just no information about these kids anywhere. Just tuned back in. Is he close, chat? Rainey says he's close to giving the Lose Lobby my points. You voted win on a game all about reading. Not just reading, but reading between the lines. What in the world am I missing, though? And how have I missed something on the notable Roottrees? There'll have been something I didn't put into my board here. He'll crack those last 16 identities at about 1 per minute. We're on pace. Oh, I'm never making it to the lake. And I couldn't find any information about what Lauren's younger siblings do. Why, Sam? I have many distant relatives in her met. Granny, sisters, trimmed the branch. Angie summoned all the next gens to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Oh, tell you one thing that I haven't used. Reading that just reminded me. There were a bunch of signatures on the back of one of these. Not you. Here we go, the Free Spirits. The Free Spirits will include some names that I haven't put to use yet. Guy Hudson is one of these, and I suspect it's him. Ernie Jr.'s here, I've clocked him off already. Carolyn. Carolyn is one of the Free Spirits. Tell me more about the name Carolyn. There is no Carolyn. There's Bonnie. I was wondering where I'd heard the name Bonnie. Who did I assert was Bonnie? Well, I asserted Bonnie was somewhere. God knows where. Ah, there we go. Bonnie Hudson. Well, if I believe it's true. Bonnie and Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr., Carolyn, Gwyneth M., Gwynedolene, Miracle Jr., Jim Roottrees. Now, hold on a second. I've been unable to identify who you were. Hold on. Doesn't that mean you should be in this picture? You are in this picture, aren't you? Yeah, you're the one I've been asserting is there. But who the heck are you? How many female names do I even have? It would have to be a Roottree female name. So would it be Christina? November? Hey, something was signed November, and I just assumed it was a date, but it's not. Childish writing says November. Child. November. You must be a K-12er. Hold on a sec. Not by now, you wouldn't be. How recent is this photo? This one is from the 70s. And now it is about 28 years later. So what the heck would November Roottree be doing now? Perhaps we can get a lead on her. Of course I meant Roottree. I knew I'd get sick of typing this name in. There's no information on this November Roottree. But she's way too old to be a student, even a college student. How am I meant to get a lead on November? Is she even on this list? Oh, women, of course. Oh, hey, I wonder if EC is here. Someone Eloise. Oh, quite possibly. I need to figure out all but one of them, though, and I suspect that... You know, it would be a bit weird if the weekly one-shot was to do the whole damn game, considering this is a long play submission. I thought EC was somebody I'd pick up along the way, not right at the end, and it's becoming concerning. Right, November Roottree. You look about, I don't know, 7 here? So now you're in your 30s. And you're not married, so you're not going to be a housewife. How am I meant to find information about you? You're a complete dead end. It's not fair to say we've had shorter long plays. It only took a few hours to beat Star Wars Episode 1 Racer. What happens if I disconnect? Everything goes away. Can I reconnect? Damn right. Don't suppose we have any periodicals about November Roottrees, do we? Business lady? Musician? Star? A teen blast? What the hell is November Roottrees? And for that matter, we never really figured out much about Elias M. Roottrees, and I think I tried looking him up quite a lot. That's not his name, is it? Elias. This game uses a lot of names that I am very unfamiliar with. They're not common. Not from my neck of the woods, at least. I doubt he's a star, and I doubt he was a teenager for long. This is tough. You don't need to finish DLC to find out who you see. Well, that's funny. I remember one time I did need a DLC to do a weekly one-shot. That was for Mech Warriors. That whole challenge was pretty rough around the corner. Cool game, though, but it just didn't quite pull me in. I'm feeling it's such a dead end everywhere. I don't see how I can take any of the information that we have here and actually turn it into something I can use to either find out something new or make a connection on my board. Now, for example, there's something I'm missing here, apparently. What is possibly related to this that I'm not getting? This is Jim and Diamond. Jim and Diamond are here. Diamond LaRue and James Roottrees. I already know about their children, their marriage. I don't know everything about his father, but he doesn't talk about his father. Rolling down on the city was something I've already looked up. It's a shame, because when I copy this, it doesn't let me search it beyond. Top 20, indifference, pop culture tricked them, nobody cared, roller discos, stations, play oldies. Could it be that Rolling On Down the City is something I need to look in for a periodical on Modern Music Monthly? We already heard about this reluctant hit maker, unless I meant to look up the term a reluctant hit maker. Diamond and I were in this thing. Yeah, and this is where you talk about your brother. Yeah, it would be nice to hear about your dad. I spent time with my dad and me. As a result, Clark and I grew up like brothers, sisters, the four of us, la-da-da, and then in bed with the younger sister. We had music in common, but we never agreed on what it should be. He was more interested in catchy tunes. Yeah, that's what I intend on doing, Fox Tattoo. If I don't make it, I'm going straight to the duck and chat, and we will figure it out. Since you submitted this, I assume by no cheating you meant no duck. If I've actually been allowed to use the duck, then what a shame. Here's the little hint, duck. If you're completely stuck, try talking it through with your rubber duck. What a placeholder-looking bit of art that is. I mean, there was a rule against no cheating, but there was no rule against ducking. My father was connected to Roottrees. Yeah, I know that. He is a Roottrees. All of his old ad campaigns were hung on the walls over the record player. My father, his ad campaigns. Your father was in advertising. I thought the intellectual pursuits was with Laura said about her brothers. How is that an intellectual pursuit? I was looking at academic, research, professor. Oh, no. For mash, get smash. Oh, I feel ill done to there. Okay. Well, that nailed some of them to the freaking wall, at least. I was wrong about Kellogg. She's not a student. But I'm glad that I was right about the Kellogg branch of the family. That feels pretty good. Any indication on what you are, then? It's possible you're a college student. I can go with that instead. That means the left branch is more or less completely done. This is not correct. This is not correct. I don't know where I'm going to find any information about that, though. I could look up Nicole Madsen. Nicole Madsen. Nope. And Fox Tattoo says, yep, duck is not allowed. Very surprising you didn't put that explicitly into the rules, but more power you. We're pretty close, but I just feel like I'm missing a little nugget here. I need a particularly large nugget, however, to crack my way into this. I think this is where the RR versus the Roottrees came in. So let's have another quick look at that on our evidence board. Not the Roottree curse. I feel like I didn't make enough use of this Roottree curse information. Chris Raff was what we got here with his artwork. Ernie Madison Jr. had a heart condition. Well, we've already covered Ernie Madison Jr. Don't know anything about heart conditions there, though. Hmm. 1996 blurry picture of the Candy Company factory. It seems that Operation RT-29 is real. Conspiracy theories, changing the candy recipes. I just assumed this was a dead end, but maybe I could look at it some more. Looks like it's yet more nonsense. There was something I was doing and I've managed to forget it. I had something I was wanting to look up. Maybe if I go back a bit. Nope, I've forgotten. I think it was the Roottree versus RR case. I wanted to read more about that. Here it is. Roottrees versus RR, 1994. The only information you discover is from a university law school. The Roottrees versus RR, 1994. I think I need to look this up in some periodicals. Surprised it's not in a... oh, Business Watch would surely have it. What? if this is actually a thing that made it to court, there would be information about it. That is not what we want. RR attempted unsuccessfully to remove a fellow family member from the trust. RR attempted 2 arguments. The person in question was born out of wedlock. So I'm all but certain that that is you. You did something bad, but I don't know who you are, and I might have gotten the pictures mixed up. Could I perhaps look more at the picture of you? It does say film school on you. Don't know what to make of that, though. Damn, I need some trashy magazine here to be talking about this. When I pulled the water-damaged picture of the free spirits out of the frame, this fell out too. Couldn't make the reunion. Wishing you well from Paris, Gwyn and the boys. What I could do is take away the names that were written on the free spirits picture, but there weren't enough names for all the people in the free spirits picture, so I don't think I can... Well, maybe I could line them all up one way or another. Because we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Plus 1 for November on the back. But we're still missing one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Wait, what? How did I miscount this twice? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. So what we know is that the 2 lads are not any of these. What I suspect is that one of these is RR. So you'll be Robert or Ronald. But it could be the other one is also an RR. Wait, hold on. Let me reread it. RR is against the Roottrees. So I think you're RR, and this one is not RR. You're both, however, Roottrees. And I'm low on options here. And I actually think your name is Jack Roottree. Again, I don't know if the pictures are correct here. Can I look up these guys? Jack Roottree, for example. Nothing on one Jack Roottree. And the other one is the RR, so it's either Robert or Ronald. I suspect these two had some kind of split, and he went, well, you were not born in wedlock, so screw you, or words to that effect. Oh, don't give up hope. There's another RR. There's a Ronald McDonald. Bollocks. I feel like what I'm short on is 1 or 2 major things to look up online. Feels like there should be a few more items on my desk here to poke around at. And it's really frustrating to know Team Blast and the campaign mailer have... How am I meant to get 6 clues out of this? I already identified these people. Maybe there's something about this whole CM thing. Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, says CM. Well, who's CM here? This is Carl, who it was sent to. Who is the CM? No idea. Mixed fruit and veg outing themselves as a disgusting gossip consumer. You are what you eat. CM. There is this fairly unknown individual. Who would even be CM? I don't see many CMs going around here. CM? How unknown. Quick glance at my timer telling me I do not have any time for mistakes here. But, I got nothing going here. Butler County Times has already written plenty about Stephen Jones, but maybe I can find out more about her. Yeah, we already read this and we already acted on this. In fact, I'm quite certain we've got everything out of you, right? Where was she? I've managed to forget. Hey, there she is, giving her thumbs up. There's her hubby. Yeah, we got bleeding everything done. Everything done here. I gotta hand it to Zachariah. He keeps his family in check for me. In fact, you'd say we got everything done on the eldest root tree of the 5 flavor kids. Oh, I wish I could be calling Bess. Assuming that you are a college student by now. That photo was taken a couple of years ago, right? This is the big void right here. What the heck? How do I figure out information about Gwyn Roottrees' kids? They were in Paris. Didn't make it for the get-together. I know who they're not. And I'm making a good guess that it's Jack and either Robert or something else. But what the hell are their what do they do? How have they married? Why is there no information on them? Maybe I meant to get something like somebody said, oh yeah, my second cousin blah 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 has been on about this, but yeah. And there's no latest generation photo either. I'm not sure a sudden epiphany is right around the corner. I'll tell you in 30 minutes, Jake, says Fox Tattoo. Oh man, no swimming in Lake Balaton for me today. I'll do it tomorrow. She's not on the business watches. You'd think the business watch would have a lot of information about all the presidents, right? So maybe if I look at Ernest Jr. Madison. Was it Madison? No, it's Madsen. Ernest Madsen is taking over the day-to-day operations. Little is known about Ernest, close to the family, remaining anonymous. He's more than qualified. He trained to succeed, but had been passed up for unspecified reasons. Last 4 years have been rough. To keep our products relevant, some of our decisions have had unintended consequences, from the fancy flavors misstep to the batter up bar. We haven't heard about the batter up bar. Launched with great fanfare, evoke the combination of pancakes and maple syrup. Loved the taste. The candy launched, but after a month, it's discovered that the filling of the unopened bars begins to separate and develop an off-putting texture. Powdery chunks and oily goop. Oh dear. Became the punchline of late-night jokes for weeks. Okay. Mr. Madsen is committed to getting us back on to the basics. That's fine, but I want to know more about his family. Anything else that knows about Ernest Madsen? I feel like I should have more periodicals to access than this. Was he ever a teen blaster? Didn't Gwen mention something about their names in her book? Gwen wrote a book? I must have missed that one. There is Lauren, who wrote a book. I have scoured this book so many times, but could be plenty that I'm missing out on here. But apparently I have everything from these pages. I'm missing out one thing from Sam and one thing about Clark. But then there's the other book that comes a bit later. Again, one thing about Sam, one thing about Clark, one thing about names. Gwendoline got her name from some combination of Gwyneth and Caroline, who was Alea's mother. Yeah, that's Gwendoline on the left-hand side of the Five Flavors kids. Whew. I am just not seeing whatever I'm meant to see here. If you want to make it to Valton, you can always swim and win lobby to it. Now, it's getting a bit late in the day. I'll do it tomorrow. But I am stumped here. I got nothing new to work with. And the missed things that the game says I'm missing. How am I meant to pick up 6 things from this? Is it possible that you were in one of the periodicals that I have not been investigating? No. More no. Also no. Also no. And we already know you're in Teen Blast. Brute forcing the evidence isn't much of an option here. Why not SA? You have to get 4 of them right. And you have to get the picture, the name, and the most recent job. And I mean, you could do it, but that's going to take forever. It's going to take more than the 25 minutes I have here. Rihanna Roottrees. RR. Oh, could that be why she went up in flames then? It's possible. But why would she have anything to do with him? And I don't think I know or even care about what my third uncles are up to. Yeah, they're all RR. Well, Carly Roottrees isn't. It just seems more reasonable that these two would have it in for each other. And it might be why they're boxed off like this. Nothing else is boxed off, so I really wonder what this means. It's also the same thread that they use, well, same thread they use for everything, actually. I got nothing. I just have nothing. Hold on, that says middle school. When was this made? What age is middle school for Americans? Don't have that in Scotland. It clearly means middle-aged. It was Rafferton, right? No? Okay, well, I've forgotten your name then. Sorry. Maybe it's just Raffrey. Rafferty. The thing is, she didn't mark as correct when I had her down as being K-12. But then he's already in college, so what... If you weren't K-12... Your name is certainly Kellogg Brittany. And that's your picture. Could I have somehow gotten the two pictures incorrect? That's not unthinkable, but you'd think the two Asian-looking fellows would be in the same ballpark, right? You know, red hair of the mother and black hair of the assumedly Asian persuasion father. K-12, we're told, is from kindergarten to 18 years old. Which sounds weird. I was in university at 17. I'm scrambling through my head trying to think of something that will give me some way forward, but I am coming up with absolutely naff all. But who is EC? You sure? The thing is, it only triggered when we did something else, and you were already down there as Kellogg Brittany K-12. Could it ever possibly be you? Do these two look like siblings at all? I guess it's not impossible. There is mention of needing glasses. There was also mention of that skipping a generation. There's also mention of jet black hair. In that case, you certainly don't look like a K-12er, but if you're younger, then it's either college or K-12 for you. Hard to say which. I need 4 more correct blood relatives before they will lock in. Yeah, I know. Well, there's somebody that hasn't locked in today, and that's me. I've been wrong about Madison Nicole this whole time. I'm sure she is Madison Nicole, but what's her job? Maybe I could look her up. Maybe she appears on some kind of business-related thing. The Business Watch. Madison Nicole. Nope. Oh, it's Madsen. Also, it's Nicole Madsen. Hate it when it does that. Oh. Nada. Yeah, I'm with you, Element User. I think it's time to throw my hands up and say I cannot figure out who EC is within 7 hours. Let's turn our attention to the rubber duck. I am completely stuck. Help me out here. It's Madden with an E, not an O. Hmm? But she's still not there. Okay, that was our last chance. All right, Duck, help me out. Elias started the family business. Surely he must have received some attention in the media. We're going all the way back to you, are we? So are you telling me he was in Starlet or something to that effect? All right, Elias. I wish I could copy their names from here. I just want to click Elias Roottree. Elias Roottree. I'll just copy that. No, let's not copy it. It's wrong. Oh my god, I didn't have this printout from aeons ago. Fortunately, it doesn't seem to have any new information, but there he is. Watchman of the Year. Yes, the 5 pieces. He has a daughter. Oh my goodness, this could have saved me a lot of time in figuring out the 5 pieces. Pittsburgh, New England. Finalized nationwide. Purchases every available maple farm in Pennsylvania for global rollout time. His son, Elias, is an architect. Oh my days, this just hands you all the information. There's a what's next. Clancid Trust. This gives you a lot of things to look up. This is an amazing piece of intel. Thank you, Ducky, but it doesn't get me anywhere. Some of the actors in Brother Trouble might be worth looking into. Oh, I was looking at Brother Trouble some time ago. You're telling me I didn't check out all of the actors? Your biggest problem, Jake, was that you did not look for clues on the photos. I did look for clues on the photos. My biggest problem was I didn't find any clues on the photos. Okay. I already looked up Tommy Mark Sheridan and Dustin. I did not look up Penelope Tessa Green. And boy, should I have. I missed out on her breast milk cheese routine. And her Joko lantern. Comedy Club, The Laughs Lounge. This is Jack watching one of his mother's charity sets. Penelope Tessa Green is a retired comedian. She was a TV star on Brother Trouble. She retired for the birth of her first child, makes yearly appearances for fundraiser, da-da-da-da-da. Joko Lantern. That sounds quite recent, but where in the world would that kid come into things? Or are you telling me, maybe that goes into here. It did say first child, right? Yeah, her first child. I have a funny feeling you're coming in here. Just a funny feeling. Your name is Jack, right? Jack Roottree. And what was it, Gussie or something? Green. Oh, it's all coming together now, isn't it? Where was she on these pictures? And that must be the even younger one. Wow, this catapults us forward. Ugly baby goes here. Was there any mention of the ugly baby's name? Not really, but it is a Roottree, and I'm running out of male Roottree names. I'll go with Ronald, but it might be Robert. And these are going to be... Wait, is baby an occupation? There you go. And you look more like a K-12er. Still no idea what you're all about. And what about you? I think if we look up intel about you, can we look up the breast milk cheese? probably going to be cheese like any other. More family friend. You can find a picture labeled Joko Lantern. Yeah, we've already looked it up though, haven't we? Hosts many things. Halloween, comics, patrons, buffalo wings. Don't heckle the comics. Everyone gets kicked out. Don't do it. Penelope, Tessa Green, comedienne. Her club in Reno. But I need some information about who you're marrying. All right, can I just... No, that's not what we want here. I want the name. Couldn't I just search all the periodicals instead of going through them one by one? She's not much of a star, and she's not much of a teen blaster. Oh, she was a teen blaster. She has a few articles about brother trouble, stars, da-da-da. Not really who teenage girls cared about. There's very little gossip surrounding her. There's a search all periodicals button in the settings. Maybe it's under accessibility. Ooh, light strobing. Didn't even notice. Ah. Makes certain puzzles significantly easier. Well, what the hell? Put it on. Why not just have that from the get-go? It saves clicking through everything. Okay, well, never mind. I'm not sure that you could really call that making things significantly easier. Right, there's Jack, and there's Ronald Roottrees. But there must be some way to figure out Tessa Green's relationship with this fellow, whichever of these two fellows it is. Oh well, what do we got? There are several people related to Campaign Mailer. What's Campaign Mailer? I don't know what you mean by that. When in doubt, ask the internet. Campaign Mailer. Are you telling me that there's several people... Maybe CM here is Campaign Mailer? I don't know what you mean by Campaign Mailer here. Where were you again? There you are. Unsure. She's not actually fat. Yeah, she's got one in the oven, but I don't think they've had the child yet, otherwise it would be showing up here. I don't follow what you mean by that. Even the spouses? Are you telling me to look up Brian Jones and see what nasty things he's getting up to? Huh. He's a famous athlete. Oh, maybe not. You may need to search a more local resource. Well, I have a more local resource. Large corporations. He's a local business owner. You don't find anything related to him. There are advertisements over the years. Small article about Jones Graphics Print. Taking over his father's print company after 20 years. Seems not to have let it go to waste. Marketing opportunity. I've been in and out of that shop my whole life. My father taught me everything there is to know when it comes to getting the job done right. And getting it done quick. We've been a printing staple of Butler County for several years. Da 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 da. Whether you're a new client or one of our regulars, nothing will change. Come down to the best prices on bulk printing anywhere in Pennsylvania, or search for us online. I designed the website myself. What was the name of it? Jones Graphic and Print. It's a company that has existed for some time. It's fancy with frames. Well, how about this? Clients. There's the mailer. The candy company uses it. Miracle Network uses it for tour flyers. Roottrees Motors. I'm going to need to look that one up. We'll have to look up the Butler School. Butler Summer Theatre as well. We already know about the Miracle Network. We've looked that up plenty. Yep. All right, Roottrees Motors, what's your story? There's a hit. You don't find any traces of them on the internet. Well, it's a business, so it will surely be part of the business stuff here. Roottrees Motors. Used to be Wilkins Motors. Well, I think we know where that's coming from. It's running every week, Butler County times many years. Changed to include a picture. That'll give me quite a bit. No, that's some picture, though. Wilkins Motors. Wilkins Motors is still the same family business, but has joined the Roottrees family. That local family mechanic feeling. And then, who do we have here? Tessa Roottrees, our newest fixer. We'll fix her up. Learned everything about cars from her Roottrees Motors parents. There was mention of you being good with mechanics. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure, well, we know that that's the son, and I'm certain that picture is of the daughter, and we don't have a secondary for the image, so maybe not. Tessa Roottrees. Formerly Wilkins Motors. All right, where was Wilkins in all of this? I've managed to forget. And I'm all but certain there was a Wilkins. Catherine Wilkins. So Catherine Wilkins probably, assumedly, married into the Roottrees. I'm going to assume here, given the age of it. And then they had you. And that will be, what was her name? Tessa? Roottrees Tessa. Mechanic of sorts. I wonder about that. Because this ad is from right now. And you are from a previous generation, so I don't actually think that's true. And you're probably not a farmer. What is more recent? I'm certain I've got you right. There's not a lot. There is here, but then Roottrees is not the carried over name. Ooh, that does not give me a lot of open options. Not a lot of open options at all. It's possible that there's this, but I mean, how could you not be this one's child? Roottrees Motors parents. Roottrees Motors parents. I actually know where that's meant to go. It's not with the Kellogg's. It's not with the Wilsons. I'd be marrying into Madsen. This is too old. This is Roottrees, but we already know that these two are your kids. I could be here. Because that's Roottrees, but I still think November is your child. Because where else would November go? Potentially here? That's not unreasonable. And it might be the only thing that makes sense. Ooh, I don't like the sound of that. Alright, who was your... It was Catherine Wilkins, possibly. Let's try slamming you in as a mechanic, but that didn't trigger anything. From her Roottrees Motors parents, huh? Hey, Ducky, what you got for me? In some of her diary entries, Lauren mentions Miracle's other son. Really? He was mentioned in A Life Between Wars, Sam. Eli, Miracle's youngest. He was riding his mini bike. Sam given some tools. Well, sure. But I don't know what he does. Revisiting the diary with names, it was apparently also mentioned. Yeah, I get it. I know his name's Eli. Perhaps the implication is that he was also a mechanic. Wasn't enough to break on through, which is weird because these two are almost certainly correct. Got anything more, Ducky? Laura mentioned that he was one of Eli's. He's not senior, junior, or C. I already know who he is. Look closely at the photo of the free spirits. Okay. Here are the free spirits. Huh? Well, I'm looking at it. Oh, there's a thought. You would be part of the free spirits, wouldn't you? And there's no alternative photo for you. Who's the mechanic in the photo? Tessa Roottrees, our newest fixer. Learned all there is to know about cars from a Roottrees Motors parents. I don't know, I meant to string this information together. Hey, look at that. It says Eli on his name there. Uh-huh. Okay. Oh, now it's too zoomed in. Oh, maybe that was you. Is that right, though? Who was a little kid then? I'm having a hard time making the connection here, but my brain has turned to Swiss cheese from 7 hours of staring at this. Help me out, Ducky. Clearly I can't manage this. Oh no! Eli M's child should be easy to place if you look back over your evidence. Take another look at the ad. Tessa Roottrees is a mechanic like her father. Uh-huh. Oh yeah, no, my brain is clocked out now. Tessa's name. Oh. Oops. Are we still sure this is the right photo? I don't know about that. I prefer this. Because who's that? Still doesn't clock on through, though. Tessa the mechanic. These two can't be wrong, right? Oh, well, I wasn't entirely sure that you were Ronald, right? You could also be Robert. And you could be Ronald. It's not happening. The little child is probably the oldest miracle son, the preacher. What? You're making no sense here. Then again, probably neither am I. Hey, Ducky, help me out here. Lauren hints towards one of her brother's occupations in her diary. One of her brothers is following her father's footsteps. Eduardo is a lawyer. Ah. Didn't cotton on to that. But how could I doubt you? Oh, good to know I'd done well. Oh, I have run out of steam on this game. Ah, so I had the wrong picture for Eli this whole time. Booyah! Is this how I'm so world class? Okay, what the heck's the little kid then? See, the little kid was included in the picture with all of the Lauren's generation. But he's not actually one of these, so why was he in the photo? Grandma insisted we include Sam even if we didn't want to. None of us understand. I don't think it's fair. Inner child. Da 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 da. It's Miracle's alternative photo. Eh? Oh, that's right. We've been using his fancy photo instead of the photo from That's what threw me off. I should have used his photo from there here. Because all the while I thought this is unused. No, of course, of course. Okay, groovy. Let's use our brain duck and keep on going. Ernest Madison Jr.'s only child should be easy to fill in if you look back over your evidence. Ernest Madison Jr., his only child. Yeah, let's just assume I've looked over my evidence. Take another look at the Shiva candle photo. Right, this one confused me. I had no idea what was going on here. Much love, Debbie. Was that Debbie? Oh, God knows. Sorry you're unable to attend the funeral. Ernie. Oh, that's right. So Ernie, Ernest, who died from being poisoned to death, surely. Uh-huh. So could it be that that is his lassie? Carl and Brenda. Well, I got no Carls, I'm afraid. I might be able to do ya, Brenda. I can't do ya, Brenda, either. Too bad. Woo. Sixth finger? No, that's just the lighting. I still don't like the assets in this game overall. Well, I know what it all means, Ducky, but you spell it out for the audience. Ernie Jr.'s daughter's name is Nicole. Wait, how is that obvious? Nicole? Oh, really? Ah, here we go. Ernie and I had to stay strong for Nicole's sake, says Debbie. Debbie. Debbie for Nicole. Nicole Madsen? Oh God, where did I use the name Nicole Madsen erroneously earlier? You, I think. Well, fancy that. You're probably a K-12er then? Well, would you still be a K-12er? You're just a child in this photo, but when was this photo? When did he kick the bucket? I don't know how long ago that was. And I don't want to measure. Let's just assume you're a K-12. Good job, Ducky. You can find information on Sam Madsen's children in revisiting. I certainly could. Their names are useful. Gwyneth Madsen is the only female free spirit wearing glasses. Yeah, but I knew that already. What I'm curious about is what she does. She's a farmer. How have I missed all of the farming? Let's have a quick look at revisiting the diary with Sam. That's not revisiting. This is revisiting. Green thumb of her mother. I assumed that just meant she liked gardening. Oh, okay. Shouldn't take these lines for granted then. I did read that earlier and I just thought, okay, so she likes gardening then. Very nice. Not every line has to mean something. Her mother's got the farm. Someone has to inherit it. Yeah, someone like Sam Catrails. Good job, me and Ducky. Ducky, what else you got? Guy Hudson's article in Business Watch mentioned something from his childhood that sounded interesting. And his ad campaign with his sister was worth looking into. Spider search for boys and girls agree. Must I? That's one of the ad campaigns on the list, huh? Both agree that Roottrees is their favorite. Nah, chocolate's looking good. These ugly little kids gotta go in somewhere. Maybe it's alternative photos for some red-headed urchins? Yeah, probably these two, right? It only makes sense. That said, what use was that to me, if anything? This isn't even worth any points in anything. Ducky, you've let me down. Brother Trouble mentioned a new Roottrees. Should look into him. Look for Ronald Roottrees. It did? I even read this thing. Brother Trouble was a sitcom. I read this like 3 times, maybe. And now I've read it a 4th time. Let's try for a 5th time. Tommy, single mother, Penelope, job, columnist, boys, academic, romantic, Roxy, Ron Roottrees. Ah, jeez. Small screen director, head of RR. RR. Small screen director, RR. Maybe he's somewhere in the periodicals. Okay, failing that, maybe he can tell us more about RR Productions. Defunct production company? Ah, that's why he's suing, right? Command on Usenet board. Brother Trouble ended up being an ironic name. RR Ron and Robbie. Sounds like brothers, huh? Ronald and Arab. Hang on, didn't I think someone else was Robert? I thought you were Robert Roottrees. Now I think it's you, but what other Roottrees could you be? Is this Down syndrome baby possibly a girl? Maybe. And these names might be the wrong way round. But is the implication that they're both directors? Possibly. Well, one of them is. Ah, it was a girl. Also means I was wrong about one of the candle photo people. No, I wasn't. They just weren't important because they're not a direct descendant. Alright, but you might also be a director or director adjacent. Hey Ducky, how you feeling? RR Productions, Spider Search mentioned Ron's brother. He's worth investigating. Search for Robbie. I will do just that. Not much relevant. Why was Brother Trouble cancelled? Writing went really downhill. Roxy was addicted to sniffing markers. The rumor about Silver Screen Magazine. Tell me more about the Silver Screen Magazine. Yes, I did. Damn posters. It's a new periodical as well. Hollywood Insider Magazine. More about nitty-gritties. No relevance to the case? Well, I'll be the judge of that one then. I wanted to look up Rabbi Roottrees on there. Small Rumors claims that self-taught television screenwriter Rabbi was allegedly tried and convicted under the name Robert in a French court of law. Allegedly embezzled from the company to fuel a gambling habit. He's hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. He fled to Paris and then, allegedly, assaulted an officer. The article's author says they were unable to get statements from French authorities, but received information from an anonymous source that they were able to confirm to public records there was a trial involving Robert, and then it was cancelled. Okay. Could it be that I meant to look up a Robert Roottrees? Is gambler a job? Can check. Sadly not. What about convict? Prison. But he is a screenwriter rather than a director, so that might be the important information we're getting off of this. I'll slam it in and consider case closed on him. Also, it's interesting that I had the faces the right way around. I'd completely forgotten that they were not set in stone. We're running out of places to fill in. In fact, the next 4 should be our final 4. So what have I missed up here? Still unsure about these 2 being the right way around or not. Ducky, you any ideas there? Jones Graphic and Prints website. Mentioned the Butler Sumiter Theatre. Of course I remember that. That was just what I was going to check out next. Theatre performance, plays and musicals during the summer. It makes sense. It's not summer. It currently has a thank you message. Thank you. Stay tuned. Credits of a musical. There's a cast list, but none of the names are relevant. The cast list and the crew is here. Posters from November Studios. We've been looking for you, November. A local dance school. They advertise lessons for ballet and jazz. Tell me more. They should have called this place the No Mention Studios. You don't find information about it anywhere. Nice try. However, that might be enough for me to tie into November being a dancer or a choreographer or something. Where's my November anyway? I thought she was over here. I was dead wrong, it seems. I don't have many places left to shove that little kid. Is there any chance that she was your child? She was so much younger than everybody else there, though. Oh, yeah, because you ran off with somebody that was a bit off color, right? For the times, that is. That makes a bit of sense. And we think you are a dancer or a choreographer. Maybe dancer makes the most sense. Isn't she with her parents in the photo? No, the photos strictly have people from the same group. So the original one, which is here, has the 5 members of the 5 pieces, which were the 5 children of the founder. And then the next one has the next generation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hold that thought. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and Gwyn was away in Paris at the time, so that's 10. And then the next one was the Wild Things generation. So yeah, you were there, and that I'm relatively certain is you, unless there is something else here. But Dancer seems about right. So if I think that you're right, then what is wrong with my existing ones? There should be another one somewhere. Yes, you. No, I think that's right. So maybe I really did get the photos mixed up here. Let's give them another switcheroo. Are you college or are you K-12? I mean, it says middle school. How can you not be K-12? And then there's you. I don't know what you do at all. I'm going to assume you're a model. No? Alright, Ducky, help me out here. You should look into the Roottrees business history in local magazines. Search for the Maple Farm in... Wow, I haven't done that? That feels like one of the first things I would have done. Oh, but of course it was being inherited. I should have checked down that line for it. Right. Seems that twice each year, it's head of farming Mrs. Catrail. Catrail. Head of farming. Oh god, I meant to say you're also a bleeding farmer. Returns to demonstrate how it was made at the beginning. Demonstration finds free samples. Cost a lot. Sell out every time. Get tickets. Okay, well, owning a farm makes you a farmer, apparently. Ducky, I feel like I'm done here. What is my mistake? Cousins. Chris Rafferty mentions that one of his cousins is an only child. The only spot for a cousin with no siblings is beneath Gwyneth Madsen. I am aware of that. Bethany's photo is a yearbook, so Stephanie must be K-12. Not a given, but it seems I was originally correct. Wow. I did not expect this weekly one-shot to be run the whole bloody game.
To my genealogy genie. If you're reading this, it means you've locked in 49 blood relatives. Congratulations! I knew you could do it. There are 2 more entries on the family tree I'd like you to consider. These last 2 are optional. You can summon me whenever you wish. However, this will end your search and reveal the truth. So make sure you're ready.
Reveal the truth? So you're telling me I don't have to find them and you will tell me? Who is EC? These last 2 are optional and won't lock in until you say, I'm ready. Make sure you're ready. You said it's 2, though. What's the other one? Unless you're telling me that the spouse is also something else. Anyway, EC is this dude. But what's his name? It's easy to tell that he's the dude because he's in the picture with the rest of the 5 pieces. As for his name is Elderberry something. Oh, well, that's easy. It'll be Elderberry Roottrees. Might not be Elderberry, but I think it's Elderberry. Who is he married to? I don't really care. Oh, well, help if I got that correct. How do I make this incredible discovery? Well, all the names of the initial 5 are related to the flavors, and elderberry was one of them. Here we go. What even is an elderberry? My slight issue is that it's not so simple, is it? Do we still have the old recipe ones here? Yeah, here we go. G, grape, E, elderberry, C, E, cinnamon, M for melon. Not right, though, because the elderberry is also for Elias. So maybe there was another hidden flavor. It's inspired by all our children, not all our all our children. Cinnamon extract. The cinnamon extract is you. So hang on, is there a hidden flavor that's gone? This poor illegitimate child. There we are. Kind of sad they made him stand at the back like he doesn't exist. Hey Ducky, any bright ideas? Remember that history of candy book from earlier? There's a little detail about that book that you may have skimmed over. I do not remember that book. Oh, this is in alphabetical order. How convenient. But where's the history of candy book? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Wait, do I actually have a history of candy book? Here we go. Can I look at volume 1? Ooh, hello. All things candy. Print advertisements from companies you've heard of. Includes the 5 pieces. With a major misprint. EC is for egg cream. So, is his name Egg Cream? Can I just put in Egg Cream? Is there more to it than that? Is there something that they're doing with the names here? See, G is grape, but instead of grape, it's Gwyn, whatever. Instead of Elias, it's elderberry. CE is Clancy Edward. Wait a second. Clancy Edward. His name was Edward Clancy. We know that because there was a letter delivered for him. It was noted in the rewrite here. There is an Edward Clancy Rootree, and it's him. Yeah, I prefer the name Egg Cream as well. There you go. Who did he marry? I don't care. Should I care? There's only one mystery left. Looking into the most closely related people may get you a bit more information. Look into people's I don't care. Just tell me. Elias Jr.'s wife sounds like she came from a well-known family. I mean, maybe I could. Alright, what do you have to say? Christensen Steel was a steel company. World War II history page, contributed to the war efforts. Steamy correspondence, eh? Alright. What you got? Company, blah, 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 blah. Old births. Matthias Christensen. Patricia Christensen. 3rd of 4 children. Okay, where are the rest of the kids then? Okay, great. I don't want to read or think anymore. Just get to the point. That book on Patricia's results page sounds fascinating. Look up the steamy correspondence. By Tina. Not good enough, huh? Tina Angelina. Historical letters with an erotic twist. Give it to me. Someone who goes by Patch wrote a full letter of innuendo to an unknown gentleman she had a romantic history with. Patch is thought to be the book's author. Patricia Steen, daughter of Christian Steele. Patch, mid-20s, married to an older man of no notable status. It was not to him. There are a few passages after the steamy bits mentioned a daughter. Classic twin, twisted twin. Stories, yours or mine. Oh, I don't want to read this book. Okay, Ducky, I know what it means, but you tell everybody else. You have all the evidence you need. Oh, what was that strange love letter about? Have you poured over everything? Are you sure? If you click this button again, I'm just going to tell you the answer. There are some mentions of EC in Lauren's diary, those old candy. Yeah, I've already gotten that. I just need to know this lady's name, and I don't care enough to check. What if I just... I need to type them in properly. Ugh. Ducky, just spell it out. I don't want to think about this. His lover is John Miller. I thought the implication was here was that they sired the child, but no, they were the guardian, huh? Well, I guess that's why you keep him disowned. You're not gonna spread the family seed. You're not fit to run the business, but they keep him in the back. All right, I figure I'm ready. Yeah, sure, why not? Ducky wouldn't lead me astray.
So, you thought EC was Edward Clancy Roottrees? And his partner was John Miller? That's exactly what I needed to hear. I'm Sam Madsen, though you know me as Samantha Roottrees. Yup, I got old. The only picture you have of me is from 40 years ago. My book tells the truth about Elias, the 5 pieces, and my parents. Not my biological parents, Elias Jr. and Patsy. My fathers. Edward Clancy Roottrees and John Miller.
Nature finds a way.
By now, you've either read Lauren's diaries, or you're just an incredible guesser. Lauren was right. I hated the 5 pieces. She just didn't know my full reasoning. My father, Edward Clancy, was a great man. But his identical twin Clancy and his father, Elias, were not. At age 16, my father was caught kissing a farmhand. Back then, they wouldn't even acknowledge gay people existed. Having one in the family was unthinkable.
Was?
The same year, I was born. a bastard granddaughter. 2 stains on Elias's perfect family. He decided to fix both. They tried to erase Edward Clancy. They even removed his 5 Pieces flavor. His name was deemed a dirty word. He became EC. We were sent to the farm, and the 5 Pieces did their best to keep the next generation away, to isolate me from family. But Elias couldn't erase us from existence. Laura never realized I was the little girl from her diary. Who could blame me for being so confused that day? Her father was an exact copy of mine, except without the beard. And while the 5 Pieces celebrated a new factory, farmhands did the real work. It's a fluke there's a picture of my father at all, but there he is in the background. The 6th 5-piece.
I must have missed the part where farmhands put up initial capital and assume all risk for business adventures, but clearly this lassie knows better than me.
Patsy returned, and things got complicated for Elias. She fought for my freedom, from a life she deemed unworthy. Elias relented, so long as I never learned the truth or receive inheritance. They knew I'd help my father. At Elias's will reading, I learned part of the truth. The rest I learned at home. I began to hate the 5 Pieces. My father made me stay silent. He was worried history would repeat, and that his grandchildren would become outcasts. His fears weren't unfounded. As you know, my son Ernie died a few years ago. He had trained to take over as president.
You want to come in or something? Do we have to have this conversation on the doorstep?
But due to family politics, or perhaps hubris, it went to Guy. A real Roottrea. He nearly ruined the company. When Ernie took over, he saved the operation. Over 13 years, he made the family billions. Ernie earned about $36. They got by on Debbie's salary, but when he fell ill, he couldn't pay his medical bills. His death was
medical
my tipping point.
bills?
Originally, my book was meant to expose Elias's hypocrisy. Until I started to look into the other dirty laundry. Ron tried to have Robbie removed from the trust, but couldn't. Robbie was a blood relative, even out of wedlock. That sounded familiar. The Clancy Trust that Elias established was designed to secure his family's future. His entire family's future. He couldn't write exceptions in without the whole thing falling apart. My book can definitively prove that Elias was not the paragon of virtue he's heralded as, and that my daughter and granddaughters are just as much family, at least in the eyes of the Trust, as anyone else. The Clancy Trust will secure their future. They can decide what to do with their shares. The truth has been eating away at me for years, but now I can set the record straight. Thanks to you. As someone who enjoys searching for the truth, you might understand the power it has. Whitewashing the past to protect the status quo can lead to repercussions in the present and future. So thank you. You knocked it out of the park. With your expert work, the truth will come to light. And when it does, my share of the Clancy Trust is yours. Like I said at the beginning, set for life. Looking at the family tree on your wall, now with my father's, everything finally feels complete. Unless a whole lot more Roottrees somehow appear from thin air. This is the last time I'll come knocking. Thanks again, and so long.
We're rolling on down to the city.
Man, that ending kind of blew. Gameplay was great, but what do you expect? An American production in the 2020s, of course, it's about butt-munching gays and unrestrained capitalism. Alright, enough of this. And this is probably some kind of DMCA bait with the music. The Master Outsource. I feel like I did so well, but just around the 5.5 hour mark, brain just started shutting down. I could not see the links anymore. Oh, if the game were just a bit shorter, I would have knocked this one out of the park. But it wasn't! What matters in the weekly one-shots is but one thing, success or failure. And unfortunately for me and my little rubber friend, this was failure. Yeah, great concept, brilliant execution, pretty god-awful assets. I didn't even mind the plot that much, it's just the twist was... ugh. Ugh. I'm just hoping for something a bit more scandalous than that. Okay, right, never mind that. Let's choose prediction outcome. The Lose Lobby are going to be making half-decent odds here, more than 50% back on it, 1 to 2.35. Well done, Lose Lobby. And well done, Fox Tattoo, for sticking to your guns and voting win on this. I'm curious why you thought I'd make this. Reading is not my forte. Alright, Lose Lobby, enjoy your ill-gotten 5.5 million gains. But what's the point in getting the gains if we cannot see who gets to enjoy it and who gets to suffer for it? Hold on, it's not quite large enough. We can fix that in just a moment. Alright, very good. Bring up the point summary. There we go. Oh, it is too large. Zunk. So well done for our 5 quarter-mil betters, which includes Ninja, and he's stacking up his points for something nefarious, don't know exactly what. A Man Without Qualities does have qualities, as does Wife, Ubiquitous, and the Elemental User. I did it in under 7 hours, says the Fox Tattoo. Surely the Master Detective could do it faster. I think the Fox Tattoo needs to start streaming their gaming accomplishments and understand the subtle difference between doing something in your own time and doing something on stream. But few ever rise to that challenge. Savs and Zaniacs, Opportune, ACAB, and Floppy all walking out with more than twice what they put in, so well done to you. And then there is the Win Lobby. You will not bait me today. Bait? What, bait you with the truth? Think of those people that looked at the Mario Marathon and thought, come on, jumping platformer game for children, I'll come in and decimate those times. Was there even one instance of decimation on the dozens of people that took part? I don't have any coming to mind, and I watched them all. So I'm terribly sorry, my Herculean exemplar of Win lobbyists here, but we can all take a little bit of solace in knowing that evil does not reign today. Blue is put in his filthy, sticky-fingered place for once, although it is only for once. We've got to chip away a lot at that. I am terribly sorry, Von Dougals. You've done so much for me, and what I do for you is lose what I can only assume is all of your points. Get back to having the stream open on a muted tab and get those points back. Alright, that was all well and good, and this is where I would say goodbye, were it not for one very unfortunate truth. You see, when I fail a challenge on my stream, typically a weekly one-shot, but in days of old we have had the glorious 2 hours of hell, which maybe I should go and rip off another one of Lucky's ideas and do my own version of Washed Up or Not. Whoa, that's not what we need to see. Neither is that. Why is this on screen? What is this? I think it's my wheel. Hold on a sec, let me get the actual wheel. It doesn't always update the window that it's meant to be on. Does that look better? It looks a lot better. However, I can't be assured that it's the full list, so get me another list. Cooked or not. I don't want to use lingo that's going to be very quickly outdated. You know, right now, you're cooked when you're screwed. In 2 years' time, somebody might look at you like you got 2 heads if you start saying that. Anyway, let me go and refresh my list of punishment games. We already have My Little Pony and Yandere Simulator on the back burner. I need to get around to those. What day is it today, anyway? Please don't tell me it's Wednesday. Surely not. No, it's weekly one-shot day. It must be Sunday. Sweet. Yes. when you, in quotation marks, work like I do, you lose track of what day is what. Okay, let's give it a spin. It's never going to land on Yandere Simulator again, but let's take it out just in case. Same with My Little Pony. This game is doing real-world damage to my wallet. I need my share of the Roottrees. Dosh. Alright, shuffle it around. Whatever it lands on, we will play for About a couple of hours. That's what I'm obliged to do for any punishment game. We've got Extra Division of Xenonauts there. We've got Tiny Echo, some Sims 4, Mega Man for the DOS, or being a Brazilian drug dealer. What will it be? Well, it won't be a difficult game about climbing, or Fallout, or combat ants, thank goodness. It will be Song of Silence from a Gamer Monkey. What in the world is Song of Silence? Song of Silence. It is on Steam. That's a good start. It immediately looks like an RTS, which is a little bit concerning. Can we get rid of you, Wheel? And instead bring up my Steam. Now we got something. The damage to my wallet at least won't be that bad at a staggering cost of 819 Filipino pesos. What do the reviews have to say? I want to like this game, I really do. Okay, well, hopefully I too will want to like this game, but that is a problem that I will solve at a later date. If my calculations are correct, and today is indeed Sunday, then I get to take 2 days off. During those 2 days, I'm probably going to be spending my time figuring out how to make Wrestling Empire work as a long play and get people to submit their wrestlers. If anybody has information on how to run the game, or how to mod the game, I'm more than open to advice before I just start battering away at it, bludgeoning, if you will, with my blunt tools. In any case, cheers for joining for this weekly one-shot, and a big cheers to Fox Tattoo. I did really enjoy this game. Enjoyment kind of plummeted at the last 2 hours, but that was mostly due to my own fatigue, and the fact that the game's twist was just a load of arse and chips. But let's not let that take away from it being a brilliant deduction game, and I'd be very interested if the developers put out other similar games, perhaps with better assets. But until I am back with more half-naked men wrestling each other in the ring, it's a cheers and a cheerio.